You're gonna love this one, Mr. Mosby. The fuzzy slippers of hell. The Hat of Revenge. How'd that get in there?
Welcome to my retrospective into the hilarious and unforgettable first season of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Before we step into the world of the Tipton Hotel, though, let's take a step back into 2005, when Disney Channel was at the height of its golden age of original programming. The Sweet Life was a part of this wave of fresh, family-friendly content that helped shape a generation. It was created by Danny Callis and Jim Geoghegan, two industry veterans who saw potential for a comedy centered around two mischievous twins growing up in a luxurious hotel. The show premiered in March of 2005 alongside Disney Channel's growing empire of hit sitcoms, like That's So Raven and Lizzie McGuire at the time. With its unique setting and talented cast of young rising stars like Dylan and Cole Sprouse, Ashley Tisdale, Brenda Song, it quickly became a favorite show. The production itself was something special, filmed in front of a live studio audience. It brought nostalgic energy similar to the classic sitcoms of the 90s, but with a modern-day Disney twist. The Sweet Life was more than just a kids' show. It was a perfect blend of heartwarming moments, laugh-out-loud humor, and clever writing. From crazy schemes to sibling rivalry and friendship and life lessons, Season 1 really set the tone for what would become one of Disney Channel's most beloved franchises. So let's jump back into the lobby of the Hotel Tipton and explore how Season 1 laid the foundation for this iconic series. This is Johnny 2000, and let's get into it. Episode 1, the pilot, Hotel Hangout. Zack and Cody recently moved into the Tipton Hotel and are struggling to fit in at their new school. Twins are having a hard time making friends and feel out of place, but they eventually befriend Max and Tapeworm, two other students who are also kind of unpopular, but the twins still feel like outsiders. Meanwhile, Mr. Mosby, the manager at the Tipton, is having difficulty managing the hotel's usual antics.
All this stuff is free.
Free for our guests who spend $2,000 a day.
Do you have any hummus?
Especially when it comes to specifically London Tipton, who is the spoiled daughter of the hotel owner, and Maddie Fitzpatrick, who's the hardworking candy girl. The twins' luck changes when they meet Drew, one of the most popular boys in school. Drew's immediately intrigued when he learns that Zack and Cody live in a luxurious hotel. He continues to struggle with London's lack of interest in learning, despite Maddie's best efforts as her tutor.
But I don't think it's gonna work.
Why not? He loved your outfit.
But I didn't like him.
Didn't you like his outfit?
We learn that Maddie and London are actually polar opposites, but London does have insight, and Maddie starts to learn that London has just as many skills that she wants to develop, like trying to like boys.
Maybe we'll, come over and hang out.
You wanna hang out with us? Of course he does.
Hang out with them. As their popularity rises, Zack and Cody start to enjoy the perks of being associated with Drew. However, they start to drift away from Max and Tapeworm, ignoring their real friends in favor of their newfound status.
No, that doesn't work for us. You need to leave. Tell him why, Zack.
So in the end, Zack and Cody soon realize that their popularity comes with a price. So after experiencing firsthand how shallow and superficial the popular crowd is, they come to understand the true value of friendship. The twins make amends with Max and Tapeworm, learning that the loyalty and genuine connections are more important than the popularity.
Beauty pageants. I'm going to science camp.
Where did I go wrong? Tarisha!
Episode 2 is the fairest of them all. So a beauty pageant's being held at the Tipton Hotel, and Zack and Cody are immediately fascinated with the contestants. Cody becomes particularly smitten with a girl named Rebecca, one of the pageant participants, and in an attempt to get closer to her, he decides to enter the competition, but he needs a disguise. So with some quick thinking, Cody adopts the identity of...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome number 11, Miss Tyresha Jones.
Tyresha, a contestant who recently dropped out of the pageant. And as Cody competes, he realizes that being a part of the pageant isn't as glamorous as he thought, and he struggles to balance his feelings for Rebecca and his role as Tyresha. Meanwhile, Zack is the more daring twin, so he hatches his own plan. When Cody decides to drop out of the competition because he wants Rebecca to win, Zack locks Cody in the backstage closet and takes place in the pageant for him. In a chaotic turn of events, Cody escapes from the closet, runs to stage to confront Zack, and the two brothers end up fighting in front of the whole audience, causing them both to be disqualified in the competition.
What is going on?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Your boys are attempting to destroy my hotel, but with a new twist. One of them's wearing a dress.
Despite the mayhem, Rebecca goes on to win the pageant, and Cody learns that trying to impress somebody by pretending to be someone else doesn't lead to true connections, and the twins end up sharing a laugh about the ridiculousness of the situation. Episode 3 is Maddie checks in. Maddie Fitzpatrick, the hotel's diligent candy counter girl, finds herself smitten with a guy named Justin, a charming young man who has checked into the Tipton.
Our moms lost their tan skiing.
I hate when that happens.
When London invites Jason and Maddie to a concert, Maddie's excited but nervous, knowing that she doesn't have the wealth or social status that London does. And to fit in with Jason's wealthy family, Maddie pretends to be rich for the evening.
Let her go.
Not before you say goodbye.
They're kissing goodbye. Didn't they just say goodbye?
And as the charade continues, Maddie becomes increasingly anxious about maintaining the illusion of wealth, and Jason's parents actually extend their stay at the Tipton, which makes things a little more complicated for Maddie. Zack and Cody get involved, trying to help Maddie keep up appearances by sneaking her into the Imperial Suite. However, the plan quickly backfires when a wealthy, professional wrestler known as the Amputator checks into the same suite. Chaos ensues as Zack, Cody, and Maddie scramble to dismantle the Imperial Suite to make way for the wrestler, all while trying to avoid being caught.
Okay, they're coming. We are so good. Is there a Hall of Fame for this kind of stuff?
Yes, it's called prison.
Mr. Mosby!
And in the end, Maddie's ruse falls apart and she has to come clean to Justin about her true situation. Justin's family leaves the Tipton, and Maddie learns it's better to be honest about who she is rather than pretend to be somebody she's not.
You shouldn't sell yourself short. And I bet if you give Jason half a chance, he'll tell you the same thing.
And then Zack and Cody reflect on their own tendency to meddle in Maddie's affairs. Episode 4 is Hotel Inspector. So Mr. Mosby's nervous because he learns that the hotel inspector, Issa, is coming to the Tipton to evaluate the staff and facilities.
I will take care of it personally. Maddie, take care of it personally.
Fearing that Zack and Cody's usual antics could ruin the inspection, Mosby bribes the twins with tickets to a basketball game and money for dinner, hoping to keep them away from the hotel during the visit. But despite his best efforts, Zack and Cody return to the hotel just as the inspector arrives.
So is the evil hotel inspector gone yet?
No, she's right here.
Whoa, what's that on your face?
Unbeknownst to Cody, Zack has brought 2 rats, part of their school science project, to the baseball game. The rats escape and cause chaos in the hotel, which is right in the middle of the inspection. And then Issa, the inspector, is horrified by the mess and immediately fires Mr. Mosby, taking over his position as the new manager.
That non-regulation pin you are wearing on your Tipton uniform.
They belong to my great-grandfather who died fighting for my country's independence.
How touching. Take it off.
So feeling guilty for getting Mosby fired, Zack and Cody quickly devise a plan to get his job back. They work together to expose Issa's poor management skills and convince the hotel owners that Mosby is the only one capable of running the Tipton successfully.
Losing air fast!
There's water in my hotel?
Take your stinking paws off me, you dirty ape!
But in the end, Mosby's reinstated and the twins learn the importance of taking responsibility for their actions. Now episode 5 is grounded on the 23rd floor. After rollerblading in the hotel lobby and accidentally injuring Mr. Mosby, Zack and Cody are grounded by their mother, Carrie, for a week. The twins are stuck in their suite, bored and frustrated when they hear a famous celebrity couple is getting married at the Tipton. Rumor has it that the couple's first kiss could sell for $20,000 if there's a picture. Determined to get the money, Zack convinces Cody to help him sneak into the wedding to take the coveted picture.
We won't be burdens anymore, and we'll be rich. And whatever's left, we can give to charity. I swear, we're not related.
They buy a camera from Maddie and hatch a plan to infiltrate the event. Despite a series of close calls, Zack manages to sneak into the wedding, snap a picture, and then things go awry when they're caught by Mr. Mosby.
Go! We found it, bird dog!
And what have
My two-way? Get out of there before Lord Bud Mosby sees.
Carrie ends up finding out about Zack and Cody's scheme and is furious. Twins are punished further, and Zack realizes that chasing quick riches often leads to trouble. And then meanwhile, Mr. Mosby continues to nurse his injuries from the rollerblading accident, and the boys remain grounded, learning that there are no shortcuts to success.
She wants to talk to you, Zack. Okay, Cody. Here I come, Maddie! Yes? Can you make this fast? There's a draft.
Episode 6 is The Prince and the Plunger. Arwen, the quirky hotel engineer, sends Carrie flowers and a poem in attempt to express his romantic feelings for her.
To make our beds, and she'll be happy. You're so selfish. Can't you think of anything except Mom's happiness?
However, Carrie mistakenly believes that the gifts are from the Surge, the hotel's concierge. When Surge is asked about the flowers, he lies and takes credit for them, causing confusion and a lot more misunderstanding. They decide to help Arwen confess his feelings for Carrie.
Really lights up a room, doesn't she?
Hey, Arwen, you like poetry?
Meanwhile, London is excited about attending a father-daughter dance at the hotel, but when her father cancels last minute, she is disappointed and actually feeling abandoned, which is kind of sad.
Or your government and Mr. Mosby were in about.
I have to take care of a guest problem. I'm sorry, I'll be right back.
That's okay. I understand.
Arwen finally gathers the courage to tell Carrie that he was the one who sent the flowers, and although Carrie is flattered, she kindly lets him down. London comes to terms in her father's absence, and the episode ends on a reflective note as the characters deal with their respective emotional challenges.
I would be honored to be your escort to the dance this evening.
Thank you.
This is kind of a depressing one. Now, episode 7, Footloser. Zack and Max team up to enter Go Dance USA, which is a local dance competition held at the Tipton. Max warns Zack not to try anything reckless, but of course, Zack, as usual, can't resist showing off. While jumping on the bed of their suite, Zack actually injures his ankle, leaving Max without a partner for the contest. Desperate to help Max, Cody reluctantly steps in to replace Zack. Didn't see that coming.
Hey, Max. Hey, Cody, where's Zack? I'm Zack. Hey, sweet thing. He hurt himself, didn't he? Yep.
Even though he's a terrible dancer. But despite Cody's lack of dancing skills, the pair actually make it through the competition, impressing the audience with their teamwork and effort. Meanwhile, London loans Maddie money for her parents' trip to Paris, and Maddie is forced to work for London to pay her back.
We can work that out. I just need someone to tell me how fabulous I look in my new shoes.
I'm your gal. Now I just have to get Mosby to let me off.
In the end, the hotel staff chips in to help Maddie, and everybody learns the importance of helping each other in times of need. Episode 8, A Prom Story. Maddie's busy planning her high school prom, which is set to take place at the Tipton. Real surprise.
After all, she's 3.5 years older than you.
But the problem is he's 3.5 years older than me.
Zack overhears Maddie talking about liking somebody 3 years younger than her and mistakenly believes she's talking about him. Excited and determined to win her over, Zack actually starts preparing to ask Maddie to prom. Meanwhile, Cody is captivated by a circus that has come to the Tipton and decides to become a mime,
Don't worry, Maddie. I'll get this party started. Kick it. Look, I'm a robot. See?
Oh no, I'm doomed.
Leave everything to me, Maddie.
to the amusement of the hotel staff. Zack continues to believe Maddie is interested in him and makes several awkward attempts to impress her. However, Maddie's actually interested in a boy named Jeff, who is actually closer to her age. Zack's hopes are dashed when he realizes Maddie wasn't referring to him at all. Is heartbroken when Maddie's crush on Jeff is revealed, but Maddie also faces disappointment when she learns that Jeff has a college girlfriend. In a sweet and unexpected moment, Maddie agrees to dance with Zack at the prom, making his night special despite the earlier mix-up. Cody, in his mime persona, provides comic relief throughout the event.
Advertised meatballs and great big meatballs. We have chicken kebabs, lamb kebabs, and chicken and lamb kebabs.
I am a vegetarian!
Episode 9 is Band in Boston. Zack, Cody, and Max, and Tapeworm form a band called Rock Squared to compete in the Battle of the Bands at the Tipton Hotel. Initially, the band members are excited and confident about their chances, but tension arises when Zack and Cody start bickering about their roles in the band, causing a rift.
We're having a creative discussion. We are two fighting. Creative discussion. Fight. Discussion. Fight.
I can't believe you're actually having a fight about if you're having a fight.
Meanwhile, Maddie and Lance's band, Waterworks, is funded by London in exchange for her being a backup singer.
Staring out the window, the rain falls hard. I can't escape the feeling I'm drowning now. Beneath the river, beneath the cottage.
London is like one of the funniest characters. But London's terrible singing adds to the hilarity, and the episode actually ends with the characters learning the importance of teamwork and compromise. As the arguments escalate, Cody decides to quit the band, leaving Max and Tapeworm worried about their chances in the competition. On the day of the event, Max, frustrated by Zack's stubbornness, locks Zack and Cody into the closet to prevent them from causing more problems.
What about our band?
It's broken up.
First Mother and the Butcher, and now this.
The twins rush to the competition. Despite the chaos and the sibling rivalry, the band actually pulls together in the final moments and gives a great performance at the Battle of the Bands. Episode 10 is Cody Goes to Camp. Cody and Tapeworm are off to math camp for a week, leaving Zack feeling lonely and unsure how to spend his time without his twin.
Oh, little blonde peoples, you scared me. I mean, people. Here's your mama's dry cleaning.
Hold on. Don't you want to hang out?
Oh, no. I have work to do. A group of bodybuilders are checking in. You'd think they'd carry their own luggage.
Meanwhile, London's excited to get her learner's permit, but Mr. Mosby, tasked with teaching her how to drive, is filled with dread. And that's how that famous meme was invented.
Let's start all over, shall we? Is the key in the ignition?
For over an hour now.
Well, that's because you had to do your makeup. Twice.
Well, excuse me for trying to beautify the highway.
As Cody enjoys his time at the camp, Zack begins to miss him more than he expected. But at the same time, London's driving lessons go terribly wrong, and actually she crashes into the Tipton's wall. Zack is desperate to see Cody, and so he convinces London, Maddie, and Muriel to drive up to the camp with him.
Usually when I pull over sports cars, it's because they're going too fast. But to catch you, I had to downshift into first.
She's still learning how to drive, so give her a break, Flatfoot.
So when the group arrives at the math camp, Zack is relieved to see Cody again, and the brothers realize they are better together and appreciate their unique bond. But meanwhile, Mr. Mosby is left to deal with the aftermath of London's driving disaster, reinforcing the comic relationship between the two characters.
Hands on the wheel!
Episode 11, To Catch a Thief. A valuable piece of jewelry goes missing at the Tipton, and all signs point to Esteban, the hotel's bellhop, as the prime suspect.
If you see or hear anything suspicious, notify me immediately.
Sir, the service card is shushing.
Not now, Esteban.
Zack and Cody, who believe in Esteban's innocence, decide to launch their own investigation to clear his name. Their investigation leads to them getting into increasingly sticky situations, including crashing a bar mitzvah at the hotel, and Zack and Cody actually dig deeper and overhear a conversation between the real thieves, who are actually planning to target London's suite next. Zack, Cody, Esteban, and Maddie set up a trap to catch the thieves in act.
It's them!
Help!
The plan works, and the true culprits are apprehended, clearing Esteban of any wrongdoing. The episode ends with the gang celebrating their successful detective work, and Mr. Mosby once again has to manage the fallout of the chaos.
Hey, hotshots. When you get out of the slammer, call me, huh?
Episode 12, It's a Mad, Mad, Mad Hotel. While playing at football in the hotel, Zack and Cody accidentally knock a painting off the wall, revealing a hidden message on the back of the canvas.
Arwen can fix it! Arwen can fix anything!
Except a nice quiche. I can't get the cheese to harden quite right.
Next, the message mentions a treasure hidden in the hotel, sparking the twins' imagination and leading them to believe they are on the verge of finding something valuable. Zack, Cody, Maddie, London, and Esteban all get swept up in the treasure hunt, each fantasizing about what they would do if they found the treasure. And Muriel, who happened to have been there when they were originally making the map, apparently has access to more information about the gold. So everybody seems to try to sweet talk her.
She's not gonna want to go where you're going, Peppers.
Detective, that's the man who stole my money. Now I'm down to my last billion.
This is a really interesting episode because I feel like we're finally getting to know all these characters a lot better. And for such an ensemble cast, it's really cool to kind of have a preconceived notion of what their goals are without thinking about it too much. Even London, who's already wealthy, gets involved out of the excitement, and the treasure hunt leads them to various locations in the hotel, and their search actually becomes increasingly frantic and absurd. After hours of searching, the group ends up breaking into the Bank of Boston by mistake, and they realize that the real treasure was Muriel, the hotel's elderly maid, who had the wisdom and perspective that they were missing all along.
That's what all the cheap guys say when they don't want to spring for the good jewelry.
And the characters learn that sometimes the greatest treasures are the people around them. We're gonna go with Poor Little Rich Girl. So Zack and Cody stumble upon an old video of their birth, which throws their identities into question because in the video, Carrie, their mother, seems to confuse which twin is which, leading to Zack and Cody questioning if they've been living the wrong identities their whole lives.
I can't believe I might be Cody. What's wrong with being Cody? For starters, look how you're dressed. Well, if I'm Zack, then I'm the oldest.
Meanwhile, London is hit with a major shock that she learns when she learns her father has gone bankrupt due to a failed diamond investment.
Can I stay at your house? Really? An asteroid? And I was feeling sorry for myself.
As Zack and Cody embrace their new roles, trying to live as the other twin, chaos ensues, and Cody actually becomes reckless and carefree, and Zack adopts Cody's more responsible persona, leading to comedic misunderstandings.
So if I'm Zack and I don't like cheese, does that mean you're the one who likes ham? No, we both like ham. Then who likes liverwurst? No one.
On the other hand, London is forced to move in with Maddie when her father figures out her financial situation. The transition from luxury to modest living is a harsh wake-up call for London, who struggles with her new real reality. Carrie resolves Zack and Cody's identity crisis by showing them their birth certificates, confirming which twin is which. And then, meanwhile, London's financial woes are short-lived as Mr. Mosby informs her father struck oil and is in the diamond mine, making them rich again. The episode concludes with the twins back to their usual selves and London returning to her life of luxury, albeit with a new appreciation for Maddie's simpler lifestyle.
What are you doing? Pillow fight. It's in all the movies. See, I can be a regular person.
Hey, regular person, would you like a snack?
Sure.
I really love this episode with Maddie and London because I feel like they actually get to know each other on a deeper level despite their social status, setting up the bar for a lot of important moments to come.
Mr. Mosby?
Miss Schickelgruber, my girl?
Actually, since you had me fired from the Tipton organization, I've gotten married.
You're kidding.
Now we have episode 14, Cooking with Romeo and Juliet. London Tipton develops a crush on Todd St. Mark, the son of their father's biggest hotel rival, who owns the St. Mark Hotel.
Todd! Oh, good hiding place. It was so hard to see you behind the 4-foot Cupid doll. You know your father doesn't approve of your dental dream or the Tipton. It is verboten. Come with me, mach schnell.
The two sneak around in secret, worried about their parents' rivalry. Meanwhile, Zack discovers Cody has a talent for baking amazing cookies and sees an opportunity to make some money.
Why don't you help out and separate some eggs for me? Done.
London and Todd continue to hide their relationship, but their sneaking around causes tension, especially as they rope Maddie into helping them.
I have to give her something better.
Can you keep it under 80 pounds?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm not passing it on.
Zack, on the other hand, persuades Cody to bake cookies in large quantities, which he sells for profit, causing Cody to be overwhelmed by the workload.
Flour in my face? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Well, maybe I flicked some back.
Zack and Cody's argument gets out of hand as they begin to throw stuff at each other, which actually starts to put a domino effect on the entire event that London and her new boyfriend attend.
Mr. Mosby!
London and Todd's relationship is discovered, but they stand up to their parents, realizing they shouldn't let the hotel rivalry get in the way of their connection. Zack learns an important lesson that the entertainment industry has yet to learn, that exploiting people for their work is not good. Maddie enjoys a brief moment of peace after dealing with London's drama. Rumors. London starts a rumor that Maddie is dating Lance the lifeguard, leading to a spiral of misunderstandings throughout the Tipton. Maddie tries to deny it, but things escalate when she unintentionally spreads a rumor that London is wearing real fox fur, which causes outrage among the guests. As Maddie deals with the fallout of this rumor, Cody decides he wants to establish his independence from Zack and begins experimenting with his look.
Hey, Zack, did you hear?
I'm Cody, the one with the cool gangsta look.
Thought you were a pirate.
However, his new appearance leads him to trouble when an important interviewer for a contest arrives at the Tipton and mistakes him for somebody else.
Mr. Johnson, this is Cody.
Brother Zack, this is Cody.
The truth about the rumors come out, and London is really upset, finally understanding what harm rumors can do.
Gossip is hurtful. Now, the best way to not spread it is to not listen to it.
London inevitably saves her reputation by giving mouth-to-mouth to a live animal, and Cody finds out the interviewer liked him anyway. Big hair in basketball. Mr. Mosby takes Zack and Cody to a Red Sox game to give their mom, Carrie, a well-deserved day off.
Sir, stealing that base would be a waste of your time.
There he goes.
However, things take a turn for the worse when Mr. Mosby catches a ball that was meant to be caught by a player, costing the Red Sox the game and making him the most hated man in Boston.
You're blowing this all out of proportion.
Look.
Zack and Cody try to hide from angry fans as Mr. Mosby faces public backlash. Meanwhile, London sets Maddie up on a blind date with one of her friends, but Maddie's hair won't cooperate, resulting in a series of embarrassing attempts to fix it before the date.
Makes me a little nervous, so it makes me sweat even more. But I don't want her to see me sweating, so I have to keep running in here to blot, which makes me sweat more.
Mr. Mosby tries to make amends by apologizing to Red Sox fans, but Zack and Cody actually step in and defend Mr. Mosby.
Couldn't help doing something incredibly stupid. It was his first game.
Wait, a grown man who's never been to a baseball game?
Yeah. Maddie's date turns out to be surprisingly successful despite her disaster.
Maddie's a frizzy-haired freak, and Gavin sweats like a donkey in a sauna. So now you guys can just relax and enjoy your date.
And she learns not to stress about her appearance so much. Rockstar in the house. The Tipton Hotel becomes a frenzy of excitement when a famous pop star Jesse McCartney checks in.
Do you know where the manager's office is?
Over there.
Thanks.
Wasn't that Jesse McCartney?
London and Maddie all have their own plans to meet him, each hoping for a moment in the spotlight. Cody also has a science fair project to work on, but struggles to concentrate amid the commotion.
My best is going to win me a Nobel Prize, pay for your nursing home, or get Zack out of jail.
Zack's in jail?
Not yet.
When they sneak into Jesse's suite, only to find themselves caught by security.
Oh, you know, fame's pretty cool. It just comes at a price.
Speaking of price, are you finished with that pillowcase?
Jesse McCartney eventually meets the gang in a more down-to-earth setting, appreciating their enthusiasm and offering them a chance to talk.
I don't care what your favorite color is. I just want to marry you. It's not brown, is it?
Cody ends up using Arwen's help and winning the competition anyway, and feeling so guilty, he admits his wrongdoing.
He really deserves this trophy.
Wow! Thank you! Thank you! It is so nice to be recognized by the scientific community. In your face, Sheldon! Nice volcano, Barbara. Dormant!
Smart and smarter. Zack is faced with the possibility of having to attend summer school due to poor grades. Just want to note, their hair is getting longer, and for some reason it's already giving me second season vibes, but I guess we'll just stick to the first.
Good news and some bad news. The bad news is that I got D's in math, English, and social studies.
What's the good news?
I'm out of bad news.
Meanwhile, London wants to learn how to play chess, so Maddie agrees to tutor her. You can imagine how this goes.
Chess is an intellectual game, and you're not.
Well, maybe I'm a little more intellectual than you think.
In a panic, he pretends to have dyslexia in order to receive easier schoolwork and extra assistance from teachers.
Thanks, Mr. Forges. For the first time in my life, I feel like there's hope.
Cody becomes frustrated when he discovers Zack's deception and the special treatment he's receiving. Zack, however, continues to enjoy the benefits of his lie, which Cody struggles with the unfairness of the situation.
That's because I've been looking at the video game box for weeks. It was really hard to read at first, but then I memorized it. Mr. Forges said us dyslexics have good memories. Yet you haven't remembered my birthday, ever. And we're twins.
London finally makes a small amount of progress with Maddie's help, but it's clear she still has a long way to go. In the end, Zack's lie is eventually exposed when his teachers find inconsistencies in his schoolwork and he is forced to come clean. Cody forgives Zack and they return to their usual antics. The ghost of Sweet 613. Zack and Cody, along with Maddie, London, and Esteban, dare each other to spend the night in the supposedly haunted Sweet 613.
And the next day,
He went off to war. She waited 3 years, but he never came back.
So, he died in battle?
Oh no!
he met some Italian babe and opened up a pizza parlor in Naples.
The suite is known for eerie happenings and is believed to be inhabited by the ghost of a woman who passed away there.
Can we go?
I don't think so.
What if we got Maddie in London to stay with us?
Well, I guess that would be okay.
You know, you don't have to give in to him. What kind of mother are you?
As the group stays in the suite, strange occurrences begin to spook them, causing fear and chaos. Then Esteban's brought into the picture, where he actually communicates with the ghost, and then there's this really creepy sequence where she's talking through his body.
Ghosty, if I may call you that. Speak to us.
Whatever's frightening them starts to take all the characters off the table, and then we see a glimpse of the person who died. In the end, we learn that it was Arwen all along.
The joke was all on you guys because I wasn't really scared. Yeah, right. You should have seen your face.
Mr. Mosby tries to calm things down by debunking the myths about the suite, but even starts to get scared himself. However, as the episode ends, there's a lingering question of whether the suite might actually be haunted after all. In Dad's Back, Zack and Cody are excited when their father, Kurt, returns to town with his band.
You're gonna do your homework in a limo.
A limo? Cool!
Bye, Mom! Now, wait, but not too late, and don't forget to spell check on. Oh, who am I kidding? They're not doing any homework.
While Cody enjoys reconnecting with him, Zack prefers his father's laid-back and fun lifestyle compared to the stricter rules their mom's home carry.
Wait, but as long as you live under my roof, you will follow my rules.
Technically, it's Mosby's roof.
Zack becomes so enamored with his dad's carefree attitude that he decides to run away and stow away in his dad's tour bus. Meanwhile, Carrie becomes worried that when she realizes Zack is gone and tries to make up for her strictness by forcing Cody to have non-stop fun with her.
It's been non-stop movies and junk food. She put a trampoline in the living room. I can't take it anymore.
Zack is found and brought home after realizing that life on the road isn't as glamorous as he thought. The family reconciles, and Zack learns to appreciate both of his parents' different parenting styles, and Cody is relieved to return to normal after his mom's over-the-top attempts at fun. Christmas at the Tipton. It's Christmas at the Tipton Hotel, and a massive snowstorm traps all the guests and employees inside. Arwen realizes that the heating system is failing, and no oil delivery is possible during the storm, so he must find a way to keep everybody warm, turning the holiday into an unexpected adventure.
I need you to run an errand for me.
Oh no! Do not make me go out into the white blanket of death. The snow of no return. Oh, the blizzard that will freeze your geezer.
Amid all the chaos, Zack and Cody are convinced that this is the moment that maybe their mom and dad are gonna finally come back together. They even are convinced when they sing a song together that they could be potentially back in love.
Did you hear that? Kurt and I.
We also want to wish you a Christmas that's filled with peace, joy, and love.
Now she's talking about love. You're pathetic.
Despite the challenges, the Tipton's guests and staff come together to celebrate a unique and memorable Christmas. Arwen manages to keep the hotel warm, and the pregnant woman gives birth at the Tipton, bringing joy to everyone. And not a mess in the lobby, maybe? The snowstorm clears just in time for the festivities to wrap up. Kisses and basketball. Zack is thrilled when his basketball team wins a big game, but the celebration takes a surprising turn when Max, one of his teammates, impulsively kisses him. Zack's caught off guard and begins to question his friendship with Max.
I'm not hungry.
Yeah, me neither.
What's going on with them?
Isn't it obvious? They're not hungry.
Zach's basketball team encourages him to ask Max on a date, thinking it might be the start of a new relationship. But Zach is unsure about his feelings and feels pressured.
What do I say?
Tell her she smells nice.
You smell nice. What are you wearing?
Sweat? I haven't even showered yet, sicko.
Meanwhile, Maddie takes the challenge of curbing London's compulsive shopping habits, attempting to teach her financial stability.
I've hit rock bottom.
Well, maybe that's the place you need to get to.
Maybe you're right. But I don't like rock bottom. It's so rock bottomy.
So Zach and Max actually give it a go and they go on a date, and it's really awkward and uncomfortable.
So dating me is just taking one for the team?
No! I mean, yes, but in a good way.
Zach and Max have an honest conversation about their feelings, deciding to remain friends rather than pursuing a romantic relationship. The situation brings them closer together as teammates. Maddie, on the other hand, makes some progress with London, though it's clear that London's love for shopping isn't going away anytime soon.
There is nothing in that store that you need.
You're right. I was just looking at the pair of diamond earrings I was gonna buy for you.
After attending a seminar hosted by a motivational speaker who preaches everyone should be the pilot of their own life, Cody becomes determined to take control of his own destiny.
It's amazing. Is it ever? I just ate 5 pounds of mini quiches and I haven't thrown up yet. Uh-oh.
He enthusiastically adopts the speaker's philosophy and hopes his family will do the same.
Maddie, where are you going?
To work on my new look. I'm going to be Teen Trends Trendy Teen of the Year. Thanks, Cody. Glad I could help.
Cody's newfound obsession gets him to manage every aspect of Zach's, Maddie's, and Carrie's life, creating chaos in the process. Zach, naturally resistant to being piloted, fights back. Meanwhile, Maddie and London are arguing over who will be on the cover of another magazine.
I thought you were my friend. You know how much this cover means to me.
Okay, fine. If you want me to give up this great opportunity so you can get what you want, as always, then I'll drop out.
That's sweet. Drop out.
I will not drop out. How dare you ask me to drop out?
You offered.
Maddie ends up using Zach to help her spy on London, while London actually teams up with Cody, the motivational speaker, to beat out Maddie.
If you can conceive, you can believe. And you will!
I hate that expression!
Cody ends up realizing his well-intentioned efforts to help everyone only caused more problems, so he backs off and allows his friends to pilot their own lives their own way. And Maddie and London's competition ends in a humorous twist, neither of them winning the title, but gaining a new appreciation for each other. Cody's flattered when a girl from school, Agnes, develops a crush on him. However, he quickly becomes uncomfortable when her attention becomes overwhelming and isn't sure how to let her down without hurting her feelings.
Hi, Cody. What took you so long?
Man, she's good. Hi, Agnes.
Meanwhile, London is trying to set up her dog Ivana with a specific dog, but then Maddie's dog and her end up becoming a thing, I guess.
What are you doing?
Come on, Puffball. Take a walk on the wild side without a leash. See you around, loser.
Zach, thinking Cody's predicament is funny, tries to manipulate the situation for his own amusement, but things take a turn when Agnes starts to develop feelings for Zach as well.
Agnes likes. But shh! Don't speak.
Now, with both twins trying to avoid her, their efforts make her more persistent. London doesn't approve of the new relationship, so she tries everything to keep the dogs apart, inevitably realizing that
They're in love. And if you loved your children, you would not come between them.
He's right. We shouldn't let our personal prejudices stand in their way.
eventually London realizes that she can't keep her dog Ivana and her strange voiceover from being happy. Cody and Zach finally confront Agnes and explain that they're not interested, and Agnes moves on, albeit reluctantly. The experience teaches the twins a lesson about handling people's feelings with care. Commercial breaks. Excitement fills the Tipton when Mr. Tipton gives the green light for a commercial to be filmed at the hotel, featuring both the staff and guests. Zack and Cody eagerly compete for leading roles in the commercial, determined to become the stars of the show.
I know it's terribly inconvenient. And to make matters worse, all employees will be asked to prepare an audition.
Then we get a really funny montage of basically most of the hotel staff auditioning. Like, Esteban has a chicken. The restaurant host I don't even know what he's doing. There's Arwen, and Zack and Cody are super funny. This is like one of my favorite episodes ever. And then eventually they actually really take a liking to Carrie, the mom. As the commercial shoot gets underway, meanwhile, London desperately tries to become the face of the Tipton in the commercial, despite the director's reluctance to feature her.
Girl, I love bracelets and rings, diamonds and rubies and all of those things, because bling is my...
Maddie, on the other hand, finds herself unintentionally involved in the commercial as an extra. They end up not going with the lead actress and having other people step in, which is really funny. They actually attempt to have London do it, which really doesn't work out. And then they have Mr. Mosby do it, which is super fun, but they don't actually end up recording.
Stay checking.
Final commercial turns out surprisingly well, with London getting a small cameo despite her over-the-top antics. The Tipton celebrates its employees and the moment in the spotlight, even if things didn't go as planned. For the season finale, we have Boston Holiday. A young prince from a foreign country checks into the Tipton with a diplomatic visit to Boston, and Zack and Cody are tasked with showing him around. The prince, who has lived in a very sheltered life, is eager to experience what it's like to be an ordinary kid.
Yes, please forgive me if you were bothered by these two hooligans.
These are my friends. Tomorrow they've invited me to the indoor bazaar.
But it turns out that the prince is under a really strict schedule and isn't really allowed to do anything kid-like. So then he decides he's going to defy his father and go out with Zack and Cody.
I cannot take this, I cannot! By the tusks of Ganesh, I've had enough!
Yeah, he's bliss on a stick.
Zack and Cody take the prince to a series of adventures around the city, introducing him to everything from pizza to video games. As a security guard comes to take him away, he forgets that he is a normal kid in this setting and banishes her.
You are the one who's being in trouble. I banish you.
And yet, I'm still here.
But when the prince needs to make an appearance, one of the twins realizes it has to be them to step in.
If you are a highness.
How dare you touch the head of... Who the balaka are you?
In the end, the prince decides to go back with a newfound understanding of the cultural differences between him and Zack and Cody start to understand their lives better as not being a prince. Meanwhile, convinced that they'll be visited by aliens, their all-nighter leads to some humorous moments as they misinterpret ordinary occurrences as extraterrestrial life.
They probably didn't come because they sense you're a non-believer. You're right. I'll send out an I believe in aliens vibe tonight.
Okay, so there we have it. All 26 episodes of the first season of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. I'm gonna try not to think about the second season, which has 39 episodes, and focus on this. One of the notable differences that I couldn't help but point out is Max and Tapeworm were a huge part of it. Allison Stoner was so good as Max, but I don't think she's in it as much after this season. You know, we really get a feel for the entire show. And there's about 3 or 4 key components I wanted to kind of go over. One is the hotel setting. Tipton Hotel, main location, provides a dynamic backdrop that allows for a lot of these storylines to take place.
Yes, Miss Martin's marvelous. Everything in the Tipton is marvelous.
Its luxury atmosphere contrasts hilariously with Zack and Cody's like mischievous antics, and I think we learned that like immediately off the bat. The Tipton becomes a character in itself with its eccentric guests, lavish settings, and even employees giving rise to many of the comedic situations. The setting allows for creative plot lines that mix typical childhood experiences with the chaos of hotel life, making the series both whimsical and fresh.
Whoa, what's that on your face?
It's a beauty mark.
Then we got the characters. Zack and Cody are the twin leads, Dylan and Cole Sprouse, and they exhibit the classic sibling dynamic.
Where's Muriel?
Oh, she's fine. We fed her, let her watch TV, and she went to sleep right on time.
Zack as the daring troublemaker, and Cody as the more cautious and brainy counterpart. It's a lot the difference between Drake and Josh and Zack and Cody's dynamic is kind of with the situations that surround them. I feel like Drake and Josh are more deeper characters in the sense that they have interests. They're like figured out who they are through like small lines or instances, even like comedic beats. But Zack and Cody seem to be revealed as characters through the situations they're put in.
What are you talking about? Oh my, those are lovely.
He should have sent you chocolates.
Why?
Because you're out!
And with the hotel being such a drastic experience than like a normal childhood life, we get to see Zack and Cody making these decisions and kind of reveal who they are as people. Unlike Drake and Josh, which is a typical dynamic of family in this one house. So it's a little bit more grounded. But the thing I like about Zack and Cody is it's truly an ensemble show as opposed to a duo show. Despite Drake and Josh and Sweet Life having that duo aesthetic, it seems like Drake and Josh is more of a duo comedy, buddy comedy show, and Zack and Cody is more of an ensemble show. As we see that Maddie, London, and Mr. Mosby are very central to the show's plots, and also bring a lot out in each other, as opposed to like the dad, mom, and Megan in Drake and Josh. Meeting Arwen, Esteban, even Muriel, we get like introduced to a lot of really fun characters that show us a lot about the world that they're trying to set up in this Disney show. And it is just, it's so unique and vibrant that you just want to see all the different parts of the hotel throughout the show. Mr. Mosby is Phil Lewis, so he is the tightly wound manager as a standout. Kind of reminds me of the rabbit from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Actually, the show little reminds me of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, if Blue and Mac were Zack and Cody. His attempts to maintain order in the hotel while constantly dealing with the twins' hijinks give the series like some of its funniest moments.
In fact, I've had all of my ties pressed, and I got a new suit, and my shoelace is missing a tip. It's missing a tip!
Not only that is like he is the perfect straight man character, especially for London's hijinks, Maddie's neuroticism, and then Zack and Cody's obvious just craziness. Exasperation and quick wit are balanced by his genuine care for the hotel staff and guests. Although we do find him being an antagonist in a lot of situations, but that makes it a lot more interesting anyway. And then we get Maddie and London. The dynamic between Maddie and London.
I dreamt Daddy lost all of his money, and I wound up living with him.
Good morning to you, too.
The dynamic between a smart, hard-working, candy-counter girl and London, a spoiled heiress, a lot of money, adds a really cool layer to the show. Especially them being like about an age group above what they are, it kind of allows us to see Zack and Cody as like the Gen Z and then the millennials. It's cool that we get to see different ages going through different things within this hotel. It's like kind of like a Cheers situation where we get a little bit of insight on all the characters' daily whereabouts.
And aren't you a little old to be a dancer?
That's not a contestant. That's the producer.
Kidding! Love the dress.
Through this one central location. But they're really good at also somehow balancing what the characters are developing as we go through, especially in these first 13 episodes. Some of the themes and lessons of this earlier aspect have to do with Zack and Cody's attempts to fit in and gain popularity, especially with their relationship to school. Cody's misguided decision to enter a beauty pageant in the fairest of them all addresses his seeking of approval from others, and then episodes like Grounded on the 23rd Floor explore the consequences of breaking the rules. And then The Prince and the Plunger and Footlooser focus on themes of honesty and teamwork. So it seems like the lessons are subtle enough where they don't feel forced, and they also play second fiddle to all the comedy and entertainment that goes on in them, which I think is what makes it such a good show.
I'm sorry, could you please take the next elevator?
The pacing and plot variety is well handled, and each episode is really good at having a self-contained story while also continuing to develop the characters. Having Maddie and Zack as the A plot for one, and Cody as like the C plot for another one. There's a lot of turn taking on which role these characters play, and it's keeping the show fresh every time. Especially with the Mad Hotel episode, with everybody wanting their own desires out of the situation.
Hot Pepper Soleo for funding my research, and my personal assistant, Dr. Inga. Dude,
It's the perfect beginning to a show. I think if they ended after these 13 episodes, it would have well established what the show was going for. You know, the series is really good at avoiding feeling repetitive, especially later on, given the context of these episodes, because so many of them revolve around Zack and Cody. You know, either Zack doing the wrong thing or Cody doing the right thing, but it ends up wrong. Like, these happen over and over again, yet somehow every episode does feel unique. And it's even more interesting in the very beginning how each of them add so many new elements, like hotel inspectors, beauty pageants, or even Battle of the Bands. While the series primarily focus on humor, there is a noticeable amount of character development even in the early episodes. Like, Zack and Cody start learning about consequences and personal responsibility in Grounded on the 23rd Floor and To Catch a Thief, where their actions actually directly affect the others around them, the people living around them in this hotel. And then Maddie and London, initially seen as, you know, simple foils to each other, actually develop a friendship despite their indifferences, and they actually deepen care for each other as the show progresses. And even early on, it's really cool to see how they start out, because they are so different right off the bat, and seeing them get closer is a very well-deserved treat if you stick it to the episodes.
Time for bed!
It's 7:30, and we haven't even had dinner yet. We want grilled cheese, please.
I can handle that. I do that in the kitchen, right?
I definitely think that there's area of improvement that we'll see over the show, but like, let's view the first half of the season in this largely successful franchise as its own. So I definitely think the supporting characters, like Esteban and Arwen, though hilarious, don't give us much development in the first half, especially since we don't necessarily need to develop this as an ensemble show right off the bat. Like, Zack and Cody already have enough layers to them that there's so much we can cover, although I am happy to see more of it. And even in future episodes, I think giving these side characters more personal storylines is going to overall make the show a lot more longer of a run. And same with the episode structure. Like, although the episodes are very engaging, they do follow some predictable patterns, like Zack and Cody having schemes that lead to chaos followed by a resolution. The formula works really well, and we're very distracted from it based on all the comedic relief and the character goals, but I do think that the structure could benefit from slightly more fresh storytelling dynamics. Like, for example, like exiting the hotel and having what the hotel teaches Zack and Cody affecting them in the real world, and not necessarily going on a boat for another series, wink wink. But yeah, overall, first half of The Suite Life of Zack and Cody is a solid and entertaining introduction to the series. You could tell why this became a staple for the early Disney Channel 2000s era, and it offers such a good mix of heart, humor, and mischief, with memorable characters and a unique setting that actually allows for so many varieties of comedic situations. Zack and Cody's antics with the struggles and of going against the eccentric hotel staff and even Mr. Mosby provides so many laughs, while also teaching viewers important lessons about friendship, responsibility, being true to oneself, and different adult relationship dynamics. The show establishes a strong foundation, making it clear that is truly going to be going on beyond this season and for many years to come. I had a lot of fun rewatching this, and though it's not as up there as Hannah Montana, which my video is on my YouTube right now, I do think it was such a good watch and definitely a pivotal moment for Disney Channel. But what do you guys think about Zack and Cody? Is it your favorites, anybody? I mean, if you sat through a 50-minute video, I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Unlike you, I'm not enjoying your pain.
In the meantime, like and subscribe to Johnny2000 for more 2000s media content, reviews, and physical media. Have a great day.
So what you're saying is you need someone to spy on all the guests.
Someone sly and crafty.
Someone who's willing to break all the rules to get what he wants.
You know, we don't come cheap.
The Suite Life of Zack and Cody Season 2 is not joking around. except for every other line in the TV show because it's a sitcom and that's kind of how it's written. My point is Disney went all out on this season. After 26 amazing season 1 episodes of these two twin blonde boys running around a hotel causing hijinks, they finally said it's time for a second season. Now, the first season was full of arguments between Zack and Cody, Maddie and London, Mr. Mosby. It's about growing up, and it's all around really good. But the second season, this is when things really took a turn. It wouldn't be the first season that you'd find Maddie and London in Catholic school, would it? Would you see Arwen with a full head of hair and a national bowling champion plaque trophy? And what if I tell you those boys are peeping on girls? All this and so many crazier stories go into this new season of Zack and Cody. Now, they've had controversial episodes in the past. That's So Raven is most notable for tackling harder subjects in a really meaningful way. And I definitely get that vibe from Zack and Cody as Disney starts making stuff more family-friendly and less edgy. But I definitely get that edgy vibe from Sweet Life. It kind of reminds me of Drake and Josh in the earlier seasons as I'm watching it. But there are some really crazy things that happen that can only be told through an episode-by-episode, in-depth synopsis. And that's what I do best and want to do with you guys once again. What's up, everybody? It's Johnny2000, and it's time to dive in to the Sweet Life once again. After the first season retrospective, I thought it was only necessary to jump into the second season. Unfortunately, nobody told me the second season was 39 episodes. After doing 26, I was exhausted. Fitting it into an hour was pretty tiring. And while I'm not super proud of that video because it was still like at my earlier YouTube days, I really want to take this one with care. So I'm going to break it down into three separate videos. With the first selection being the first 15 because it's when I started to notice a change with Dylan and Cole Sprouse. And I feel like the middle part is a different era. But this transitional period into Season 2 is full of fun road bombs, hilarious jokes, and so much more hijinks in the Tipton. So without further ado, we might as well just dive in. So The Sweet Life starts Season 2, Episode 1, Odd Couples, out on a really strong note. Like, no longer do the boys have short, blonde cut hair, they're slightly older. And we get a glimpse into their room for a really extended amount of time. I'm not actually used to seeing it this much. They're bickering in a way that kind of reminds me of 2.5 Men.
She'll be ticked, and I am not. Repeat not. Not.
If you see the way these guys argue, it just feels a lot like it. Cody wants to keep the room clean, and Zack just doesn't care. And when their friends come over to play their game, Cody is a lot more of a host than Zack is. They end up in constant disagreement, with their friends even getting in the middle of it.
I'm not gonna have you guys playing Total World Conquest if it leads to fighting. Okay, that sounded odd.
And in this one, Zac Efron actually plays a genius. This is a lot like the Drake and Josh episode Smart Girl, where Drake wants to appear smart to impress a girl. And in this episode, London is trying to appear smart to impress a guy. And it's Troy Bolton.
Saturday? Do you like modern art?
Oh, I liked anybody named Art, and I don't care how old they are.
And he's a genius, and Zac Efron's actually pretty good at playing a genius. I actually didn't watch High School Musical before I watched Sweet Life, and I thought he was actually like this. I don't know why. Which is funny, though, because London actually does what Justin does to her in the Sweet Life on Deck crossover. Yeah, do you guys remember that? In the Sweet Life crossover, Justin pretends to be smart to impress London Tipton. And it doesn't work. Maddie and London are essentially the Drake and Josh episode. This plotline is just completely that. The argument escalates so much that Cody threatens to move out, but not out of the apartment into the closet, just not in Zach's room, which is a really funny concept.
The coat closet!
I miss him already.
Maddie helps London try to impress this guy by giving her a chip so she could speak into her ear, and this is exactly like the Drake and Josh episode.
So what's your favorite class?
Upper.
That's a great one, if you can get into it.
London thinks it's an actual chip and throws it in her mouth, which is really funny. Meanwhile, Cody is having the time of his life, apparently, in this 6x6 closet, which is hard for me to believe. When Zach's trying to play with his friends, they're almost uninterested in hanging out because of how much fun supposedly is going on in Cody's closet. Which how? One by one, they ditch Zach to go hang out at Cody's, which is fair because Zach, you do not keep the room clean. Sorry. London's attempts to impress Zac Efron fail as he keeps talking about anti-environmental stuff and Maddie becomes angry. Like, obviously, they get into a big fight and end up kissing, which I don't know why London wouldn't be super angry at this. Like, this is your date and it's kissing Maddie and you're just casual about it?
Wow, didn't see that coming. Boy, I wonder what they'd do if they liked each other.
Meanwhile, Zac tries to confront Cody, but he sees how cool his room is. And also at the same time, they have like the maid service and the cleaning lady all come in as if it's like his own room. And this bit is super funny, where constant people are coming in. I don't know, this joke is just really classic. I haven't really seen it done in other shows, like making such a small place fit so many people, but it's genius. Eventually, Zac gets kicked out and has to do a gesture to Cody to get him back. He cleans up the entire room, and Cody is moved, and therefore he moves back. The end. In the next episode, we have French 101. So Cody and Zac are coming in from playing football when they see a French girl. Zac tries to hit on her, and it doesn't really work out. And Mr. Mosby is like, guys, knock it off. Because his father actually really already hates America, and he needs to impress him by allowing him to stay at the Tipton, which is pretty much the concept for most of these episodes. But Zac ignores it, because he obviously likes a girl, and he's not afraid to break the rules. In the B-plot, Esteban catches London about to be robbed by a purse snatcher.
Oh, no one assaults a woman while Esteban who the record on
Okay, we don't have time for your whole name!
Smart calling it a purse snatcher instead of like a robber or like a thief. I don't know why they had to call it that. Esteban embarrasses himself trying to save the day, and London ends up beating up this guy. It's one of those plots where one character doesn't look cool, so obviously he wants to prove himself, and this has been done before. Meanwhile, Cody is kind of sad because he might have liked that French girl, but obviously he gives every girl to Zac. And Carrie even encourages him to try to get the girl despite Zac having dibs. Meanwhile, Zac is trying to clean up and impress this girl, which he's so funny with a hair wash on.
I'm gonna get somebody to translate. That's a great idea. Mind if I borrow it? Didn't think so.
Meanwhile, Arwen runs to tell all the staff about what he heard about Esteban.
Where? Oh, everybody!
But they're already convened. Esteban is so embarrassed. Arwen tries to make him feel better by saying she was a big, scary girl, but I don't know, it doesn't work. Meanwhile, Cody tries to work the moves on the French girl by asking Mosby to translate for him. Smart. They interrupt the dinner, and Zac ends up coming too, to try to steal her from under Cody.
Mosby, tell her Cody still has guardrails on his bed.
Sorry, I'm working for your brother.
But it's crazy because she actually might like Cody more. She even ends up going on a date. And it's funny how Mosby is so tied into this because the dad needs to be impressed to a point where Mosby is willing to follow Cody on this date and translate for him so she has a good time.
For me? You shouldn't have.
Different Jolie. Somebody has to show some class on this date.
Cody heads out with Mosby and the flowers, which is inappropriate, but it's funny. Meanwhile, Zac is having a hissy fit because obviously he wanted the girl, but is not willing to do as much work. Later, Maddie, London, and Arwen team up to help Esteban by impersonating a purse snatcher so he could save the day. When Maddie finds herself in the situation that they planned, but then Arwen comes, so it turns out to not actually even be Arwen. It's a real purse snatcher.
You were supposed to be that purse snatcher out there!
Was that tonight?
Yes!
This is terrible. What a tragic mistake. Are you gonna want your money back?
But it's good though because Esteban finally takes him down and gains his confidence back. And it's fairly earned, so that's kind of cool. Meanwhile, Cody's at the dance with the French girl and just has to go on his date with Mosby there at the same time. Things all go well until Zac shows up insistent on trying to win back the girl because apparently all's fair in love and war, which I don't know if I agree with. Bob joins Cody and keeps joking that it's a date with him, which is kind of funny.
Okay, but next time you're taking me to a movie. It's not a date!
And Zac does not know French still, so he cannot compete with Cody. After a while, Cody realizes that Bob's just trying to distract him, so he confronts Zac, and the two fight, obviously. Meanwhile, Mosby kind of gets the dance floor for a moment, and that's funny. Cody ends up even offending the French girl, and ruins it because of Zac. Aww. Later, Zac feels terrible, and tries to make it up to Cody by asking the girl to give him another chance. But then she ends up kissing him. Oh man. And obviously Cody is mortified, but once everything's cleared up, Bob ends up walking away with her, and the motto, all's fair in love and war, really comes through. We get a little dance sequence with all the main characters at the end, and it's cute. This episode's really good at leading into what Sweet Life of Zack and Cody does best, and I love the twists that go with the purse snatcher. I don't know why, it's just really funny. The next episode we have season 2, episode 3, Daycare. So Zack and Cody have to take care of kids in place of Maddie. They kind of get a taste of their own medicine and what it's like to raise a bunch of crazy kids, because they're crazy kids at the Tipton. Zack does this all to impress Maddie, but it's not really talked about that much. Oh, we see a little Rico in this episode. Isn't that cool? He's like one of the little deviants.
They're blonde and they're hard to see. Yeah, all 2 of them.
And even the little blonde girl is scary too. Meanwhile, London is actually teaching Mosby and Carrie how to de-stress, which is kind of relevant because that is something she's good at, not feeling stressed. She even has this technique that kind of makes everybody pass out, but they love it because they're adults and stressed all the time. London takes them to a yoga class and ends up contradicting everything the teacher says, which is so rude.
Well, I have been teaching yoga for 20 years.
Badly.
And I was worried this wasn't going to be relaxing.
Esteban sings this like really offensive song about chickens getting their heads chopped off, and it's really funny. When Maddie returns, she finds out that all the kids have ran away. Oh my gosh. The kids go haywire all around the hotel, and Zack and Cody essentially have to stop them. They're like going crazy and like drawing on the walls and like being chaotic in a way that Zack and Cody actually weren't. They even take around a giant net to try to catch them. Cody ends up getting tied up in this endeavor, and watching all these kids go nuts is so funny. Maddie has to get involved, and her, Esteban, Zack, and Cody all have to wrangle the kids. It's cool that Zack and Cody aren't so young in this that they can't interact with the older kids. Like, I feel like a lot of the first season was them all on their own separate plots, but this time it feels like everybody's weaved in a lot better. The kids end up barging into the yoga class that London has been teaching, and Mosby's able to solve the problem, kind of reducing his stress. And that's how it ends. Okay, next we have Hex Kitchen, which is an obvious parody of Hell's Kitchen with Gordon Ramsay. It's that show where he goes to different restaurants. Oh wait, no, that's Kitchen Nightmares. Whatever, it's about a Gordon Ramsay. So the chef is back from season 1, and him and Cody are close. He's really nice to Cody, kind of mentoring him on the chicken Paolo. Zack wants Cody to come see a girl he sees, but Cody is much more into cooking, which I wish he would do this a little bit more. Like, he never really has a passion outside of being smart, and I wish the passion was cooking. Like, he seems like in his element here. Meanwhile, Iana has a skin rash, and that's London's dog, and she wears a collar too to make her feel better, which is actually kind of sweet of her.
She accidentally ate some dog food.
Oh, poor dog.
Mosby tells Zack and Cody that they need to stay out of the kitchen because there is a food critic coming. He realizes, though, that the boys might actually be able to help him find out who the food critic is going to be. So they actually team up to work with them. He gives the boys all the knowledge he has, and they go to investigate.
An old Asian man, a cowboy, a woman.
And a giraffe? Wow, he's good.
So sorry. That's from my trip to the zoo.
Meanwhile, Maddie accidentally eats Iana's skin cream? Oh my gosh, ew. One by one, as Zack and Cody try to find out who who the critic is, they offend like everybody at the hotel. And they even refer to this guy as like an old Chinese man, which is weird because the subtitles say he's speaking Japanese, and those are different cultures. They purposely try to take off his beard because they think it's fake.
I can't! We need to cut it off!
No cut, no cut!
Hurry! I can't! Mom said not to run with scissors!
And it's like, obviously he could be a critic and still have a real beard. I don't know why that's an issue. But they cause a huge scene in the lobby. Zack and Cody realize that it has to be this cowboy. He gives all the right signs of being the food critic, and they essentially tell Mosby, who they all prepare to get ready the dish for. Although things go completely crazy in the kitchen, and London actually offends the chef.
Apologize to Chef Paolo immediately.
Chef Paolo, I'm sorry you can't cook.
I'm quit again!
And he quits, which is fair, and takes the staff with him, which definitely makes it harder for everyone. Cody knows how to cook because of that little Chef Paolo moment earlier, so he kind of saves the day. The cast join him in the kitchen, which is kind of funny. I like that they found a way to make that happen. And now it's like all hands on deck. And I'm not making a pun on Sweet Life on deck, that's not a good show.
This is my cracked staff?
So the critic actually tries to order the seafood medley instead of the chicken palo, which is the only thing Cody knows how to cook. So they spend time trying to convince him, and it's funny, they don't get to. They end up causing more issues than good, knocking out all the waiters, and the entire rest of the episode is in the kitchen, which is kind of cool. Like, instead of an A and B plot, they kind of interweave them to be together. I can't believe how long this episode is. London and Maddie make horrible salads. I'm like, do you guys know how to make salads?
Speaking of which, where's Zack with the squid? Ah! Get it off, get it off, get it off, get it off!
Eventually, everybody turns against Cody for being bossy, which is kind of crazy because he's the only one not ruining everything so far until the food actually catches fire. Apparently, Cody wants to be like Chef Paolo, and Carrie is basically like, just because you're good at something doesn't mean you can't mistreat people. And that's a fair message, but most of the episode hasn't really been about that, so I don't know why we're going to that. They end up coming through on the food, making the perfect stuff. It ends up not being the real critic.
Aren't you the critic?
Actually, I'm the critic, and I'm going to give this place such a bad review people are going to pay not to eat here.
The actual critic gives them another chance, and just in time, they have Chef Paolo come back, and it's a happy ending. I did not want to see them try to make another meal. But yeah, it's fun to get a new insight into this one particular part of the hotel. Like last time we got the daycare, today we have the kitchen. It just seems like this is like a world of episodes we have.
I'm acquitted again! Oh, no, mommy! We need you!
Okay, next we have Free Tippy. So Zack and Cody want a pet, so Carrie gives them rocks. Okay, fair. Cody's actually satisfied, which is funny, but Zack isn't.
I'm gonna name mine Tim!
They greet Tippy and the man who carries a carriage around the hotel, telling them that he's about to retire, and that they sold Tippy. But Zack and Cody are really upset, and they're convinced that Tippy is not ready to retire. There's a transition in this that I've never seen. It's like one of the bellhops moving the luggage, which is insane. How have I not seen this? Meanwhile, Maddie and London have an argument because London wants to borrow Maddie's grandma's brooch, but she obviously does not want that to happen. Inevitably, London actually loses this brooch and shows the difference between how her and Maddie view money. Like, London sees it as not a big deal, and it's really, that's kind of messed up. Meanwhile, Mosby tries to impress another person that has to be fitting into the Tipton. Mrs. D, I think her name is. But Zack and Cody say Mosby's heartless because they're trying to forcibly retire Tippy.
What wild imaginations they have.
So it would seem.
Zack and Cody sneak Tippy in past the guard and go to Arwen. And this kind of relationship, like Zack Cody and Arwen with the janitor, reminds me of Ned Mose and the janitor in Ned's Declassified. Like, it's a very similar relationship. Turns out that Arwen is actually allergic to Tippy, but he agrees on taking care of him. Why did you do this?
You're the best, Arwen.
Hey, how many Arwens do you know? Oh, I get it. Go.
And then there's another transition. What the heck is this front desk thing? I like these. How come they don't, like, happen again? So the man buying Tippy approaches Mosby saying he can't find the horse, and Mosby is like, oh, obviously I know who this is.
All right, don't panic. Tippy can't have gotten far.
He knows how to operate the service elevator.
Okay. Panic!
He catches them immediately. But the horse isn't there. Apparently, Zack and Cody lost the horse too. Oh no. Tippy goes to the kitchen, and the music's kind of funny here. He shows up, and Mr. Mosby and Miss D are there too, and they keep referring to Zack and Cody as orphans to try to get away with this.
I'm sorry. We were hungry. After all, we're street kids. Street kids who never learned how to use forks and knives.
And he keeps getting away. Meanwhile, Carrie gives London advice about why she should actually put in an effort to find Maddie's grandmother's brooch again. She decides to go to the dumpster to find it, which is something she would never do. London finds Arwen and a homeless person in the trash.
It's very valuable.
I lost a brooch in here too.
You wear a brooch?
When I go out.
And they essentially race to find the brooch. Tippy ends up hiding in Zack and Cody's room.
No, Tippy, we're not playing horse again. No. Tim always obeys me. He's a rock!
And they finally get away with it until the horse wakes up Carrie. When London admits to Maddie that she couldn't find the brooch, Maddie appreciates the effort, and the moment kind of is solved. London finds out about the Tippy situation, and the Miss Delacour lady actually ends up telling Mr. Tipton to not retire Tippy. So she saves the day, essentially. And this episode ends on the funniest joke, with the orphan recurring joke coming back one last time, and it's actually a really good ending.
The orphans were right.
Are you talking about my sons?
Mom? At long last! We found you!
The next episode is called Forever Plaid, which is kind of interesting because it's more about London and Maddie in this episode. Especially since Zack and Cody's plotline is kind of shorter.
I thought it was a long weekend.
It's Wednesday.
Oh, so it's almost the weekend again. Well, no point in going now.
So London must attend public school because apparently she's been completely missing her own school. She gets enrolled in Maddie's school, this Catholic school with a bunch of nuns, and you can already tell this is going to be interesting. Zack and Cody hang out in this abandoned room 413 and play football and kind of cause ruckus until Mosby interrupts and actually catches them. Apparently they left a little hole in the wall. Oh my god, Zack and Cody, you guys are gonna get fined. Mosby shows Carrie and she assigns him to work with Arwen and fix the hole.
Oh, don't you look adorable?
Thank you.
Meanwhile, London goes to Maddie's school and is offended at everything. I guess she just doesn't really know what this is, and asks a nun for a table, which is actually super funny.
Table for two. Something with a view, please.
Certainly. Why don't you sit at table 1? It has a lovely view of table 2.
Vanessa Hudgens is in this, and the other girls from High School Musical. I don't understand why this is happening. London says she's happy because she refers to it as prison, and now she's making friends in prison. Can you imagine London being the main character of Orange is the New Black? That would be awesome. Arwen says to make the hole bigger to fix it, but it ends up causing Zack to make it worse.
Not that big. We're gonna need more plaster. Luckily, Mother got me some for Christmas.
How did you not see that coming? The boys argue and realize they can actually see into the next room to hear girls talking. Oh no. So it's a Peeping Tom episode. Only Zack and Cody can really take these complex themes. So they start to actually eavesdrop constantly, and even start introducing their friends to it, like Bob, who actually pays, which is crazy.
We are unraveling the mystery that is woman.
So you're peeping.
For science. I love science. It's my favorite subject.
Meanwhile, London and Maddie are in detention, and the nun actually keeps referencing God, which is so funny, how they keep hiding it.
I'll be back in an hour. No one moves.
Sis, what if I have to go to the bathroom?
Hold it! And remember, he is watching.
And every time Maddie tries to help London fit in, she, gets the rough end of the stick and punished for everything, essentially. As they try to sneak out, the nun catches him, but they lie and get into nun outfits. So they think that Maddie is foreign and London has to translate for her. Oh my god, this is, ridiculous.
Casablancan, Super Megan, Duke Siegelhooper. She says hi.
Meanwhile, Zack and Cody's friends all pay them to let more people in on the secret people. And this one is just, oh my gosh. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, London and Maddie have to keep up their charade, even answering questions for the entire school.
Ubin Schnick Verblungi, Boston.
Oh, ich nice in.
Yumi Yumi. Lots of cute boys.
Vanessa Hudgens actually kind of gets into it. Finally, the real nun comes in, and they're in trouble, with London throwing Maddie under the bus. Perfect ending.
You know what really makes me melt? A good poke in the eye.
Oh, not my good eye.
That'll teach you.
Later, Arwen catches the kids using the hole as a peephole, and Mosby and Carrie come in because they've gotten complaints that they've been looking through it too.
I wasn't peeping. No peeping here.
No pish posh, you people were peeping.
This was a really simple episode with Zack and Cody's side. In the end, London comes clean and takes responsibility for Maddie, but it just makes her look better and...
Don't blame her. Blame me.
Madeline, you could learn something from London.
Huh?
Maddie is completely rejected in this school. The end. The end. So season 2, episode 7 is Election. And this is one of the more fun episodes of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. It's funny that this is coming up because I just recently watched the Election episode of Jimmy Neutron. And the trope of all the main characters kind of running for school president, trying to make changes, having their whole campaign is always a really funny premise. And Sweet Life of Zack and Cody did it even better than that.
This will soon be the presidential suite.
Is Mosby kicking us out?
No, I'm going to run for school president.
That's wonderful news.
Meh.
So it starts out at the school. Zack, Cody, and their friends are eating lunch. And finally, Allison Stoner's back. She was in a couple episodes in the first season, and then just randomly in episode 7. So the elections are in 3 weeks, and Cody is like, I'm definitely going for president, and nobody else really wants to. Zack kind of entertains the idea, like, what if I ran for president? And it becomes kind of like a challenging situation where the brothers are about to take a fight into the political system of their school.
You can't be the president of the school. You don't even know where it is. Do so. It's the last stop on the bus.
Cody is like, there's no way it's gonna work. You can't run against me, and that's the beginning of it all. Next thing we know, Maddie and London are getting involved when Zack and Cody tell them, with London defending Zack for his outlandish requests, and Maddie is helping Cody because he's trying to be responsible and she respects that.
She thinks debate is what you use to catch the fish.
So this is when it gets really cool. Basically, they team up to help Zack and Cody run against each other. One by one, Zack and Cody are trying to swing votes, and Allison Stoner is voting for Zack because apparently he's going to promote her if he wins, which is exactly the political system. Somehow Zack gets signs up in the school, and it's like, how do you do that? Meanwhile, Arwen is inventing luggage carts that can drive themselves, but it goes haywire pretty quickly and even injures Mr. Mosby. So it's not just the kids who bother him, it's all the staff too. So Zack and Cody get into an argument at home about school.
You no good cheater, loser, wimp, crybaby, doof.
And I thought this election would come between you.
London and Zack kind of have a game plan.
Are you sure we're not going too far?
No. Too far would be dumping Cody on a cargo ship to South America, where he'll spend the rest of his miserable life working in the copper mines.
You've done this before?
When it's time for speeches, London and Maddie are still arguing at this middle school. I don't know why they came all the way from their high school. It's time for, like, the first debate. Bob is also running, which is kind of random, and he has a sister, which is super funny. Zack's whole plan is to use an embarrassing picture of Cody, which goes pretty far with the kids. Arwen comes, which is super funny, and helps Cody with an invention, a jetpack that would surely win over the kids. And it does. Everybody's super excited until Cody goes haywire. Oh wait, and that still doesn't ruin the chances. It's when he suggests that the school is going to have more academics that people are like, oh no, I am not voting for him. Zack sees the whole school laugh at his brother and he feels bad, gets up on the mic and yells at them. He's like, Cody's got some good ideas.
Cody actually has some great ideas. I got nothing. What about ice cream and skate parks? Yeah! Like that'll happen. What, do you still believe in the tooth fairy?
And it's really sweet to see Zack stand up for his brother like this, because Cody does deserve it. And this is just a really sweet episode.
Voting for Cody!
You don't go to school here.
Oh, well, if I went to school here, I'd vote for Cody.
Next, we have Season 2, Episode 8, Mosby's Big Brother. So Zack and Cody really want a new bike, but they cannot afford one. And their mom will not pay for one.
Of course you do. I just bought you new ones.
8 years ago.
What? Yeah, it's not possible.
In the end, they team up to get a single bike.
You can if we can find our money. Let's go buy a bike.
Meanwhile, Mosby is super on edge because apparently his brother is coming to visit and he's a lot more successful and everything, and yeah, this has been done before.
Oh, he casts a giant shadow.
Hey, little bro.
I can't wait to see a shadow.
We meet him and everybody loves him immediately, and he's an older brother but he's short, and that's the joke, which is haha, funny, funny. Meanwhile, Cody tries to come up with a system for him and Zack to share the bike, but Zack does not abide by any of the rules.
But there's this emergency at the park. What? I met this girl, Selena.
Not coming home on time, and Cody doesn't even get a chance with the bike. Meanwhile, London is really into horoscopes.
Stay away from family and fried cheese.
Horoscopes are stupid.
Although that fried cheese thing makes sense.
Maddie and Esteban make fun of her for this, and Maddie goes so far as to actually rig her horoscopes and rewrite them so that way she does stuff that benefits them.
Guess what London's horoscope told her what to wear today?
Can I still guess even though I'm looking at her?
Like at first, she's gonna go to a concert, but Maddie has her say it's a bad day to go out in a concert. Zack comes back with the bike fully broken, and Cody is angry. He gives Zack the silent treatment, and it's like really clearly not working.
Hey, we did a good job.
Then Mosby actually hires his brother to work at the Tipton because apparently he's going through a rough time. So even though Mosby doesn't want to help, he does it anyway.
What? 1 minute.
Excuse me, Spencer, but these people need your attention.
Now, Marion, I'm on a business call.
Running the concierge desk is your business.
Cody tries to get advice from Carrie at the same time Mosby's trying to get advice from Carrie, all about their older brothers.
Doesn't listen.
He has no consideration for me.
And he stinks, personality-wise and frankly, his body odor.
Let me tell you,
Zack.
And Carrie's just essentially like, you have to care for them, you're going to set the example.
Spencer may be short, but he pounces like a cat. Plus, he bites.
Mosby confronts his brother and finally has a moment where they say they love each other, and it's very sweet until the brother actually gets all of his millions back and doesn't have to work there anymore.
Don't go there. Oh, yeah. Don't go there.
Because you were lactose intolerant.
Ooh!
You went there.
Leading to them back to a fight and square one. Cody realizes he doesn't want to end up like Mosby and his brother, so he decides to confront him about his resentment. And it's really a cool commentary of like, if you don't talk about your feelings, you're going to end up not liking somebody else. And the fact that Cody doesn't him and Zack to end up that way is really sweet.
It's been 13 years in the making, and I don't want us to end up like Mr. Mosby and his brother.
But Zack is really hard to pin down on this. He's just such a jerk and does not see where Cody's coming from, pushing him to fight even more. When Zack sees how much Mosby and his brother are fighting, which is so funny in the background.
And then wind up hating you. You'd hate me? Eventually.
He realizes that Cody might end up not liking him because of him, and it's not worth losing his brother. Meanwhile, London finally gets revenge on Maddie and Esteban for the horoscope thing by dressing up as a firefighter and spraying foam on them. What the heck? How is this a solution?
How did you catch on?
Oh, it was easy. I used logic, cunning, and I overheard you and Esteban laughing about it.
This episode is just really good. It's like focusing on the sibling dynamics, which is exactly what the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody should be doing. You know, like, it's named after the brothers. Like, of course this is going to be the plot. It's not super involved in the Tipton unless it's Mosby. And I kind of wish it was focused more on the bikes. But I don't know, Mosby is just such a funny character. I could see him do it all day. In the next episode, we have 9 books and birdhouses. So Cody is told to take a class that actually would challenge him, something that he's not already good at.
What makes you think woodshop is easy? Hello? You're taking it.
He's a little offended at this and is like, why would I do anything that's not gonna get me into Harvard? Like woodshop, which is what Zack's doing. He kind of trashes it, which is, come on, Cody, don't be pretentious. Meanwhile, London doesn't do her homework, and Maddie kind of gives her an idea for what she could do, making a short story about Ivana being at the Tipton.
I am a dog who lives in a hotel.
Yes. That's it. That's all you wrote?
Hello? Short story?
It could make a great children's story. My name is Ivana. I live at the Tipton. It's a very special hotel.
London actually writes down everything she says, and Maddie is excited that somebody likes her idea. She essentially writes the whole thing for her. Meanwhile, Cody's in woodshop, and he does not fit in at all. He butts heads with the teacher, and Zack even looks like a better student than him, which is nuts.
All right, people, back to your projects, and remember, never chisel toward yourself.
And I like seeing Zack have a hobby. It's kind of like Cody and cooking. Like, why did the Sweet Life on Deck never tap into these passions of theirs? Like, it's almost like they regressed over time. Like, I want to see them do things that they're really good at. Like, seeing Zack good at this is really refreshing.
You think wood grows on trees?
Zack even gives Cody a demerit. Oh my god, this is gonna fuel a fire. In the meantime, Maddie actually does a really bad job on her report, as opposed to London, who gets her first A.
I got an A. Give me an A. What does that spell? It spells A. Hey, hey, hey.
Maddie gets really annoyed when she finds out it's because London just copied down exactly what she said. Since London has barely worked hard, Maddie is super triggered when Mosby tells her that her dad is so proud that they're going to have a book made off her short story.
My sister is in desktop publishing. She absolutely adores your little dog story. She wants to publish it as a children's book. What?
Oh my gosh. Maddie is so annoyed at this point. Meanwhile, Cody has nightmares that failing woodshop is going to ruin his entire career, and that is kind of how college paints their admissions to be. Like, you really do have to be perfect, so I wouldn't blame Cody for this kind of pressure.
It says here you received a B in middle school woodshop.
I can't explain that.
Oh, did a meteorite hit your school?
Maddie's trying to call out London for her copying, but the nun does not believe her. She just thinks she's jealous. Oh, poor Maddie. London finally does a book signing for her book and tries to read it to kids, but Maddie goes all the way too far, exposing her in front of everyone for not writing the book.
Liar, liar, pants on fire!
Excuse me, I'm looking for the author of Ivana Lives in a Hotel.
That's me!
Turns out that Maddie actually recited another book, and this idea wasn't original, so therefore both of them were wrong. And London gets the bare brunt of it, which is like fair because she did take the idea, and that's kind of resolved.
I'm sorry, sister.
It's not entirely your fault, my dear. Madeline shouldn't have tempted you.
Zack is working on a super impressive clock, and Cody can barely make a birdhouse. Zack inevitably feels so bad that Cody is going to fail this and sees how important it is that he allows him to take credit for his project, which is kind of like the London and Maddie thing. I like that's parallel. Of course, Cody can't handle it, so he decides to come out with the truth.
I can't take this. Ugh, I didn't make this clock. Zack made it. And I made that.
And the brothers make up, and this is a really sweet episode, and it's so funny seeing London get all the credit for something Maddie did. Like, that's the perfect example of their relationship. And then, of course, with Zack taking the brunt for Cody, it's just nice to see Zack do something that's really mature. He's definitely doing a good job this season so far. Okay, so London and Maddie have their Sweet 16s near each other, like literally right next to each other.
I'll go to yours if you come to mine. Party! Party! Mine's next Saturday. When's yours? Next Saturday.
Zack wants to get Maddie the perfect gift, but Cody already did, because apparently she said directly what she wanted and Zack just didn't listen, which, come on, Zack, that's kind of your fault.
Well, how did you know she wanted all that? Because last week she said to us, for my birthday, I'd really like a china cup with my name painted on it, my favorite tea imported from India, and a box of cinnamon sticks. Well, what was I doing when she said that? Staring at her?
London pretty much goes extravagant for her birthday and gets an extremely expensive invitation card. Like, she's gonna have a Ferris wheel. It's like, Maddie's is like nothing compared to hers. Once they say the gift baskets will have flat screen TVs, which, oh my god, are you kidding me? Cody ends up going too, with everybody pretty much going to London's party instead of Maddie's birthday. It's kind of sad. Cody takes Zack to look at jewelry because he wants to get Maddie something really special, but it still doesn't match up with as special as Cody's gift.
Well, what's the cheapest thing here? Apparently, you.
Learned that Maddie has a brother. He's like a little twerp who runs around, he needs braces, and apparently her parents downgrade her party to some place called like the Goose Lodge, which makes it even worse.
Nice to meet you, Liam.
Yeah, whatever. Look, I got some bad news for you. I need braces.
Cody causes a scene and crashes into the mannequins, getting the boys kicked out of the jewelry store.
We just have to act like we know what we're doing, like mature adults. Suave, sophisticated. I'm not a naked lady!
Meanwhile, Maddie's school friends choose to go to London's over Maddie's, which is so not cool. Maddie, like, has to be like, we are not friends anymore. Next thing you know, Mr. Tipton shows up for the first time, and it's really funny because you can't see him. He's just completely covered by bodyguards.
Relax, Mosby. It's me.
Daddy!
And nobody shows up at Maddie's. We see her grandmother and her grandmother's friends, but it's essentially like an old folks retirement home. But Zack shows up, and that turns out to be like a really sweet thing.
Who died?
Meanwhile, London is actually having trouble appeasing her mom and dad at her own birthday party. Like, she can't get them to see each other, and Mr. Mosby and Carrie can't really help much, letting her realize that maybe she made a mistake and Maddie's party is probably so much better.
I bet she expected her best friends to be there.
She ends up getting kicked out of her own party and not able to get back in, which I wish she chose to go to Maddie's party because this is kind of, like, not a choice.
In that case, why don't you go away with all the other London Tiptons trying to sneak in?
Yay!
But she shows up to Maddie's party, and then it means a lot to her, and they finally can make up, which is good, because I don't like them fighting like this. Next thing you know, Zack admits that he didn't actually get a present, but Maddie says it's okay and the gift was just showing up in general. Aww. So this episode was really fun. Like, I love the hijinks going on between Maddie and London, and how London uses money to get so much more, and Maddie loses money and gets so much less. But at least in this moment, Maddie comes out on top, having the better birthday party, having something more genuine, and London just realizes that she's not getting the affection and care she needs, which is honestly pretty sad. Overall, really good episode.
The Tipton welcomes twins? Well. Nice to see we're finally being appreciated around here.
Okay, now we got twins at the Tipton. There's a twin convention, and Zack and Cody thinks it's for them at first, which is accurate. Like, why wouldn't it be? Mr. Mosby tells them to be scarce because he doesn't want to scare them away. The twins in the hotel are super funny, and I wish this concept happened in Sweet Life on Deck because this is really clever, especially for a show that circles around twins anyway.
I landed on my A.
Zack and Cody actually develop a crush on these two twins. I always wondered if that was like a thing that happened in real life. Like, what are the odds that you and your brother would fall in love with two of the exact same person? I don't know. I just always thought that was interesting. Zack finds out from Bob that Irma ditches the date, so he delivers the news.
Welcome to the club. What club? The guys who aren't dating Irma club.
That's your idea of gentle?
Bob uses the actors' names, which is so funny.
Irma told Kim, who told Phil, who told Ashley, who told Brenda, who told Dylan, who told Cole, who told me. It's over.
But why?
It turns out that she's back with her ex. Aww. Meanwhile, London has a crush on one of the twins, and I like how the B-plot also has to do with twins, like Maddie and London. London didn't know Zack and Cody were twins, which is astonishing to me. I can't believe they made her that dumb. They all act like Zack and Cody. Like, there's one that's really smart and one that's really dumb. Maddie ends up agreeing to go on a date with the other one, thinking that they're both handsome.
But if you two want to go out, I could ask my twin brother.
That could work.
Oh, you guys will love Dirk. He's smart.
Oh, I'll take him.
I'll get him.
Turns out they're twins that don't look alike. Meanwhile, Zack runs into one of the pretty twins and asks her on a date. She wants to go out with him, but only if he has a date for her too. So Zack needs to get Cody to go on the date in order to have it happen.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's a party animal, non-stop fun.
But Cody is way too depressed over Irma. I don't remember a lot about Irma. She definitely wasn't mentioned thus far, so this is kind of crazy to me. He basically is like, I'm not going to start dating again. Then London and Maddie are fighting over the guy because the other twin is apparently really nerdy and annoying. Of course, Maddie gets a less attractive one. And it's Eric from Drake and Josh. What the heck?
He's not that bad. His shirt was sticking out of his fly. Maybe that's the style now. Yeah. And Goofusville.
And this one is really annoying, saying, "Did you know?" to everything. Which is a really good concept. This guy is such a good actor. He is top talent.
Did you know that it takes 3 hours for meat to move through your intestines so the bile can churn up the gastric acid?
Meanwhile, Zack keeps trying to convince Cody to go with him on the date. He eventually agrees, but is still breaking down emotionally. Cody tries to act normal, but he cannot stop crying about the breakup while he's on the date with the girls. Zack keeps trying to turn it around, but to no avail.
I'm fine. Never been better.
Cheese stick.
You know, Cody, it's not good to keep things bottled up. Not good at all. Bad, really. Really bad.
Oh, not really.
And this would be me on a date. I definitely feel that. But, you know, Zack and Cody are Leos and I'm a Leo, so I guess that would make sense. It makes the girls actually like him more, which is not surprising. Like, you like a sensitive guy. So Maddie and London are on a date, and Maddie keeps coming across as the shallow one, which makes her really self-conscious, so she tries so hard to give him a chance. Dirk tries to apologize to Maddie, and she actually gives him a chance, but it turns out he is a genuine jerk.
There's this girl I met tonight that I'd really like a second chance with. Think she might be interested?
She might be.
Great, because I'm nuts about London. Can you distract Kirk so I can ask her out?
Like, he's not just a nerd, he is a bad person. The moral, just because you're smart doesn't mean you're nice, which is a funny lesson to teach here. Zack actually tries to compete with Cody during the date, which is so funny because he's not actually that sensitive.
I cry at puppies and rainbows. Oh, and I watch the women's channel all the time. When Rachel broke up with Guillermo for the one-legged tennis player, I blubbered like a baby.
And they all end up leaving with Cody, so Cody ends up winning this one. Carrie tells Zack it's his fault for pushing Cody to go, and this is his karma.
Ow, 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 no, soda!
Overall, really fun episode, and the inclusion of twins being such a central part of it is even better. So this next episode is called Neither a Borrower Nor a Speller Bee, and we'll get into the meaning of that in a second. Cody's getting ready for the spelling bee, and Carrie thinks that he's definitely going to win it. Apparently, she failed when she was younger, which means she has more stakes in this.
Would have won that thing, too, if it hadn't been for politics.
There's always politics in kids' competition.
No, it was the word politics. I spelled it P-O-L-I-T-I-C-K-S.
Meanwhile, Zack needs money for the game room. Carrie tells him either borrower or lender B, which is the name based in Shakespeare.
Neither a borrower nor a lender be. William Shakespeare.
I just need a couple of bucks. Zach Martin.
Meanwhile, London and Maddie are volunteering to fix apartments for school.
A bus? Like, public people use?
London already thinks she's too good for it by the time they enter. And the High School Musical girls are back again. They're really consistent in this.
She's working.
I know! We can't believe it either!
Maddie, gabbing on your phone while everyone else is working. You should be working as hard as London.
I love that the nuns just keep on hating on Maddie. Like, they are so unapologetic about it. At the game room, Zack actually tries to ask kids for money, which is nuts. I can't believe he would just go around and do this. Then he meets this guy that's like, I'll exchange it for 20% interest, which is kind of genius. This guy must be a business guy. He ends up owing him 20 bucks. I like how it appears like Zack has a gambling addiction.
Owe me 30 bucks.
How'd that happen?
You stink at this game. I expect my money by this afternoon.
London's upset that she's not in the paper like another rich person who is also doing charity. She's like, I'm doing charity, which is ridiculous because she's not. And she ends up knocking over the paint. And Maddie gets in trouble for it. Oh my god, this keeps happening.
Madeline, this is not playtime. Get down immediately.
And then conveniently, the spelling bee is at the Tipton. Sometimes Mosby hates the kids, sometimes he doesn't, I guess, because he's super excited for Cody.
I'm not supposed to show favoritism, but you demand, Cody.
Zack tries to hide at the spelling bee, and the bully ends up showing up there and demanding the money. So Zack tries to stall. Cody ends up winning one of the last competitions and is on to the final round against Zack's bully. He tells Zack that if Cody loses on purpose, they'll be even for the bet. All to win 20 bucks? Oh my god, Zack, please.
Convince your brother to lose to me on purpose, and we're even.
And if I don't? I know. Or else.
Right.
London has the paparazzi show up to where they're volunteering and make it look like she's working, which is so shallow. Zack tries to convince Cody to lose on purpose, but obviously he's not going to do that. So Zack tells him the truth, and it seems like he still wouldn't budge. Eventually, he finally gets him to agree.
Leave all my unopened textbooks to my dear, beloved, wonderful brother, Cody. Sad, isn't it? Sure is. You spelled textbooks wrong.
Zack ends up going to other people for the money, and once London actually finally agrees, apparently everybody at the hotel has borrowed money from Zack, lent Zack money at some point, and they all take it back, which I would feel better about. You're out of debt, Zack.
You left me with a buck!
The buck you owe me.
See, this is kind of how Disney and Nickelodeon differ. Zack makes bad choices, and then bad things happen to him, like, owing this guy money. Meanwhile, on a Nickelodeon show, the characters would probably do something rude or offensive to get the money and not actually get consequences for it. Props to Disney for making this a lot more realistic.
You can do it, Maynard! Just trying to be a good sport?
So Zach's cheering for Maynard in the spelling bee, which is so funny because it's like, clearly your twin brother is up there. He ends up getting it wrong, and Cody starts to stumble too. Zach ends up standing up and telling him to make sure not to lose on purpose just for him, which is really sweet, and Cody ends up winning! Yay! Meanwhile, the needy don't thank London with a cake like they do for everybody else.
Why didn't they bake me a cake?
Because you really didn't give them anything.
I gave them publicity.
Maddie explains it's because she didn't actually care about helping, and London is, like, guilty because it's true. So Zach begs not to be beaten up, but it turns out he wasn't even going to beat him up, he just is going to tell Zach's mother. And he does not get worried about it until Carrie actually hears it, and he gets in trouble. And Maynard gets in trouble too, because his dad hears he tried to cheat in the competition. In the end, London tries to give a cake to the needy, dressed as a robber so she doesn't get caught. And this is a really sweet way to solve her problem. Overall, really fun episode.
There's no pressure, Arwen. Just the fact that you bowled makes you a winner.
But if you miss this, we're all big fat losers.
You, young lady, go stand back.
The next episode we have is Season 2, Episode 13, Bowling. And I remember this as one of the most famous episodes, because not only was it the peak season of Sweet Life, but this had, like, the funniest character moments, and probably reran more than the other episodes. So the episode opens with Cody walking out of the shower, proudly using the word ergo, and Zach kind of mocks him, knocking him into the hallway, like, fully naked.
Ergo, pathetic.
Meanwhile, in the lobby, Mosby and the Tipton staff complain about losing a flag football game to Ilsa, who is the manager at the St. Mark's Hotel. I don't know if you remember her from earlier in the season, but she's the competitor.
Well, just because you beat us at flag football does not make you the better hotel.
Oh, face it, we could whip your flegels at any sport.
How about bowling?
Zach suggests that they do a bowling match, which causes Arwen to run out of the room, which is so random. At practice, Mosby names Carrie the team captain and benches London for being terrible.
This is a team secret. You get to be our alternate. Is that good? Good. It's great.
Though Carrie tries to keep her as an alternative. Meanwhile, Ilsa returns with a star player, Gretel, who...
Fibble now? Not yet, my pet.
In my country, we have volcanoes smaller than her. Fine.
And this actress plays Beast in Glee, if you've ever seen that show, which is so funny that she's getting a return in this series. This episode always kind of reminded me of the Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends episode, where Madame Foster goes against her old lady friends, and the main cast forms a team. I know it's, like, very different and unique, but it's still funny to point out.
Well, who stinks now?
Oh, who cares? We crush you anyway.
Gretel, who flirts with Esteban, which is so funny. Zach impresses with a strike on his first try. Well, back at the suite, Zach pranks Cody again, literally in the same exact way they did in the opening. Like, I don't know if Cody's at fault for falling for it again, or Zach is just unoriginal for doing it again, prompting Carrie to extend his punishment. He gets no allowance, grounded, and he's benched from the game.
How can you fire your star player?
Because I'm your mom first. You're off the team, that's final.
Carrie gets mom points here because she made a hard decision and stuck with it, which I really appreciate. Good job, Kim Rhodes.
The Zackinator!
Zackmeister!
Zack attack!
Zacka! Person is real good!
London is added to the team, which means they're done for. Meanwhile, Arwen babysits Zach. In his office, Zach finds Arwen's old bowling trophy, and we learn that he has a backstory of being a pro bowler.
First place, Arwen Hawkhauser.
That's my sister. It's her trophy. She won it.
She has the same first name as you.
We were a poor family. We could only afford one name.
Zach begs Arwen to bowl in his place to avoid the blame if the Tipton loses, but Arwen is like, no, I can't go back. Which is so funny. It's like a dark, dramatic backstory.
You bowl?
Yeah.
And then Zach promises him a kiss from Carrie if they win, which you can't do that, Zach. Meanwhile, at the match, St. Mark dominates with Gretel. Esteban tries to flirt with her to break her focus.
Hola, muchacha.
Which is so funny, and it does not work. She ends up dragging him away, and he panics. Mosby prepares to forfeit when Zack and Arwen arrive. Ilsa reminds them that substitutes are not allowed, but then London drops a ball on her foot, taking the place of a substitute. Arwen comes in, and the funniest joke is this slow-mo joke.
What are you doing?
It's just for dramatic effect. If you go slower, the tension builds, and I'm gonna go again.
And then on the final turn, he nails a 7-10 split, winning the game and fixing his own karma and relationship to bowling. Carrie ends up kissing him, and he faints. As the team celebrates, Carrie notices Zack isn't smiling. He admits he's happy, but wishes it had been him. But Carrie tells him to remember not to be mean to Cody, and this ends up being a lesson for him, which is kind of funny. So the twins have just returned from their basketball game, complaining about how cheap their basketball is. Because it doesn't even bounce. It's like so ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't complain. We wouldn't have skateboards if it weren't for that sale on mayonnaise. Mosby!
Meanwhile, Theo Cavanaugh, the rich kid who's staying for a while, comes into the lobby to talk to Mr. Mosby. Meanwhile, the twins ask for ice cream, and Mr. Mosby immediately tells them no until Theo asks for ice cream, and then he says, "Consider it open." And it's so funny, like, he really hates the boys.
Need anything else? Yeah, a basketball that comes back up after it hits the ground. Well, why don't you come back to my place?
After that, Zack thanks Theo for getting Mosby to do what he wanted, and then Theo invites the twins to his mansion. Woo! So Zack and Cody seem amazed at just how rich this guy is. He has a basketball court inside his house, and soon enough, they're all friends. In the side plot, we go to London and Maddie in Catholic school. So today they're doing the Parenthood episode, where they have two characters take care of a baby. And guess who the two characters are in this scenario? Yeah, London and Maddie.
And if you don't, it will cry, and I will know.
You mean?
No, dear. There's a recorder inside.
After playing basketball on Theo's court, he and the twins go to a game room, and Zack happens to notice a board with slot cars. All three of them start to play with them, and as Theo starts teasing Cody for his nerdy personality...
So you two go get your exercise. I'll be flexing the old coconut.
Meanwhile, Zack starts to ditch Cody more often in favor of this new material friend, and it starts to hurt Cody.
Who's up all night taking care of the baby?
I didn't even know you got married.
Please, Cody. I'm only 16. And I've never even kissed a boy.
Oh, please, save it for the nuns.
Cody and Maddie have never had this open of a conversation before. You know, like, Cody's always been so much younger than her, but to hear them actually talking about real things is really eye-opening. While London and Maddie are arguing about the baby, they give it to Mr. Mosby for a second, and this is exactly how I would picture Mr. Mosby take care of his kid.
Just give me that. How do you turn the thing off? Oh, no. He's not real, man. No, trust me. I love children.
Later, we actually start to see Theo's true colors.
Want my defense sign? That's okay. I've already got my I'm a Dork t-shirt in the car.
But decides not to say anything because of all the benefits they've been getting. Cody realizes that Theo doesn't actually like him, and Zack has to basically break up with him too, and learn that they can't just be friends with somebody for their items, which is a really good lesson.
My brother may be lame, and a geek, and a weenie, and he flosses between every bite, and... What are we talking about again?
Later, when London and Maddie are taking care of the baby, Mr. Mosby has to interfere again. But they basically break the baby.
Well, I buy nicer things. He likes me more. Well, she likes me more. I actually take care of him. Oh, you're hurting him! You're hurting him!
Just let go!
Later, they have to show the nun how deformed this child is, and they feel so bad, and apparently that's enough to get them an A, which doesn't make sense to me. They completely failed this project. I feel like this episode really did the show well, like seeing Zack have some character growth after so many immature decisions is just really good to watch.
Okay.
I'm going.
Then go.
All right.
But while you're going, you think about you're disappointing your I have got to get better at this guilt thing.
Seeing how Theo treats Cody probably taught him a lot about how he treats him as well, in addition to the material things plotline.
Well, who's going to take care of us?
Well, you'll take care of him, he'll take care of you. That's why I had twins.
Then we have The Sweet Smell of Excess, which is a funny title, because instead of success, it's excess. Funny. So Zack and Cody try to sneak out of their room to play hockey until Carrie stops them. She needs them to put on their helmets and pads.
And if Bob's parents let him jump off a bridge, would you want to do that too?
If we were attached to a bungee cord.
Not even if you were still attached to my umbilical cord.
So Zack and Cody are rollerblading in the lobby, and they stop by Maddie. Turns out that London is paying her $100 to break in her heels. Oh my god, why is Maddie so easily manipulated?
You always said you wished you could walk in London's shoes.
Yeah, that's before I knew how small London's feet were.
Zack and Cody skate around some more, but Mr. Mosby chases them down. They accidentally hit the hockey puck into Mosby's mouth, which is a really memorable moment.
Nice save, Mr. Mosby.
Then in Arwen's office, Zack and Cody come in to find he's talking to the cutout of Carrie, which is really disturbing. Turns out he's working on a special invention called the Parallel Universalizer or something, nicknamed the PU, which is kind of funny.
So secret, in fact, that no power on Earth could make me tell you what it is.
Then we won't ask.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
It looks like a payphone, and it's really cool. You know, this is kind of inspiring me to think that Arwen would be a great actor to play Mr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb. Like, just this invention thing, the innator stuff, I don't know. After he goes to the bathroom, Zack and Cody actually go in, and lightning strikes the machine, ending them up in a parallel universe.
Banged my head on something hard. Yeah, my head.
Suddenly, everything is slightly off. They see Mr. Mosby wearing a yellow hat and shades, and he's completely hip this time.
Hey, what do you think of my new lid?
Tight.
Actually, it fits perfectly.
They don't believe what's going on, and even see Maddie acting like London.
It's little me, back from Paris.
And then London acting like Maddie, and everything just feels so wacky.
Are the shoes you've been breaking in for me comfortable yet? They feel terrific. And I'm sure the bloodstains will come out.
Maddie kind of reminds me of Sharpay from High School Musical, so it's not that confusing. And their mom is a lot more lenient with everything they do, which is exactly what they wanted. And I guess eyeliner is what the writers would consider to be a neglectful mother look? I don't know about this fashion choice.
Now, who said you can't go bungee jumping? It's quicker than the elevator, I can tell you that.
Esteban comes in dressed as a maid, and I don't know why that's his parallel universe. I feel like this is one of the grass is always greener tropes, where they put the main character in the opposite scenario to get them to learn a lesson. They did this with SpongeBob. Remember when Plankton dressed as Mr. Krabs and everything else was backwards? I love this trope. It kind of reminds me of It's a Wonderful Life, but if everything were more ridiculous.
Flying nuggies! In reverse.
After they realize that Carrie is, like, pretty neglectful now as another parent.
Hi, A. Diddy.
Whoa. Don't wrinkle the leather, okay, babe?
Okay. Okay.
Arwen acts like such a jerk in this. Like, this actor is so good at playing, like, kooky and then also, like, dreamboat. It's so funny how it worked. Fun fact on why I'm a little biased. This actor, Brian Stepanek, actually came into my class in college, and I got to meet him. He's a really nice guy, and talked about this show a lot, which was such a cool experience. They decide to go back to Arwen's office and get back to their normal world. They finally get back, and they tell about how Carrie had a crush on him.
You wore leather, you had hair, and Mom had a huge crush on you.
She did. P.U., here I come.
And he, like, desperately tries to get in. It's so funny.
I'm shorter here. Oh.
Cody and Zack run around the hotel, grateful for their lives and hugging everybody as if it's the morning after Christmas.
You're so wonderfully strict.
Yes, I am. Now let go.
In the end, Carrie asks them what they want for dessert, and Zack and Cody suggest having vegetables. And they kind of tell her how much they appreciate her. And it's a really good episode. It digs into, like, everything being opposite, which is always what people imagine, but I don't know, it's kind of weird that it takes a supernatural turn because this is not a realistic experience. I'd like to think that the lightning struck them and this was all like an imaginative adventure, but who knows what it could have been. And that's the end of the episode. If you want to see more teen shows with deep topics like love and heartbreak, you should definitely check out my musical, Heartbreak Hospital. Oh my god, I'm not wearing the shirt. Oh my god, I'm promoting Cinema Pilots. Watch Heartbreak Hospital, though, because that's the one I'm talking about.
Now I sing to stop the illusion from in my mind. I cannot get in or out of this whisper and meaning of love.
So yeah, at the end of the day, The Suite Life Season 2 is off to a really awesome start. This is the most memorable season in all of the series, making us feel like this show has gone on for multiple years. Given there's 39 episodes total, I mean, I felt like I was going through years just watching the first 15 episodes. You could tell Disney Channel had a lot invested in the Sprouse twins because they are at the forefront of all of this stuff. They're talented, hilarious, with great comedic timing. And getting to know the different aspects of the hotel along with the different people that are found in each of the rooms makes for a great half workplace comedy, half family sitcom. I was surprised with how often London and Maddie are thrown into this. I feel like looking back, I forgot that they were such a vital part. I mean, I knew they were main characters, but I didn't realize every episode has like a different situation with them too. Like, it's not just Mosby and Carrie, or like they're completely the B plot. But the way Zack and Cody treat each other, the lessons they try to address in this season are far from ordinary. This idealistic world where you're living in a hotel through the eyes of Zack and Cody has taken its steps to the next level, or I guess to the next floor of the hotel. I really want to know what your favorite episode of Suite Life of Zack and Cody is, so please comment below if you've watched this whole video. I'm about to out you guys. No, but seriously, the characters are next level in this one. I feel like the charm gets a little worn toward the end of Season 2 and early Season 3, so enjoy what we're going over while it's lasting. The really convenient thing about this show, probably for the producers and writers, is that it's 75% adults. Like, it's pretty rare that we see like Bob or Allison Stoner, or even guest stars, and they're always over the age of like 16 or 17. That's probably why their set didn't have a lot of negative experiences, because the youngest people were Zack and Cody, and they were surrounded by a lot of adults. But Arwen, Carrie, Mr. Mosby, it's beyond me how they captured kids' attention with mostly adult role models.
Don't push my boyfriend! Your boyfriend? Oh, somebody's getting banished now!
Suite Life of Zack and Cody. Okay, Season 2 was definitely off to a great start. If you saw my first retrospective, I covered the first 15 episodes, and it made a lot of changes since Season 1. Most notably, the best episode I feel like was the bowling one. The boys' hair got longer, Carrie's hair stayed blonde, and a lot of the episodes were about, like, the hotel hijinks as well as Maddie and London getting into it at their new school. But now we're taking on a little bit more, as Season 2 actually had 39 episodes. And I'm exhausted just saying that. I really feel like you definitely should stay in at least under 30, but I'm not going to judge them. I guess they just wanted to see how long they can go before the boys grew up. Or Ashley Tisdale had to leave the show. But we're still kind of in the golden era of Suite Life. And I know I said golden, but now when I saw this next set of 10 episodes in Season 2, I'm really debating it. I feel like these 10 episodes, the first 5 started going a little downhill, making everything they did in the first 15 start to get old. There's definitely some good moments and a lot of heart, but the episodes feel a little bit more bland, less personality driven, more like structured, and I don't really like that. I feel like a definitive marker for when things started to change were when Carrie Martin changed her hair. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but her hair changed between episodes, I think, 17, 18, and the show remarkably picked up. You can notice the boys' hair got a little bit longer. I'm not sure if there was like a break in between this, but it started getting a little bit more boring and then all the way back to super fun. So I'm going to cover the next 10 episodes with this little dip and then revival before we go to a third retrospective that'll have the last 13 episodes. So if you guys are buckled in, let's see what went on with The Sweet Life Season 2 in the middle. Around the time of making this video, I also learned a lot of secrets that came with the production codes and air dates these episodes. So stick around toward the end as we dive into more of the discrepancies that The Sweet Life took on. But without further ado, let's jump into The Sweet Life Season 2. So for Season 2, Episode 16, we have Going for the Gold. Cody's talking about his happy place, which is kind of like a meditation type technique. And they run into Arwen, who is working out all throughout the lobby. Can you imagine getting your entire workout done right in front of all these other people? Like, he clearly doesn't care. Oh my god, and his sleeves are even cut up. That's how you know he's committed to the process. He tells the boys that he's getting ready for the Hotel Engineers Olympics, which, as we all know, is in every hotel all the time, and it's a very popular thing in real world. No, I'm just kidding, guys. That was sarcasm. So he has this big enemy, Irv Wellington. I don't even know. So Arwen and Irv pretty much are against each other to win this Engineers Olympics. It's so funny because it's only a big deal to these two people. Everybody else barely even knows what they're talking about. But I'm a little surprised they even have a whole event for this. Like, it's hard because it's like not just them, it's clearly a hotel thing. In the B-plot, London is actually trying to open up her own small business. Like, she loves fashion, so she's like, okay, I'll open up a business about it. And Maddie is also asking for a raise, so basically both of the girls want something from Mr. Mosby. Turns out to work for both of them when she's like, okay, I'm just going to have to start my own small business with my own money. And it's so funny because apparently like just one of the rings or jewelry she has on her is enough to start an entire small business. London is truly in the 1%. She says she's gonna start it and that she would pay Maddie double what she's making now. So Maddie decides to jump ship and actually go to London's project, which is, where's the loyalty, Ashley Tisdale? Where is it? Poor Mr. Mosby's just gonna watch it as these girls fail. I mean, spoiler alert, but it's not gonna work out. The stakes are risen when Arwen tells the boys about the whole competition, and we learn a little bit more about what it entails. Apparently the winner gets a kiss from Carrie, the plunger girl, which I would hate to be named the plunger girl. Well, then again, I'm a boy, so that would make sense. London and Maddie officially open up their business, and it looks like it's like within the hotel. I kind of like that concept, but I feel like we don't talk about it, which is kind of weird. There is like an entire ritual. Like, this would have required a really in-depth rehearsal as everybody marches into the lobby with their respective hotel names. I like that it's hosted at the Tipton, although I feel like you could have done it somewhere else. Actually, anywhere else would have been fine. Irv is like so convinced he's gonna win constantly, and Carrie is the only one that's like, this is the stupidest thing ever, which kind of makes her look like a bad person. Like, clearly all these people care about this event, and she's just like, yeah, what's going on? So I'm not really surprised. Oh my gosh, her sash says sanitizer for your protection, which is so funny. Okay, I don't know how they come up with all these trials and tribulations for the engineers to go through, but the first one is like a race that Arwen wins pretty quickly. The second competition, they're trying to fix HVACs, and Arwen ends up doing it wrong, unlike Irv. He like is sworn he did it right, but it just doesn't seem to be working out. It's embarrassing. But Irv is just showing off. He's like ready to kiss Carrie. Sweet. Then Zack and Cody realize that he actually cheated. Irv put something in the air conditioner that sabotaged them. They end up trying to sabotage them back, or they try to confirm that he's cheating by going to the next competition, which is going to be in like a bathroom stall, and they find there's toilet paper with hidden instructions on it. So he is going to mess with the competition, and they found it. But when they tell everybody, they do not believe them, and the toilet paper just has nothing on it, which is real mature, guys. They're so embarrassed, and I would be too, but I don't know, Irv is acting so sus, like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was his thing anyway. Maddie and London's shop goes exactly as they thought, really horribly, which I'm confused. Like, I would have loved to see if this worked out well for a second, and then it crashed, but the fact it's, like, bad off the bat is just, it's kind of anticlimactic. Turns out London spent all her money at the store, and it's like nobody else is there. And she insults everybody that comes in, which is low-key kind of funny. But we should not be joking about people's sizes anymore. I feel like that's just long gone, like mentioning people's figures and stuff. Not for me. Mr. Mosby has a talk with her as like why she shouldn't give up, and like she's always stuck to fashion despite the fact she's quit everything else, which is really nice. Like, I feel like Mosby is a father figure to her, and like it's always been obvious, but this is the moment where I feel like it's confirmed that he actually really cares, and it comes from a really genuine place. So London actually decides to give it like one more shot, and even though it doesn't really work out for them in the long run, she's just happy she tried, and I guess I'm happy for her too. Zack and Cody end up trying to get karma with Irv by ruining the elevator so he would lose. He ends up winning anyway. He does this slide across the stairs that just ends up in him falling, which is so funny. And Arwen wins! The boys are able to prove that Irv was cheating the whole time. Arwen gets a kiss from Carrie and faints. And that's kind of how the episode ends. This one was really good because I feel like we see the characters like where they're going a lot easier, and there's a little bit of development. Unlike a Nickelodeon show, there's actually a moral to it, and they get consequences for helping Arwen cheat, and Irv gets consequences for cheating. Having an Arwen-centric episode is always so funny, and I'm so happy they did it again. So the next episode is Boston Tea Party, and obviously it has to be this because they live in Boston and we have to talk about historical events. The Sweet Life starts getting a lot more preachy, I would say, in the next couple episodes, but I don't mean that in like a bad way. I feel like they cover a lot of interesting topics, but like focus on the moral lesson a little bit more than usual and more than jokes, which would really separate it from Teen Nick. Like they're really trying to tell a specific story. In this one, it's kind of about the Boston Tea Party, obviously. They learn that their favorite park, Freedom Park, I guess the name is going to be shut down or torn down, whatever it is. And they both decide to go about it a certain way. Cody wants to write a letter to the mayor and actually try to protest this place getting shut down, and Zack is very anti doing anything about it. He's like, okay, it doesn't really matter. When they notice the photo in the lobby, they see an art piece about the Boston Tea Party. It's clear that the Tipton was a big part of it, so I guess they're trying to rewrite history. And this episode transitions to be about Zack's experience at first wanting to not have anything to do with the park being torn down to actually caring about what happens. And it all happens through a flashback or a flash forward. It's kind of a fantasy about what it would be like if all the characters lived in the era where the Boston Tea Party happened. And it feels kind of like a history lesson, with the character jokes being super funny, like Arwen trying to invent the vacuum, Mr. Mosby having this giant wig. They're able to make it really fun, although I feel like the information they're trying to set out is really boring, so it's like hard to disguise that. And Zack and Cody look like little orphan boys, I swear. They do not look like Carrie is their mother. They look like they are lone wolves. I noticed there's like not really a B plot in this because they wanted to focus solely on this fantasy of an episode, but Esteban takes the lead as they decide to protest the high prices, which I think we need today in this time. Like, I think we should do this now. There's a lot of really funny callbacks and like nods to realistic things that happen. Like Esteban saying like they need the right to vote because him and Arwen would be the only ones to do so, which is so funny because it's like they're the most incompetent ones. Not sure if that's like kind of like a slander at guys. I don't know. Zack still doesn't care in both realities until it actually affects him. He wants to get his favorite ice cream, but apparently it costs a lot more than before. So he actually makes a very quick character change. We cut to moments later when they actually win the revolution, when their protests actually work, and we don't really get to see the action, which it's kind of boring. They learned that everything came out well, and Zack realized that they can make a change just by doing a couple things. He wakes up from his fantasy to spill stuff on Cody's shirt and actually has a revelation about what they should do. Cody's still hyped on this letter he's trying to write to them, which is so funny, while Zack is convinced that they can tell the park that it's a historical landmark, so they decide to protest outside the park. The construction worker is really annoyed at this, and London uses the protest as kind of like a photo shoot. But it's cool that Zack is spearheading this little protest, especially since it's reflecting history. Mr. Mosby ends up coming through and saving the day when they have proof that this is an official landmark and therefore can't do the construction. The long-running joke about Esteban not being a citizen and getting his American visa is really interesting. Like, in this episode, he's just kind of a part of it, but they still kind of teeter on the fact that he is noble and actually cares about what goes on in this country, especially as somebody who isn't from here. He seems to have a really good understanding of what it's about, which is really sweet. Have a Nice Trip is an interesting episode of Sweet Life. It's pretty much about a con artist. It basically starts the episode with a man slipping in the lobby. Oh my god, Zack and Cody have done it now. They've got officially a lawsuit on their hands at the Tipton. I'm excited because that's a really fun plot. And I think it's early enough to be doing something like this. Mr. Mosby clearly knows who the perpetrators are, Zack and Cody, and he's trying to be super accommodating. Meanwhile, the boys are just hanging at the arcade, and they meet his daughter. She's basically acting like a fool. It reminds me of the Pool Shark episode of Drake and Josh when they were hustling people by saying they were bad at something, but then taking their money and winning. That's kind of what the girl does in this scene. It's funny because she's quiet and sweet, but then she keeps making bets with the boys that they cannot resist. They start getting suspicious of her, and she ends up doing the same thing to Maddie at the candy bar. She asks them to bet candy, and Maddie loses all the candy. I don't know how she has a right to bet all the candy counter's candy to this little girl, or even let her walk away with all of it. But this sus activity definitely leads to some issues. Zack and Cody start to notice that there's something going on with them. Maybe they're not responsible for this injury. They go through the vent system and find the man in the room, which is definitely an illegal invasion of privacy. He spies on his daughter. He learns that him and his daughter are both con artists and are basically playing everybody at the Tipton, which if I were Zack and Cody, I would clap. They kind of got away with it. In the B plot, it's literally just Carrie, Mosby, and Esteban sucking up to the injured man. Of course, they feel super guilty because they are quite aware of Zack and Cody's antics, which, it's true, you're the adults, you should know how this works. Zack, Cody, and Maddie decide they're going to catch them in the act. They release a fly into their room, and it's so funny because it accidentally lands on their own faces. It's so gross to watch this. I hate bugs. And even though it kind of goes haywire, it works. Mosby catches him jumping up around despite his injury. Very sus. Of course, Mosby apologizes, and this is not the case. Cody keeps getting injured worse and worse the more he tries to prove it. And even the mom gets in on this. That's when they get Maddie to dress up like a really aggressive Russian massager to prove that the man and the little girl are lying. And honestly, it goes a little too far before they find out they're not. Like, Maddie flips him over, they take pictures of him, put hot stones on them. Meanwhile, Zack and Cody are trying to stall Mosby long enough to make sure they can check on this. The man sees his daughter in trouble, jumps up to save her, and everybody can see that he's not injured. If I were him, I would have ran at this point. This is like go into jail material. He ends up apologizing and leaving on some good terms, which I cannot believe. At least Mosby doesn't stand for it. He is kind of like, get out of here. This is fun because I like seeing Maddie, Zack, and Cody all working together. Like, they're a good team, the three of them. But watching the girl con all of them was priceless. Like, I could watch like con artist plots all day. It's a lot like the Drake and Josh one, but Sweet Life definitely takes their own spin on it, especially having it be about a hotel lawsuit. Like, that is something that has been overdue for quite some time with this series. I gotta admit, these batch of episodes are getting a little bit boring though. Aside from the fun one-off jokes popping off every now and then, the plots are very simple, and it's almost like the characters are just getting through dialogue through the episode. We're not having a lot of laughs. But things definitely get more interesting with episode 19. So the next episode, season 2, episode 19, is Ask Zack. This one was really fun, although it's definitely copying Drake and Josh. The whole premise is that Zack is that Ask Nancy type columnist in the school newspaper. But before we get to that, let's kind of break down the episode. So Zack learns he has to do an extracurricular activity. He inserts himself into the newspaper club, which we now are seeing Cody is a part of, and running. I don't know how you're running an entire newspaper at school and it's only coming up now. This definitely would have affected his time at the Tipton, and we saw none of that. In order to impress a girl, he realizes that joining the school newspaper will actually benefit him in this department. But Cody will not let him join. He's basically basically like, you are the worst incapable person of pulling something like this off. Bob's on sports, the blonde girls are back, which I'm surprised to see them again. Barbara's the editor, and this is the first time we get to see her. I don't know if you guys remember, but her and Cody do eventually date, because he dates all the nerds, I guess is his thing. In the B-plot, we have basically London can't sleep. I don't know how she ropes Maddie, Esteban, and Mr. Mosby into this, maybe because they all care about her, but she is so spoiled, she is just screaming because she can't deal with it. Zach does not know how to use the Ask Nancy column. I'm gonna keep calling it Ask Nancy, even though it's Ask something else, I don't care. And he uses this as a chance to get a date with the girl he liked earlier. Obviously, Cody has an issue with this, but it makes his column super popular. Next thing you know, everybody at school is using Zach's advice and getting girls like Bob. The side plot is probably my favorite part of the episode, like the whole London not being able to go to sleep thing and how involved everybody gets. First, she calls Maddie in the middle of the night, and we get to see them in the late night hours, which is kind of funny. And her requests are just so demanding, and then she hangs up on her. And then, of course, we get Mr. Mosby on a phone call, and he's really sweet, genuine, and actually cares about her. Like, this is a moment that we see his true colors, and I love it. Everybody's exhausted the next day for helping London sleep, except for her. So they're like falling asleep at their jobs. Zach ends up getting a date with this girl because of the Ask Nancy column, and she finds out that he is Nancy. Very different than the Drake and Josh episode. In Drake and Josh, it's more about the embarrassment of it all, and in this one, it's more like the immoralness of it all. Because when the girl finds out, she's angry, and I would be too. It's definitely an invasion of privacy and trust. Although it is a public column, so I don't know why it's fair that you can get that mad. Like, you were the one who followed the advice, like, leave it alone. No, I'm just kidding. They try to help London sleep by having Esteban being a giant sheephead, and I don't know about you guys, but this would give me nightmares. Their techniques are really thoughtful, like pushing the bed back and forth to feel like she's on a wave, and Carrie even coming over. I can't believe how much people care about London. And it turns out everybody falls asleep except for Carrie, and that's kind of how it ends for them. Cody's upset because obviously he reveals himself as Ask Shirley in the column to kind of make it up to the girl. And this literally was exactly what Cody was talking about. Like, this is why Zach should not have joined the paper. He did exactly what he said he would do. And even though the girl forgives him, poor Cody, this episode does not work in his favor. I do like these anonymous advice column ideas. It reminds me of Ask FM or those 2000s social media posts where you post anonymously, but you kind of give a hint to who you are. I don't know why. Like, at that age, we were just so curious to know more about each other outside of our normal everyday life. That need evolved into social media, but for the time being, this was all they had. Or at least this was all the writers that wrote this show thought they had. I'm sure they grew up with even less, because this was definitely a multimedia era. But a good one. A good episode all around. So season 2, episode 20 is That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana. The beginning of a trilogy of episodes that cross over some of the most important franchises of our generation. And of course, its second episode is The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, taking off from where That's So Raven just started. So Raven is stranded at the Tipton after her flight's been canceled. I'm not sure if you guys remember, but in the episode before this, she had this whole fashion show where she checked into the Tipton. Here we follow Zack and Cody and their storyline. They're getting ready for their mother's birthday, and it's gonna be a whole surprise. But when they run into Raven, she warns them and has a vision that they are going to be harmed during this experience. Which, can you imagine if somebody came up to you and is like, don't go to your mom's birthday party? Like, I would be terrified. Seeing her interact with all the Sweet Life cast is really funny. Like, Raven Simone and Ashley Tisdale have good chemistry. I love how Cody even questions how Raven has her visions and, like, enacts it himself.
You were doing this.
It's really funny when Maddie comes into the picture because Raven, like, fangirls over her. Because that means, like, in this universe, London Tipton is super famous, which makes sense because in the Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana special, that was kind of a similar scenario. The cool thing about this episode specifically is they make the B-plot be about Raven, which is great because it's like we're not abandoning that first episode of this trilogy, unlike the Hannah Montana one, which we'll get to later. But Raven still has a way to go. She basically is like, hey, if I can get London wearing one of my dresses, realizes that would be game-changing for her. Maddie even says she'll help her with this because she's so close with London, which is true. London takes advantage of her a lot, so I feel like Maddie can at least get this one favor from her. The boys deter their mom from thinking they're planning anything for them, and Cody takes this burden through the rest of the episode, the whole vision thing with Raven, and he becomes super paranoid. There's an episode in season 3 where he also becomes like a germaphobe, and that's what this kind of reminds me of. This is also one of the first times I feel like I saw London talk to her mirror, and it shouldn't be so game-changing, but it definitely sets the tone for how rich she is for the rest of the series.
So, how do I look?
Fair.
Maddie, can you move before it cracks?
She pretty much does not want to wear Raven's outfit, and Maddie is a little bit annoyed at that. It's so funny when Zack mocks Cody and uses Raven's whole vision thing for it.
Wait a minute. I'm having a vision. It's someone taking your $5 you left on the dresser.
Who? Me!
Arwen comes on in this crossover, and I wish he got to meet Raven. Everybody at the Tipton is essentially getting ready for the surprise party for Carrie. Zack is trying to keep things straight, while Cody is still freaking out about what could possibly happen to him. Maddie actually uses Esteban to help her sneak into London's room and switch the tags of the dress she's supposed to wear with Raven's dress. And if I were Maddie, I wouldn't go this far for a stranger, but I guess it's thoughtful. I love Esteban being her right-hand man, though. Like, he is really funny in this stuff, but I do wish they incorporated Raven a little bit more, or Hannah Montana. Like, this is a crossover special, and right in this moment, it doesn't really feel like it. Although there are some funny jokes in this scene. To get Cody to calm down about the superstition stuff, Zack is essentially like, let's switch clothes, so if anything were to happen, it would happen to me. Which is kind of genius, actually. They get to the surprise party, and everybody's getting ready, and Cody and Zack look super unnatural in each other's clothes. I can't believe it took them this long to do a plot like this, like representing one another like you're twins. Like, that should be a whole plot point. Raven doesn't know Carrie, nor does she understand that there's a surprise party going on for her, so she is not informed about this. So when she walks into the party, everybody cheers, but it's an accident, and she thinks it's for her, which is so funny. Look at her basking in this glory. I'm just happy she's in the episode more than like 2 seconds. The whole surprise is ruined, and Carrie just walks in on it, and everybody has to have a delay in their surprise. She's so happy that she cries, which is so sweet. As they sing the copyright appropriate birthday song, Arwen's present to Carrie is this giant vacuum-like robot, and it starts to attack the whole party, even cornering Zack into the cake. So they cleverly avoided the vision that Raven set out. I love how it's a That's So Raven style plot in the Zack and Cody universe, because it makes it a lot more unique and a reason to actually justify this special. Like, Zack and Cody wouldn't do this as a normal episode, and that's how you know it kind of takes on its own identity with this other property. That's the way to do it, guys. Like, make it something new. Give our Sweet Life characters our That's So Raven plot lines. Although I wish that That's So Raven's friends were involved in this in some way. Like, it's just Raven Simone going to a different set. Like, come on, guys. In the end, London does wear Raven's dress, and Raven's super excited about it, but London feels betrayed because she realizes it's not actually a Louis Vuitton, and Maddie switched the tags. London feels betrayed, but everything kind of gets solved when Hannah Montana enters the Tipton. So this is kind of nice. I feel like this is the best part in the 3-part special because they actually incorporate all 3 shows. Something that Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana actually never did. Like, when Miley comes in, she compliments the dress, and it kind of solves the whole problem, making London feel a lot better about Raven's choices. Seeing Hannah Montana and London vibe is also cool because you get a more grand scope of what this world's actually like, especially for the celebrities. Overall, this is definitely one of the best Disney Channel crossover episodes, and even though it's oversaturated with bad specials, I feel like this is a gem in all of them. So the next episode after The Sweet Life of Hannah Montana, season 2, episode 20, we have episode 21, and it's called What the Hey. It kind of has a similar premise to that movie Yes Man, about that character that has to say yes to everything in his life, and I feel like What the Hey is kind of a parody on What the H-E double hockey sticks. But yeah, it's pretty much Zack's influence over Cody, overriding his normal beliefs. Zack's able to convince Cody to skip school one day, to just go to the mall. Apparently he does this all the time, which I don't believe because Cody's with you all the time. Like, you would know if Zack got away this often. He doesn't. They spend their whole day pretty much at the mall. Zack does an impression of Carrie to tell the school that they're not coming in that day, and I don't know how he's so good at it.
Hello, this is Carrie Martin. Zack and Cody are homesick today.
Of course, they probably got the voice actress to actually use her own voice, but it's so funny coming out of Zach's mouth. In the B-plot, London is dealing with one of her dad's new wives. Another time we don't see Mr. Tipton, but we get to see somebody involved with Mr. Tipton. This woman just comes in and acts like she could just get all the love she wants from London, but London's pretty cold to her. You never really see London be this way toward other people, unless they're poor, I guess. And Maddie tries to get her to be an optimist about it, like actually get to know her. Like maybe this woman might last a while. And as the viewer, like I'm thinking that they're setting us up for a recurring character, or this woman will come back. But she is kind of annoying the way she inserts herself into London's life as such an older woman that doesn't really have to do with what London's up to. It's definitely inauthentic. During the whole mall experience, Bob even shows up, Cody and Zach's friend from school. He is one of the funniest side characters, I swear. The conflict actually arises when Carrie goes to the mall that day, so Zach and Cody essentially have to hide from their mom. London and Maddie and Mr. Tipton's new wife go to the mall too, so it kind of brings both A and B plots together, which I really like. So it's like everybody's at the mall this episode. Zach and Cody find the perfect way to kind of hide, because apparently MTV is like recording some kind of music video and they need people in it. So they volunteer themselves to be a part of it. I don't know what this band is, but it feels like a parody of like Paramore, and I wonder if they're real in real life. Zach and Cody essentially try to blend into this video, but they do a really bad job about not getting noticed. Of course, Carrie figures it out. Surprise, surprise. She's even mad at Bob. Cody has a little speech about how he needed this day, and he's so tired of the expectations of being a straight-A student, and even kisses the backup singer, which that cannot be legal. Or sorry, not the backup singer, the lead singer of that band. But yeah, you feel good for Cody because it was definitely a positive episode for him. And Mr. Mosby and London get to finally tie up their loose end by talking about Mr. Tipton's wife, and how London should give her a try, just for her own personal benefit. Like she would gain a lot from just meeting another person and getting to know her. So yeah, What the Hey is definitely a fun episode. Then we have A Midsummer Night's Dream, and I love the episodes that involve the characters being in a play. I just saw it in Jimmy Neutron. I just saw it in Wizards of Waverly Place. I even saw it on Zoe 101. I can't believe how many shows dip into the theater aspect. It's probably because all the writers have a background in the arts and want to talk about theater. I personally don't relate to this, even though I write musicals, put them out on Spotify, and you should probably listen to them. This episode's infamous because we have the famous Selena Gomez. And something that none of the other play or theater-like episodes do is reflect the play they're making it about. Like, they do A Midsummer's Nightmare, which is kind of a parody of the Shakespeare show, A Midsummer Night's Dream. And it's so funny because it's all about this miscommunication of love and, like, different characters falling in love with the other ones. And they actually make that happen with Zach and Cody's plot lines. Like, Zach's involved in the school show just to get closer to specifically the girl Selena Gomez plays. Cody is really upset with his part because he has to play, like, a donkey. This girl that keeps following Zach around is trying to get in between him and potentially Selena Gomez. I love how Cody's not even a threat. But Zach does get closer to Selena, making Cody pretty angry. But it's not their fault. Like, they genuinely have a love story together. The whole B-plot is actually that Carrie joins the theater troupe and helps them direct the show. But she becomes, like, the most pretentious character, even going so far that the theater director is like, what the heck? Cody tries to get back at Zach by going with his crush, which I think that's a fair game. If that weren't enough, the girl who had a crush on Zach is now trying to get with Cody to make Zach jealous. And Cody has to wear a donkey head the whole time. Selena and the other girl end up getting in a fight on stage during the show, which is totally how theater works. Their personal problems literally come onto the stage, with Carrie trying to hold down the fort, but to no avail. This is like just a giant mess. Meanwhile, London, she's inspired by the Asian principles of feng shui, and it's really cool what they do with the Tipton. They add like waterfalls and kimono robes. And even though Esteban, Mr. Mosby, and Maddie are culturally insensitive and don't like the outfits, London keeps trying to push it and make it worse. Which is so funny, like her privilege allows her to literally take 5 other people's jobs and just up and like switch them around, and they just have to deal with it. Like, that is a little too much privilege. Basically, this whole setup gives them a lot of good luck and great things start happening to them. But once the good luck starts to go away, everybody kind of abandons this whole theme. And it kind of reminds me of how people want to jump into other cultures, but the second they don't love something about it, they kind of step away. And it's really funny because obviously Esteban isn't even involved in the American culture, and yet he has the same situation. London ends up changing her mind about the entire idea. This part's a little dark. London is talking about her father and how he like bulldozed through a farm, and it's clearly Esteban's farm, which is way too topical and kind of dark looking back at it. All around, this episode was just full of fun. I like that we step out of the normal sweet life plot lines and follow Zack and Cody and their love stories, especially in the play context. Like, there's just so much you can do with actors acting in a play within the universe. It's just so meta and funny, and all the miscommunications do it really well. I like how often they're on stage and giving lines to each other. Like, it's a fun episode. See, the boring parts of season 2 of Zack and Cody are starting to be lost on me. I'm having a really good time as the episodes progress. I feel like they're a lot more interesting. The only one I really didn't love so far was the con man one, mainly because it's like, it just felt like an earlier season 1 episode with the characters less developed. And even though I liked seeing Zack and Cody in the vent system, it just didn't add too much to my life. So surprisingly, Lost in Translation doesn't translate well. It's season 2, episode 23, and Mr. Mosby is expecting this Japanese company to stay at the hotel and hopefully come again next time. Kind of reminds me of Nintendo. Oh my gosh, can you imagine if Nintendo checked into the Tipton? That would be such an unnecessary crossover. Cody reveals that they're also having a international day at school where they're talking about different languages and cultures. When the company comes in, he even attempts to talk to them in Japanese, and he is so wrong with this. It's kind of funny.
Boku no pants no naka ni hachi no suga.
Maddie hears that London is going to just throw away her clothes, which is very wasteful, so tries to kind of get her to let her get some of her clothes. Later, Zack and Cody accidentally push a woman over in the lobby. What the heck? And it turns out to be a famous Japanese singer that is going to be singing at the Tipton. So Mosby's pretty angry. They end up inviting the singer over for dinner, which is actually kind of sweet to think that they would have a relationship with this older woman. And it's cool that she's also a singer, so like inviting her to dinner would actually give her and Carrie a lot to talk about. A lot of the jokes in this episode are about the international customs. Like, Komari brings a fish to the boys' house and they're more like, what the heck is this? And that's kind of the butt of the joke. The whole B plot with Maddie and London is actually them getting stuck in London's closet, which is super funny. It's like probably the wackiest thing that happens between these two girls. Kind of reminds me of the Drake and Josh Treehouse episode where it's like these two characters can't get out and they're like almost trying to go into survival mode. Zack and Cody actually bring Kamiko to their international day as like the presentation, and they end up leaving her behind, which is kind of rude. Like, you bring this woman to a new place, she's not used to anything going on, and now she's just by herself because Zack and Cody went off with the girls they impressed. Of course, Mr. Mosby is looking for her, and Zack and Cody do not know what to tell him. And then they got that famous meme, how do you lose a woman?
How do you lose a woman?
You forget to cherish her.
And obviously this is like a really big cultural moment for the whole show. And the rest of the episode is trying to find this woman and bring her back to the Tipton. On the sidelines, Maddie and London are starting to turn against each other in the closet. London apparently found mints to eat, and Maddie is really sus of it. And they all get into a big fight. And this is where the episode takes a really crazy turn, because they need somebody to perform at the Tipton, since the singer is gone now. I don't know why they're not more concerned about finding her than putting on this performance, but I guess I can't critique. So Carrie, Zack, and Cody dress up in Japanese attire and put on this really awkward musical performance, which I don't know how they would be doing this well for something they like couldn't have rehearsed. They even wear makeup and wigs. It is crazy. I don't know if it's offensive or just off-putting. The actual singer returns to cheer them on, but Mr. Mosby obviously gets her up there first. This is kind of the annoying part. She sings Happy and You Know It, and everybody gets into it, and sure, it's enjoyable, but it's like, why that song? She's supposed to be a famous singer. That's not even like a birthday song material. London and Maddie actually do have a moment in their closet, which means that this whole plot wasn't for naught, until until Master Mosby comes to save them, and it seems like they digress in terms of their friendship. So, great episode overall. We only went backwards in our plot. But I really like the cultural appropriation in this episode, and that they use the plot to kind of make it make sense. And of course, Zack and Cody leaving the singer behind at school is like a funny flaw that their characters had made. And there's the famous meme that we'll never forget about from this episode. I can't believe how many moments in Sweet Life had gone so viral in that sense. The next episode of Sweet Life is called Volley Dad, Season 2, Episode 24. And this I was surprised because, one, Carrie's hair had changed significantly since the last episode, so it feels like a whole different tone altogether. And same thing with Zack and Cody. Their hair also has gotten significantly longer, and it's noticeable. We even get a more character-driven episode because Carrie comes home with a boyfriend that she's been with for quite some time. There's a really funny bit where the boys are asking where she's been all night because it seems like they're overprotective fathers.
You're gonna go straight to your room.
This is my room.
Well, then you will stay right here, and we will go straight to our room.
But it's just sweet. In the B plot, it's all about volleyball. We get some of the High School Musical girls back, and I guess they're just interchangeable because they just take random ones and put them on a team. London is super bad at volleyball, and that is no surprise to me. But she has a crush on this guy at their school, so she's trying to act into it. Oh my god! Mrs. Briggs from iCarly is the gym coach in this, which is kind of funny because she's really intense as it is, especially if you know that show. It's weird to me that the episode is named after the volleyball plot as opposed to Carrie's new husband plot. Like, that other one seems a little bit more impactful to the overall series. Zack and Cody actually called their dad because they're worried about their mom and this new guy. I mean, Cody's worried. Zack just wants to be rich, and that would happen if they got married. The dad is actually kind of supportive. He's not super against it. He's a little jealous, but I kind of like this guy and how he treats the boys despite them being apart. It becomes a really awkward dinner because suddenly Carrie's ex-husband and her new boyfriend are having dinner at their house, all because of Zack and Cody. And I don't know why these boys are making all these inconvenient experiences for this mother, but it's funny because Kurt and the new guy actually get along surprisingly well. I was not expecting that to happen at all. Mr. Mosby obviously also wants them to take away the kids, so Zack and him are trying to vouch for the marriage, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure he's gonna propose to her. Maddie cares way too much about winning this volleyball tournament that when she notices that London plays really well once she's mad, and she decides to kiss the guy she's into to help her win the game, which is super shallow, Maddie. I didn't know you were willing to go there. I also didn't know London would be this good at volleyball. She tells London what she did as like kind of like a badge of honor, and London is no doubt offended that Maddie used her like that. I love how Maddie just says out loud that she used her, and they're both kind of like, oh, I guess that doesn't sound too good. But it's good because it feels like London's always the one with the flaws, but now Maddie is actually also taking some of the flack. Like, I feel like it adds a lot of balance to their dynamic. Not enough to justify naming the episode after them, but you know what I mean. Meanwhile, Carrie goes on a dinner with this new guy about to be proposed to, and Cody is still not over the fact that he doesn't think that they're right for each other. So he sneaks in through the vent with an attempt to sabotage this proposal. Of course, his dad meets him there and kind of talks him down from this. I love how you could see literal LED lights in the vent system just to light the characters. Like, of course, in real life, it would be super dark and you couldn't see anything in there, but it's just so cheesy. I never noticed it. Mr. Mosby actually tries to put on the ring before this man proposes to Carrie, and it gets stuck. And I did not expect Mr. Mosby to be the one to raise the conflict here, but it's actually really funny. The man has to propose with Mosby, essentially, who's wearing the ring, but Carrie doesn't even say yes. So Cody just realizes that this whole thing is out of his control anyway, and even if his mom doesn't want to do something, she's not going to do it, and that it's not really his business. But it's sweet that, you know, they cared about her enough to worry about this guy. Maddie and London finally make up, and this whole episode feels like it's like bringing the pace back in the show. Like, I feel like not only is it funnier again, but there's actual real stakes to deal with. All around just a good time. In Loosely Ballroom, which I don't understand what that's parodying, we have a dance episode, kind of like how iCarly had a dance dance episode. Drake and Josh had a dance episode, and now the other channel's doing it. It's just weird to me. It feels like they're trying to recreate the magic of that dance number they had when they did the commercial in season 1, but it's not as memorable because it's more intentionally planned. Zack and Cody, I guess, are dating the French twins because they come into the hotel together, and they see Esteban already prepping to enter a dance contest. He's really big on ballroom dancing and really good at it too. He really needs money for his sister's quinceañera, so it's important that he comes in first place for this competition. One by one, people start to take his class to kind of pity him, but he's okay with it. Like London and Lance, even Carrie, and an old man guest star with his nurse join. When Mr. Mosby tells them that there's going to be a competition for this, Esteban realizes this is his way of fully getting on board. So he just needs a whole team. Thus, everybody in the circle is going to be on the team, including Mr. Mosby. Zack and Cody are practicing dancing at home, and it's funny how committed they are to this. Like, I like how when there's a character that's not super involved in their lives, they like go out of their way to help them and be a part of their lives. Like, it makes it really sweet. Esteban even brings in another dancer, making another woman jealous because she wants to dance with him. But pretty much the next part of the episode is everybody having trouble with each other. Like Zack and Cody have trouble with their French twins, even having to switch. Carrie and Mr. Mosby do not have a lot of flexibility together. And this is like Esteban's only chance to get this money. And it's just him complaining the whole time, which they're helping you. Give him a break. Although they're so embarrassingly bad, they do not know what to do about it. Carrie ends up being the best dancer, so Esteban has to take her from Mr. Mosby. Although, plot twist, the night of the dance competition, Carrie is sick, so they have to kind of rely on everybody but her, which is embarrassing because everybody's pretty bad. Zack and Cody make their dates angry because they keep trying to switch them and even accidentally insult them, so they can't go on together. They try to make the episode more about the boys when really it's about Esteban and have them dance together. We think that they're gonna win it for everybody, but it turns out they do this lift that is illegal in this competition.
Did you see that, Esteban? We did great! I mean, the lift was awesome!
Yes, but lifting is illegal.
I'm sure no one noticed.
We noticed.
Which I don't know why a lift would be illegal in a dance competition. London and Lance do a poor job, and Carrie tries to pull through, but it is not working. Esteban thinks that his old dancer comes back, the one with experience, but she really just has a new partner, and so he's triple doomed. Until they find out that the nurse actually paid attention all the dance classes, and she wants to step in, which is, I don't know how you'd be good just by watching like that, but whatever. Her and Esteban have an amazing performance, and they actually win right then and there, which, is there anybody else at this competition beside them and the other two? It's definitely a surprising episode. I expected it to be a lot more like the bowling episode, where the entire Tipton has to be a team for some kind of event, and we have all these unlikely characters joining, which reminds me, I wish we saw Arwen in this episode. Like, he would have killed it in this plot. In that one, Zack got punished, and that was really the issue, because it's like they could not win without Zack. And in this one, it's kind of the opposite. Mosby doesn't care as much about this specific one, and it's more on Carrie's shoulders, because she's the only good one. And then when she gets sick, obviously that adds a layer of complication that makes them have to switch it up. I'm just glad it was less like it than I thought, but they still found a reason to bring all the characters together for a competition. Season 2, episode 26 is called Scary Movie, and I can't believe how many Disney Channel shows specifically did episodes about the kids seeing a scary movie and then not being able to deal with it. In this one, Zack and Cody are focused on trying to take their French twins to the movie theater. And could we just talk about this relationship for a second? Like, two blonde twins have to date two blonde twins. Like, I don't know why this just feels unrealistic, and like the writers were like, oh, maybe twins just usually pair off. It cannot be accurate though. It's more so about Carrie's relationship with the boys, because she does not want them seeing a scary movie, but the boys kind of want to go to the movies alone. They use it as an excuse of like, they just don't want to be bogged down by their mom, but really it's to get away with seeing this R-rated film. which I think it's implied that it's R-rated, but they don't say it since it's Disney. Like, they don't want to promote people actually doing something like that. In the B-plot, it's super funny because London tries to act poor to impress a guy, which is like the opposite of what you would expect, like somebody acting rich, like Miley did in that one episode of Hannah Montana. This guy is like super into only poor girls, which is weird because I didn't realize that that was a taste people had. Maddie bets that she can't really pull it off, and London tries to anyway, which is funny because she really doesn't know anything. Zack and Cody try to pitch to their mom why they should be going to this movie alone, and she agrees under the guise that they see the movie she picks out. I would be really upset about this. If my mom was like, you can only see the movie I want, I would be really annoyed. I don't know what she would even pick. London is so bad at being poor, she doesn't even know what a Subway is, and she thinks that Mosby and Maddie are trying to tease her about it, but really it exists. When Zack and Cody get to the movie, Zack is like, clearly we're gonna see the horror movie, and Cody is like, but the rules! They end up seeing the scary movie and defying their mom, and it becomes like one of the scariest things they've ever seen. They try to pretend that they haven't seen the movie, but Zack is actually really terrified.
I was not screaming, I was cheering. Don't you turn out that light!
And I love that he's the one that's secretly more scared of it, and Cody is like trying to rein him in. Later, Mr. Mosby comes to work, and the entire Tipton is barricaded with furniture. Of course, he thinks it's the boys, and right away we don't think they did it because we didn't see them do it. Carrie brings out the boys to tell Mr. Mosby they didn't do it, but he does not believe them. And it's so funny that she expects him to, because I definitely think if I were Carrie, I'd be like, yeah, these boys are definitely lying. Cody's like, we have to come clean, and they find out that Zack is the only one that could have done it, and he's embarrassed. Meanwhile, London pretends to be working at the counter to impress the guy because he's excited for her to be poor, and she gets herself caught in doing Maddie's entire shift for her. But hey, that's what she gets for doing this. Like, not only are you lying to somebody, you're pretending to be poor. Like, of course you're gonna get your comeuppance. She ends up blowing up on the guy because she's like, I am not gonna pretend to be poor anymore, which is like, nobody asked you to play poor. The guy says that he actually doesn't discriminate based on rich or poor, which I don't know. That's all you've been talking about is how excited to be poor you are. And I guess the two are not over. They go on a date. Maddie is like perplexed, which I would be too. And the next night, Zack actually does the same thing he did before. He's trying to keep out the zombies subconsciously because he's scared of that movie. And Cody's trying to stop him from doing it because obviously they don't want to get in trouble for seeing it. With everybody trying to catch who's done it, Cody even falls for the traps they set up to prevent him from doing it. Mr. Mosby is super surprised to find out that he's doing it without his own volition, that he's not choosing to be scared. He's just scared of this movie. And he uses this against Carrie as being a bad parent, which is kind of rude, Mr. Mosby. But I don't know, Carrie is pretty upset because that's exactly what she told them not to do. She takes them to the really cringe Lassie dog type movie. And it's a fair punishment. I feel like Cody definitely gets rewarded for his good behavior in this, and Zack is punished for sure. They've been really getting on a good stride of their chemistry lately. I feel like it's been so dependent on the scripts themselves, but it's at this point that Sweet Life is picking up a natural pace based on how they actually interact with one another, making it a lot more funnier and a lot less held back. I don't know why, there was just like 5 or 6 episodes I felt a little bit bored with at the beginning of this season, but I'm not sure if I could pick up on why. Like, can you guys tell? I don't know if you feel the same way either, and it's definitely not just because of Carrie's haircut. I know that the hair's not that big of a deal, but it did change a lot mentally for me. Okay guys, it's finally time for the moment we've all been waiting for. The final part to Zack and Cody Season 3. Next to iCarly, this is one of the longest seasons of all time. I think their third season, 39 episodes, and this entire second season is 29 episodes, which is crazy. I thought Zack and Cody went on so much longer than it did, but really it was just 3 seasons. Isn't that insane? It definitely lasted longer on the air, probably because of how many episodes there are. We went over the middle chunk last time and kind of got into all the middle road quality episodes. Like, there would be some episodes that were really good and then some that were really boring, like the Tea Party episode or the Con Artist. I really liked it in the latter half. I felt like it was getting a lot better, but it was touch and go for a while. It felt like they were trying so hard to stick to the script. It stopped it from being as funny as it could have been. As we go to the last 13 episodes, I want to say that Zack and Cody has somehow made storytelling history. Whether it's talking about eating disorders, going to Hollywood, and even Cody becoming a mother? Yeah, This is gonna be a fun one. So we start with season 2, episode 27, Wilderness. I always love it when multiple kid shows do this boy and girl scout trope. Like Camp Laszlo has the Squirrel Scouts, Ed, Edd n Eddy has the Rangers. It was literally on Billy and Mandy that they were trying to get badges too. I can't believe that this is such a common trope in 2000s media. As of now, I don't think I know anybody that's involved in an organized group like that. Except this time, Zack and Cody are.
We're not cute. We're Grizzly Scouts.
We can survive anything.
Oh, God! Mr. Mosby is leading this troop for some reason, and it fits him way too well. Like, I don't know why this guy is just meant to be in a position of power, because all he can do is yell and critique people. It's a camping episode, where we find these quote-unquote modern kids take on the wilderness, which is really funny, like, right off the bat. Like, not only do they get poison ivy, but so many bad things happen to them throughout this episode. They end up getting their entire camp attacked by a bear, and start to panic, because they're worried they're gonna be stuck there.
When the going gets tough, the tough go fishing.
I hate fish.
You would be surprised at how wonderful they taste when you're starving.
And of course, this time around, Zack is a lot better at the wilderness than Cody is. Kind of like the Books and Birdhouses episode, where Cody wasn't doing well and Zack felt bad for him, so he gave him his project. But before we hop into that, the meantime is about Maddie seeing this new guy that she just met in the Tipton lobby. Turns out he was dating London Tipton at one point, which I didn't get any insight on her having boyfriends before. Would have been interesting to hear about. But this acts more of like a comedy bit. It's about Carrie trying to get this massage, enjoy her self-care day, while London and Maddie get into a full-on argument because of this boy. All that happens kind of off-screen.
They're away for the whole week and I miss them terribly. Oh, now they're back!
First, Maddie comes in complaining about London, and then London comes in complaining about Maddie, and they just talk over Carrie and kind of solve the issue all on their own. With Cody feeling super insecure for not being able to do the amount Zack is, he says he's gonna go look for food, but ends up finding an old man in an hermit-like cabin. Cody takes advantage of his resources and returns to the camp a hero.
You just have to know how to find it.
Wow, can you show us where?
I picked it all.
But before anybody could praise him for it, the old man shows up. It's really awkward. So the good news is they're all saved, but the awkward news is Cody lied. The boys end up coming together and he makes up for it. But Carrie's story doesn't end super well because she ends up not getting the money back for her massage. And London and Maddie somehow make her the center of the issue. They're like, you're telling her this and you're telling her this, and come together in rebellion to Carrie, which is kind of wacky. But the whole episode ends on a funny note when the old man is being painted by Carrie, so I guess they win? Question mark? I don't know. Interesting episode overall. I'm not sure if you guys went camping in the 2000s, because here in New Jersey, we had the Pine Barrens, and it was a lot of fun to, like, get away from the city for a while. I feel like over time, that's changed so much with the addition of even more technology. Glamping is now a thing, and they weren't even talking about it back then. Like, I feel like maybe London would have an episode where she's glamping. I don't know. I think that would be funny. But Mosby, this is, like, his best episode. I don't like the episode too much overall, but he is hilarious in this.
Don't worry, I have medicine for that. And one more thing, it is critical that you don't...
What?
Touch anyone.
In the next episode, things get a little bit weird. It's called Birdman of Boston, Season 2, Episode 28. This one is kind of akin to the Boston Tea Party episode, in which something's going on that is kind of important to the scene, and all the characters have different opinions about how they should go about it. Without being too vague, there's a really cool hawk that circles the Tipton.
You know, I've never seen an eagle before. And you still haven't. This is a hawk.
Everything goes haywire, though, when the bird actually attacks the Tipton restaurant. CGI here is kind of weird, but I guess everybody else is falling for it, so I will too.
Single file! Single file! Okay,
Mosby ends up getting really annoyed, and suddenly this hawk is his enemy. The hawk ends up having an egg, which Cody gets really protective of. So suddenly it's Cody and Zack versus Mr. Mosby. Zack ends up finding a way to profit off of all of this, taking a camcorder around, and Mosby recruits Arwen as his right-hand man to help him stop this bird. Cody ends up caring for the hawk's egg, insistent on being its mother. He becomes really parental and protective, and it's really funny to see Cody this way. Zack gets a little annoyed because it ends up making him more of a ladies' man than he was before.
Anything but eggs, okay? It just wouldn't seem right because of... They're baby.
And Mosby ends up convincing Cody that they should just give it over to the zoo, which Carrie ends up pointing out might not actually make the hawk happy, which is a good point. Like, we knew how zoos were even back then, that they are just traps for animals, and we kind of feel bad for them because they're not living their natural lives. Like, we're just putting them in cages to gawk at. A topic that I'm surprised Disney even covered back then. Of course, we have to have advocate Maddie come out and defend this bird, defend Cody, and it's actually kind of sweet seeing them all come together against Mosby. Mr. Mosby here, though, is sleazy for trying to convince Cody to do the wrong thing. Like, this is a little out of character for him. I don't think he would be so against this bird's safety that he would tell Cody to do something he doesn't think is good.
Hawks live longer in captivity.
They do?
Oh, yes, by several years.
There's a happy ending, though. Like, the hawk ends up flying free 6 weeks later, which I can't believe we followed this story for that long. It makes me wonder if things were going on in the meantime, like maybe that con artist came during that part. It would explain Carrie's aggressive switching of hairstyles, that's for sure. But yeah, they share a beautiful moment where they get to see the hawk riding free, and Mosby ends up finding the beauty in the situation anyway. So it's like everybody kind of grew in this moment.
I have to admit, he is rather magnificent.
And that's why they should be allowed to fly free.
And that's why I'm running out of suits.
Arwen is probably the funniest part of this episode, along with Cody's commitment to the egg, but I wish we saw more of Cody being a parental figure. Like, that would have been so funny. They barely scratched the surface of how good it could have been.
Boy, I am so bogus.
You're not bogus. You're just a worried mother.
All around, one of the last 6, 7 out of 10 episodes. The rest I consider 8 and up because they are quality. For example, Nurse Zack is pretty funny. This episode's about Carrie, actually, which is kind of interesting. We haven't had a plot about her since the Scary Movie episode back in the last retrospective, but basically the boys are taking advantage of her. They kind of don't appreciate everything she does for them. Next thing you know, she's worn down and sick because Carrie is a caring mother and has to stay in the hotel bed all day pretty much. She has to miss work, and Zack is the only one not sick because Cody got the same thing she did.
Yep. He's sick.
Wow, you're good.
They end up getting a really incompetent doctor to check out Carrie, and he's not that helpful. If anything, he's more comedic relief. And then in the B-plot, we have Mr. Mosby about to give out Employee of the Month, and the winner gets to go to any Tipton of their choice. So pretty much everybody grovels at Mr. Mosby's feet. We start to see more of Patrick as the guy associated with like the restaurant part of the Tipton. He's actually really funny, purposely talking aloud to seem like he's a better person than he is.
I enjoy that wonderful feeling you get when you know you're doing your job better than anyone else in the hotel. Sometimes oh, Mr. Mosby!
And Esteban trying to carry the luggage at max speed. And here I'm vouching for Maddie because she's just had so many sad stories thus far. She deserves a win. As you can imagine, the staff at the Tipton are, I don't know how to say this politely, incompetent, so they end up causing way more of a mess than it was worth. I love how the one time we don't see Zack and Cody in the lobby, everybody else is causing Mr. Mosby problems. It's like they're not even the big issue. So now Zack has to step up for Carrie and Cody if they're both gonna be stuck in the bed sick. He ends up getting groceries and has a little bit of spoiled energy trying to get their mom to actually care for him while they're sick.
Mom, door. Oh, I'm sorry. That was insensitive of me. Cody, door!
And it's cute because Zack ends up pulling his weight in the long run. Like, he cooks for Carrie, he helps Cody with his dehumidifier. It's actually him stepping up to the plate, which we haven't really seen Zack have to do. And he's really funny when he starts getting like resentful like Carrie and starts having an attitude. It also makes me realize how close in relation the characters are, which kind of adds a layer of realism to it. It ends with one of those Full House moments where Zack essentially says he understands everything Carrie's been through, and they kind of have a moment, which is really sweet.
When you're doing all this stuff and I'm doing nothing, I'm gonna really appreciate it.
That's a start.
And the Mosby plotline is wrapped up by him giving Employee of the Month to Carrie for, I guess, not getting in the way.
You are Employee of the Month!
Can my prize be this box of tissues?
Yes!
Oh, and Lance was purple from the pool. We have to point that out because it's actually really funny. And it ends with everybody getting into the elevator and it dropping, which is my worst nightmare. You guys ever have a dream where an elevator drops? Yeah, me too. Overall, this was a really funny episode with a little bit of heart to it at the same time. I don't know how they managed to get that balance here. It was a simple plot, but they got a lot of really good jokes out of it. And we even saw a side of Cody that was spoiled, which I kind of dig. It's given me that stay home from school vibe where it's like you don't have to go to school because you're sick and then the whole house is yours, but it's kind of empty.
200 single-ply tissues.
I wanted 2-ply.
We'll glue them together.
Ow!
But Nurse Zack, great episode. The next episode after that is called Club Twins, Season 2, Episode 30. And this one is kind of a dream of mine. Like, it's when you're a kid and you're like, I wish I could run a business, but I'm 12. With Zack and Cody not being able to afford to do anything they really want to do, they learn from Maddie that the hotel lobby is pretty empty on Monday nights, so maybe turn it into a dance party. Cody and Zack pitch it to Mr. Mosby as if like they're in a business meeting. And how in the world did they get these drawings? Like, they are overly impressive. There's no way they like found a way to get this together so quickly. And me, you, and everybody is surprised to hear that he actually approves of something like this.
Cody will be in charge of the money.
Then what am I in charge of?
Blowing up the balloon.
The boys use the ballroom at the Tipton, and suddenly everything is a lot more impressive than it was before. Mosby shows up the next morning to confront them about the bills they racked up, but since they made so much money, this win gets Zack in way over his head, and he suddenly wants to expand. I'm not talking franchising, I'm talking about like the party itself. We get a lot of good moments with some of the side characters, like Barbara goes crazy, we see Allison Stoner again, which is cool, and Bob gets to be the bartender. Oh my gosh, classic Bob.
Yeah, I've never had soda before. I'm not allowed to have sugar, caffeine, or bubbles.
I drink it all the time, and I'm okay. Better than okay. Great. So great, I haven't slept in 3 days.
The B-plot is kind of insane. London is basically giving Maddie a bunch of free stuff, and it's kind of like, why is she being so nice? And we find out pretty quickly that all of these products are making Maddie have allergic reactions. So London is basically poisoning her, or using her like a rat to test products, which, London, come on, this is too far.
Did you test this stuff? Yes. On you. I should take a picture of this for the boys in Daddy's lab. No, they'll probably want to know about it. No, please don't. No. Ow! I can't see. You're lucky. You're not looking so good.
But going back to the main plot, it's really funny. The entire club adapts to be this huge party project. They even have cages for old women to dance in. Oh, and they have old people as a band. But their style in this episode is impeccable. Look at this. I don't know if two twins at this age would be so into this psychedelic theme. Like, the retroness is cool, but like, did they really come up with that? I don't know. The party becomes short-lived, and next thing you know, they're cleaning up all the trash off the ground. With Mr. Mosby giving them another bill, they realize it's time to call in the towel. Or I guess throw it off. I don't know how those terms work.
We're left with $400. Well, hey, that's not bad.
Oh, no, that should cover about half the damages. The rest you can work off scrubbing pots and pans for minimum wage. Peace.
This was just such a killer fantasy episode for me. As somebody who likes to lead in a bunch of different things, like imaginative projects, I would have loved to create my own club, and to imagine all my friends there, like, that is the ultimate power move. Zack and Cody's dynamic when they're actually like working together is always funny, and it's something I wish the Sweet Life on Deck did a little bit better, because this is like an episode that would be on that show.
Go ahead, tell me off. Zack, I have to admit, running a hot nightclub was a great experience, thanks. You know, I don't think you're really grasping the whole tell me off concept.
None of the innuendos are that subtle, though, like Barbara going off her rockers because she had soda. You can tell this is supposed to be a prerequisite to them in college. The cages are going a little bit too far, though. I feel like you'd only find a setup like that at like a bar or a strip club, and it's like, why are we putting this in Disney Channel? The old lady group, though, does remind me of Mamma Mia. I'm not sure if you guys like that musical, but that is one of my favorites. Then we get another on-location episode, Risk It It All. So this one almost takes place entirely at a game show. Zack and Cody watch this show called Risk It All, and they're basically like, if we were ever on that show, we would never risk it all. You guess where I'm going with this? So the mom takes them to the live recording, and they get to dress up in costumes because I guess that's just what they do for this game show. And the boys dress up like Elvis, which is so funny.
Real yeah, or stop talking to me, I'll do whatever I want, yeah.
If you guys are gonna work together as a team, you gotta listen to each other.
Yeah.
The host calls them up, and they're competing in a bunch of challenges. And I can remember this episode so much more than I remembered most of the episodes. I don't know why, I just thought the gimmick was really cool. This host, though, is really starting to bother me. Like, his over-the-top acting is really ridiculous.
Yeah.
The first challenge is Zack having to get past a sumo wrestler, which how in the world did they come up with that idea? That's not even fun to watch on TV. He gets so wrapped up in this that he answers the intellectual question, taking away Cody's chance to respond. And you know what that means? That means Cody has to be the one to take on the physical challenge next, which they discussed would not happen. Because I don't know if you've met Cody, but he's not an athlete. Not really. And they're doing so well for most of this episode, like winning so much. It almost feels like you're watching a game show, where you feel like you're a part of it because you really want them to win.
Tom Sawyer was written by Mark Twain.
Ooh, did he know his real name is Samuel Clemens?
What was his real name? Oh. Would you let me do my job?
In the B-plot, we get taken on a little journey between Maddie and Esteban, a really funny duo. Very different than Maddie and London. Like, I feel like the stories are a lot more Tipton-based, as opposed to, they haven't really been in the Catholic school in a while, which kind of is sad. Like, I thought that was really funny. They still had a lot of jokes they could have kept making, but whatever, I guess we have to move on from that. Maddie and Esteban are tired of being mistreated at work. Like, they get fed up with Mosby one too many times. So Maddie ends up writing out her feelings as a fake email to Mr. Mosby. But of course, classic London comes in and sends it anyway.
I had to check my website and the letter was in the way. So I pressed the little sending button. Mr. Mosby wasn't supposed to see the letter!
So the episode is them breaking into Mr. Mosby's office, which, by the way, look at all these funny pictures in the background. Mr. Mosby has lived quite a few lives. If anything, I want to see the Mosby Eras tour. Not much more happens there. Mosby finds it, shames them. Maddie apologizes, says it wasn't for him, and it kind of ends there with a little bit of emotional probation from Mosby over here. We cut back to Risk It All, and Cody actually wins despite having astigmatism, which is so funny they just added that to the lore halfway through the next season. Cody ends up being the one a little too power hungry, and right when Zack wants to call the quits and not risk it all, Cody insists they will. Too bad for him, Zack is the one who has to go through with it.
All you gotta do to win the trip to Hawaii is spell the word dog. You've got to spell dog top down using these giant letters.
It's this little obstacle course where he has to spell the word dog while avoiding getting hit by women with nets. He gets his comeuppance because he's not able to win, making it all worthless, and me as an audience member feel really sad for them. It's just a lot of fun. I know Victorious did a game show type episode, and it being the way it was, I feel like this is such a stronger piece for that. If I wasn't so annoyed at the game show host for 90% of this episode, I feel like I would have enjoyed it a little bit more. But overall, like, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody is going uphill with its plot lines. Like, this is so fun. I really feel like the writers are just able to just go off and use the characters any way they want at this point. And the writers go off really crazy in the next episode, Season 2, Episode 32, Nugget of History. I watched this on Kevin Carlisle's channel. I'm not sure if you guys heard of that. He's a YouTuber that also covers some Disney stuff. And he actually did research to find out that everything that happens in this episode and is discussed is true. But let's get into it. So this is a Zack episode. It's kind of about a history report he has to make, and you know Zack, he's a slacker. It's not happening. Meanwhile, Mosby's grandmother is visiting, and this is hilarious because he is the one actually playing his own grandmother. And this is written really smart because not only is Mosby not at all like his grandma, but his grandma Rose is really sweet.
Get your looks from me, you know that, don't you, little peanut? Come on, get it!
And she even cares about kids, and is like, don't forget, kids are awesome. And he's like, yeah, okay, because you're always the opposite of your parents, I swear. Rose Mosby tells Zack and Cody a story about something that happened in the 40s, which is crazy because she must be really old at that point. Apparently, the textbooks don't mention this, but she was a part of the first black crew.
The SS Booker T. Washington.
You keep an anchor in your purse?
It's my keychain. In 1942, Captain Hugh Mulzac finally took command of the military's first integrated crew.
Zack is finally interested in history and can't stop asking questions about her experience, which I would too. Like, I feel like the best type of learning is through stories and talking to people. So he actually feels passionately about putting together a history report. In the meantime, London actually gets a job where Maddie works. I don't know how she's working at this place called the Cluck Bucket with the Tipton at the same time. Like, this girl is a workaholic. Of course, we love their buddy comedy energy. London is doing such a bad job. She even insults people through the drive-thru.
Will there be anything else? Suggest whatever's getting cold. Oh.
Both girls are pretty much immersed in this really tough day job, and it kind of puts us into this capitalism experience. This is one of the few times I feel like we see London actually struggle and things not work out for her. Her and Maddie end up in this chicken costume, but I feel like this is kind of a cheat. The way they get out of this situation is London's dad buys the restaurant, and then the two get to run it. But, like, why would we never see this establishment again if you did that? I don't know. I think it was unnecessary.
$6,000 an hour doesn't seem like much, but after a while, it starts to add up.
So Zack is really excited about his history report, shows his teacher, and the teacher is like, that's not in the textbook, therefore it's not right. Kind of talking about how a lot of textbooks we had growing up in the 2000s would specifically leave out certain parts of history that it was ashamed of, including downplaying the way we treated people of color, and straight up leaving out all the stuff we did as a flawed country. Now that the internet's here, it's nice that we actually get, like, the full, honest truth, at least somewhere online. We're not limited to what the school systems are forcing us to read. Luckily, Rose Mosby comes into Zack's class and actually helps advocate for him, which is really sweet of her. She doesn't have to do that. One, she's not even related to the boys. Two, why is she hanging out with a guest at the hotel's kids? I don't know. I guess that's just random to me. But they end up getting the teacher's attention. Rose is able to even prove that she was dating Jackie Robinson, which is such a funny Easter egg, and gets the teacher to give Zack an A, which we're actually feeling really proud about, because when you get to tell a teacher they're wrong, it's always like a celebrational day. Like, how often did that happen when we were growing up?
Don't sass your teacher. Don't laugh at his pain.
And I like that he's not staying stubborn on this, like he actually gives Zack the grade, so he's not a bad guy, it just became a problem. Mr. Mosby doing both parts is really interesting. I just wish he as a character was in it a little bit more. It felt like he passed off the baton to Rose and then kind of disappeared. Like, Mr. Mosby could have been the one to defend the history project, or he and Rose could have had a single plot line to themselves. It feels like a missed opportunity to me, but it was still funny nonetheless, and the fact that they gave us a little glimpse into the school system and how rigged it might be, it was an extra bit of depth. This is definitely one of the most culturally revolutionary episodes, just in the fact that Disney was able to touch on subjects that were real. You know, like the Raven smoking episode, or even the next couple episodes that are about to come up. This season is just managing to surprise us by the way it's going off the rails, which is really cool. I feel like not a lot of shows get to explore this much stuff, but Zack and Cody are doing it, and not only doing it, but in an entertaining way.
I'm Batty. I'm Batty. You won't know what's Batty. This bat is Batty.
Okay, so the next episode is called Miniature Golf, and this one is kind of wacky if you ask me. So Zack is asking out a girl while Carrie is trying to do a workout.
4, 5. Yeah, that's just my brother counting off how many one-arm push-ups I'm doing.
I don't know why all the gags involving Carrie Martin are something about working out or getting fit for something or being old. Like, I feel like she's a little bit more complex than that. Zack tells Cody that he wants to go on a double date, and Cody's like, okay, fine, I'll bring Barbara. Barbara's been seen a couple times before, most notably when they were working on the newspaper, and their relationship is interesting. I feel like Cody as a boyfriend is a lot more nerdy than Cody as a normal person. Like, even with Bailey in Sweet Life on Deck, Cody just has this way about him where he's romantic by talking about flashcards or things he's learning, and it's like, oh my gosh, I don't know how girls are into this. But yeah, he agrees, and they all are gonna go miniature golfing. In the B plot, apparently London is a part of a book club. She enters, and one of her first lines are,
"Hit me, candy girl,"
which is super disrespectful. Imagine one of your friends came over to your house, snapped their fingers, and said, "Mint me." I don't like that. They're reading the book Pride and Prejudice, which is really funny because London is like, oh, the main character is Pride. But yeah, Maddie has issues with that because I guess she doesn't want London to be smart since she has that.
There's no way I'm gonna be left out of a club. even if it means reading some boring old book. Want to be part of Lend Maddie $1 Million Club? Sorry, I don't get my allowance till next week.
So they get to the miniature golf course, and the lady taking tickets is really wacky. They really like making their adult characters, like, dopey to the point of incompetence. But you gotta admit, she's really funny.
This pencil is broken.
They're all broken. Lousy kids.
So as they do mini golf, Zack ends up being such a poor sport, being disrespectful at almost any turn. Even Cody recognizes this, and I don't remember Zack being such a poor sport in a way that I've never seen him be this rude. Meanwhile, Maddie is still annoyed at what's going on with the book club, which is like, come on girl, do something else with your life. You don't have to be an advocate for everything going on. Because she gets offended when the book club doesn't talk about books. It's like London and her rich friends, and they're just gossiping. And then we get Alexa Nicholas as a guest star. I'm not sure if you guys know who that is, but she was famously on Zoe 101. Didn't have a good experience with it, but you guys could check out her channel if you want to get into that. Maddie challenges the group to actually read the book, and they accept it.
In fact, we're gonna start right now. Who's hungry?
Me.
Then we get more of Zack being a jerk, and I didn't think he could take it even further, but the girl ends up being offended too. Let me just say, if I knew Zack Martin in real life, I would not be playing Mario Party with that guy. So Zack vows to beat this girl at the game, with Carrie and Cody trying to give him a little bit of clarity on the fact he's being a jerk, but he's still determined to prove that this girl is not as good as him. You know who gets wrapped into it? Yeah. Marion Mosby. Zack's playing golf in the hallway, and instead of getting super angry, Mr. Mosby is like really into golf, and he's like, I could teach you a few things.
You golf?
Gee, I was kind of expecting more of, I want you out of my hotel this instant, you diminutive demon!
They're like practicing golfing in the lobby, which why would Mr. Mosby agree to? The golf ball goes through all these like creative spots, but it reminds me of like the Pee Wee Herman movie. So next thing you know, they're back at miniature golf, and he's trying to redeem himself. He's pretty much a sore winner now, and even worse.
Oh yeah, hole in one! Who's laughing now, Mr. Hippo?
The three other participants have to walk out, and I'm like, why did they even agree to go with him again? Meanwhile, the book club reads the book, and everybody's like triggered, being like, oh my gosh, how could she fall for such a poor man? Maddie's like, it's love, it's supposed to be love. And their perspective on the book is so wildly different than them that it's like kind of like a plot twist. Alexa Nicholas has really funny lines in this scene too.
That'd be like my brother dating Chelsea.
Oh, just because my family's yacht is smaller than yours, you think you're better than me?
Well, yeah.
All the rich kids pretty much fight each other for who's the most rich, and it's the most London Tipton fight I've ever seen. With everybody throwing food in each other's face, I feel like this is like the 50th time this season that food has been in somebody's face. In the end, Carrie talks to Zack once again about being a sore loser, and he decides to apologize. And she kind of accepts it, which is really wacky. I don't know why this girl accepts the apology so easily. I would never talk to him again, especially how little they know each other. And Cody, of course, doesn't care that much because he's just gonna reset next episode.
I want him to apologize. Apology not accepted. Yeah, I couldn't care less.
Overall, this one was a lot of fun with Zack and Mosby. I wish we narrowed in on that. Maybe Mosby was a part of teaching Zack how he can't be a sore winner. I guess we had a couple montages that just took that away from us. Oh well. Overall, I had fun with this episode. I mean, it's a very basic stereotype to just have somebody be a sore winner, especially getting to know Zack and Cody so well at this point. Seeing him not be able to grow that quickly is almost kind of sad. But I had fun.
Dang, I'm a good coach. You were fine too.
Okay, so now we got a really wacky episode. Disney Channel has surprised me in the past with how far they like to push some of their comedy, and this one is a little further than I was ever expecting. The episode's called Health and Fitness. We got my boy Chef Paolo back again, which at this point I feel like if you saw the punch cards of the staff at the Tipton, each of them would work for like 1 hour a month because they are rarely around in this show. It starts with everybody at the Tipton getting needles to check their blood pressure. Of course, Mosby is scared of needles, which doesn't ever have an effect with the rest of the episode, so let's move on. And it kind of leads us into the true topic of the episode, which is about sugar. I'm not sure if you guys saw the Hannah Montana episode, No Sugar Sugar, or Uptight Oliver's Alright. Yeah, they had to rename it twice. But in this episode, the character Oliver is found to have hiding the fact that he has diabetes. Miley and Lily kind of go on this endeavor to figure out what's going on with him, and when they find out it's diabetes, they essentially act immediately. They try to keep him away from sugar as if he's allergic strict to this. Like, they monitor his eating and they get hyper-fixated on the fact that he can't have sugar. But the most important part of the episode isn't about the episode itself, it's more about the reception. See, this Hannah Montana episode got a lot of conversations going, and a lot of parents that are a part of the Diabetes Association of America wrote letters to Disney expressing their discontent with the episode.
Tonight we learned a lot of important things.
Yeah, I learned that 40 kids get diagnosed with type 1 diabetes every day.
Yeah, and I learned you can't get it from eating too many sweets.
And I learned if you take your insulin appropriately, exercise, and eat a balanced diet, you can do anything and be anything you want to be.
And I learned that someday I'm gonna be good looking and I'm gonna inherit a lot of money.
It had them change one of the moments in the episode itself. Originally, the episode ended with them successfully getting Oliver away from sugar, but then they replaced it with a scene of Miley and the main cast talking about diabetes awareness, like as if it's this big plague. I can't believe we were so focused on food consumption and all this stuff when there were so much more important things going on at the time. But yeah, they felt the need to cover this topic again in another episode of another sitcom, Sweet Life. So Zach's eating a little too much sugar, and Cody points it out as if it's this big deal. Which I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I mean, I'm sure you shouldn't be overdoing candy consumption, but I mean, who am I to say? I get up every morning and eat zebra cakes like it's a hash brown. Cody is the first person to bring on a fat joke, and whoa, that came in strong.
This health questionnaire is really interesting. I'd like to show you, but you might eat it.
Carrie kind of cautions Zach that he could end up having diabetes, and I don't know if it should be painted in that dark of a light. Like, it's not the end of the world, it's something that people have and they deal with. The more interesting thing is that Disney actually avoided talking about candy and sugar consumption on most of their shows in general, probably because they didn't want to influence kids to be eating too much sugar. Cody notices that Chef Paolo himself got a blood result test and it came out really bad, kind of giving the main cast an insight on how Zach could end up if he keeps eating all this candy.
How bad can your blood be?
They found the bacon bits.
And Cody's kind of caring, like he tells Chef Paolo he will help him get over this issue. In the B-plot, London tells Maddie that her friend is giving away a bunch of clothes, something in preparation for a fashion show at the end of the episode, and the two show up, the friend is a jerk, and instead of getting clothes, they're left with insecurity?
We can only criticize people that we pay.
Fine. Your butt is huge. And you have chicken legs. That's the best $50 I ever spent.
Hitting a new low for the rich in this scenario. I really hope nobody does that in real life. But the girls get really self-conscious, which is fair, because people care about other people's approval, and you don't want anybody ever commenting on your size. They look into the mirror and they can even see it. It's like body dysmorphia. And even though they're not saying what's right or wrong about it, I do like the implication that, like, that is kind of how people with body dysmorphia see themselves in the mirror. I'm not sure if it's tackled necessarily in the correct way, but I am happy it's something we talked about back then. If anything, something that's lacking in shows today that we should be talking about. But yeah, this whole B-plot mirrors the A-plot in that it's all about monitoring food consumption, which in both instances is not good. Cody's trying to help distract Chef Paolo as he's making food in the kitchen. London comes in and is demanding to have food because she's probably starving at this point. And Cody is so committed to helping everybody that he jumps in between a cake for all of them so they wouldn't eat it. And it's like he's got frosting on his face. Another moment where Sweet Life of Zack and Cody is involving throwing food again.
There's still some chocolate left on his face.
Let's take it off!
Then, as Maddie and London are trying to both overcome their insecurities about their weight, Mosby comes in and tries to give them like an endearing speech, which who in the world wants a speech from their manager about their weight? Gosh, I can't imagine what I would say if my manager called me into his office and told me I looked beautiful the way I was. I mean, I guess it's sweet. I'm looking at it from a very cynical point of view. You guys get what I mean, right?
He's gone!
Cody asks Chef Paolo to spend the night there so he could help him go a whole night without binging. Chef Paolo and Zach kind of meet up in the middle of the night, both craving sugar, and they kind of team up to get away from Cody. They head all the way down to the kitchen at the Tipton and are eating an obscenely disgusting amount of food, like dipping chocolate in gravy. I mean, this is making me not like sugar. Cody and Carrie come down, catching both of them, and they're both pretty disappointed. Carrie is a little bit more lenient because she's like, I shouldn't have expected you to go cold turkey. But Cody is more like, Chef Paolo, you're an adult, you should be able to get through this, which, I mean, I guess he's not wrong.
It's the gravy. She calls it to me like a siren song.
If a 14-year-old came up to me and is like, dude, you gotta fix your eating, I definitely would consider it. I'm not saying it's a good idea to take it seriously, but it sucks. Cody plays tough love on Chef Paolo and is essentially like, I'm gonna give up on you because it's so sad to see you self-harm with food. And that's a really interesting topic. And Cody does a really good job at setting up a boundary with Chef Paolo, because a lot of us do things unintentionally in our lives may end up in hurting our own health. Something simple as eating candy when you know it's not good for you is like a small way of kind of betraying yourself. And the way Chef Paolo does it is almost ridiculous. Like, some people have an out of control issue with continuing a habit that hurts them. It kind of reminds me of like smoking. Like back in the 2000s, there was a lot of campaigns against smoking because all these adults used to smoke. And I was one of the kids that wanted it to stop. I remember hiding my mom's cigarettes when I was little and I thought that made sense. But that's like another form of self-harm. And it's hard to watch something like that. But that's why I respect Cody for standing up for it. He's like, I'm not gonna watch this, and it's totally fair. But if this were real life, I think the adult would be like, hey, don't tell me what to do. I don't know. But I feel bad. Like, I understand what it's like to eat yourself sick, especially when you're going through something. You don't realize you're doing something like that. But that's why it's important we focus on our mental health and pay attention to what we're doing, because sometimes we unintentionally will not take care of ourselves and don't even realize we're doing it. This is kind of an interesting topic because it's not necessarily like the show got it right or wrong in this instance. It's almost like better that we're even talking about it at all, and that's always something I like to do. In the next scene, we actually have the fashion show that London was talking about a bit earlier. It's the perfect setup because obviously it's a plot line where it's all about appearance. Like, they have to walk on stage, they have to model these outfits. A very big trigger for somebody going through this counting calories issue.
I'm so hungry, I'm dizzy. And I keep smelling hamburger.
That's me. I'm sweating beef juice.
They end up ruining the entire event, like making an embarrassment out of themselves, and it's just to show that not being yourself, not being authentic, doing things that don't necessarily contribute to the well-being of your health or the relationship you have with yourself will always bite you in the butt. Whether it's food, whether it's something small as the miniature golf episode where Zack was just being a sore loser, to something as big as harming yourself with something you know is a detriment to your health. But they end up finding a really good resolve with this episode specifically. Like, the next day, Paolo actually takes Cody's words to heart, and he surprises him by making him a healthy meal, which is really sweet. And he names it after him. And then Zack tries it, and he too realizes that it's really good food.
This is delicious. What is it?
Mixed vegetables.
No, seriously.
And then it's kind of like a little assumption that everything's going to be better from here on out, and none of them will ever be insecure about body weight ever again. Yep. That's just the fake world that the sitcoms live in. In reality, obviously, this is something that people battle on a daily basis. This is something that can affect you long term, and it just further exemplifies why self-care and self-love are important. The relationship to yourself is the root for how you see life. I am a little annoyed, though, at the end, because it's Maddie and London finding guys, and they tell them that they're enough, and that's the reason they're kind of happy about it, and that's not a good reason. Like, I wish they told each other their approval is the only thing that matters, or their own, or that looking healthy isn't as good as feeling healthy. But yeah, I feel bad for making it that deep, but it is something worth talking about. If you disagree or agree with me, please put it in the comments. That's the whole point of having discussions like this, looking back on the 2000s and kind of identifying what we were really going through at the time, because mental health was not talked about super much back then, but this is definitely a good example of self-harm and how people kind of use it in ways that they don't realize they're doing.
I guess Mosby is right after all.
He always is.
Oh, so yeah, the next episode we have is Back in the Game. And this one is actually really fun. I can't believe how much The Sweet Life is talking about really important stories and then telling them in a really good way, like the one nugget of history where they're talking about quieting Black voices, and then we had the episode about diabetes, and now we're having an episode about people in wheelchairs. And I really like how they go about it. It starts with a fun cold open of a man named Daryl coming to the Tipton with a bunch of athletes with physical disabilities. He teases Mosby about giving them special treatment just because they're in wheelchairs, and Mosby is really bad at looking like that's not the truth.
Yeah, how come they can play basketball in the lobby and we can't?
You know, it's just that, I didn't want to. I mean, they're
in wheelchairs.
Are they? I hadn't noticed.
I know this guy's famous in real life too for exactly kind of what this show is about, which I love. And I love that they kind of treat him like that. Like Zack and Cody acknowledge that he's a famous figure in this world. It's pretty relevant too. We actually get a little bit of backstory that Zack and Cody had a friend named Jamie, and they briefly mention that this friend used to be really good at basketball and their best friend until there was an accident one day, and then suddenly he stopped hanging out with people, going to basketball games, that he kind of quit life. It's a really dark but something that you really care about because you're like, this is a friend of Zack and Cody. They come up with this ruse to try to get him to talk to Daryl and maybe get a little bit of inspiration that he doesn't have to give up basketball just because he's in a wheelchair now. But they trick him into coming over by saying that Jessica Simpson is there, and then Cody does a disgusting impersonation of her.
I need someone to help rub in my suntan lotion.
But yeah, Jamie shows up and he is not into it, and he is super grouchy. And it's Freddie from iCarly. Nathan Kress is in this, and he looks really young. Like, you could tell this is pre-iCarly.
No offense, but you're not nearly as pretty in person.
And that's not just in this instance. He's gonna be a grouch for the rest of the episode. I feel like Nathan Kress could have been a little bit more peppy or optimistic because this character is just so over the world. So it doesn't work on getting Jamie to be a part of the team, but Carrie is able to convince Daryl to have his whole team go against Zack and Cody's school for charity. At first they're like, that wouldn't be fair, until Zack and Cody recommend that they are also in wheelchairs. And the way they challenge each other is actually really funny. I feel like Daryl, or the actor playing Daryl, must have been in the writer's room because all these jokes are so funny, and I don't know how they're able to dodge being offensive so easily because it just seems natural the way they're talking about it.
How did you end up in your wheelchair?
I'm in a wheelchair. Holy cow, why didn't no one tell me?
I mean, the 2000s were a different time. I think things were a lot more offensive just for the sake of being offensive, but they're not doing that here. Like, they're doing a good job with this. So Jamie doesn't agree to be a part of this, and everybody in Zack and Cody's friend group play basketball in wheelchairs, and they are horrible. Like, they can't possibly make it work. It's really hard to be in a wheelchair, and it's good to see them actually learn that up close, being how young they are. Like, you should be learning about people different than you and kind of how they go about their life.
Don't worry, guys, you'll catch up.
You really think so?
No.
They're still trying to get Jamie to be a part of it, and this guy is not having it. He is grouchy every time we see him. He does not like this world. And I feel bad. I feel like we should have got a moment where he's like missing basketball or actually has a positive feeling about wanting to get back in the game, but it just seems like Zack and Cody are not taking no for an answer, and it's kind of looking like they're jerks. But before we move on, we gotta talk about the B plot. It really doesn't have much to do with this episode. A lot of the time is taken up by the basketball event because it's a lot more interesting, but Maddie apparently is given a video production assignment, which it's like, are you serious? You guys have a religious school and then also a video production department? Like, why do you do that? And she's making this like narrative film and asks London to be in it. London's a little disrespectful at first, but then she kind of gets excited about it. They bring in Lance, they bring in Mr. Mosby, and every character gets a moment of desperation, essentially. Seeing the actors pretend to not know how to act as their characters is always something that's super funny. I just like that trope of people playing different parts when we as the audience know what they're truly like.
I'm sorry, but I run a hotel, not a charity. Now out on the street with you!
And without trying to get too into it, essentially, it's Maddie being the straight man and every other character pushing her buttons up until the very end when it turns out that she re-edited the video to make it look better. And that plot ends pretty quickly. I mean, it's a funny side plot to what's really going on, but it's super unnecessary.
So, as you can see, it's not easy making a student film.
Hello? Hello? Hey, is this thing on?
But yeah, next thing you know, we're at the game, they're playing basketball, and I like that Arwen's still involved, he's still the coach, and he's in a wheelchair too, it's kind of funny. Daryl notices how bad the team is playing, and then he notices that Jamie's there, watching the competition. He kind of has a little one-on-one talk with him, and gets Jamie to realize that maybe he does want to be involved in this. Which, even in this scene, he doesn't look interested. He looks so angry at the fact he would even have to get involved. He jumps in, we have a quick montage where it makes it look like they played a game of basketball when really we all know that they were just running around a court filming. Nathan Kress wins for the whole team, Zack and Cody are happy, and they give him a new life. He even joins Daryl's basketball team. Good for him. It's definitely like a win for the way Zack and Cody said his life went. Like, this poor kid had a horrible accident and lost his lust for life. So to see him come out on top like this by the end of the episode is pretty heartwarming. I'm happy they like ended it like this.
All I want is a car, a house
house for my parents and $50,000.
How about instead I teach you how to use sympathy to pick up girls? See that one over there? Been hitting on me all week.
Nathan Kress does a pretty average job at looking like he could be in a wheelchair, but I don't know if people in wheelchairs are that grouchy all the time, Nathan. My favorite joke is when Nathan Kress says, "I just happen to be rolling by," and there's not even a laugh track during that joke. This overall is a really fun episode. I like this new tone of diving into deeper topics without necessarily taking them super seriously. A lot of these writers were involved in the show Full House, but at least Zack and Cody takes things to a much more comedic level and actually doesn't pander to kids. Not that Full House isn't a good show. I'm not gonna get those Full Housers stuck up in my comments, but you guys know what I'm getting at.
Jamie, you got game. And as for the rest of you guys, I hope you're better on your feet.
Okay, so the next episode is a really good one. This is the first two-part episode in The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, which is crazy because it's season 2, episode 36, The Sweet Life Goes Hollywood. Originally, this was actually planned to be the season finale of the show, which I would have been excited. I'd like two-part episodes being season finales. But since it's a kid's show, I guess they just didn't take it as seriously, because there's randomly 2 episodes at the end of the season. So we see a bunch of strangers in the Tipton. This really tall man and a short man. That's the best way I can describe them. Zack and Cody think they're really sus, so they try to warn Mr. Mosby.
We heard their whole conversation while our ears were accidentally pressed against their door.
Almost every character finds their way into the lobby because of Zack and Cody, making it a really entertaining experience in the lobby. Which, by the way, 90% of the stuff that Zack and Cody are doing in this scene should be illegal. The two men say that they're writers in Hollywood, and they actually think that Zack and Cody are the most interesting thing in this hotel. They invite them to come to Hollywood with them and kind of consult on the series about all their misadventures, and it's really exciting because Maddie already was getting tired of the snow. London says they're gonna all be able to take her private jet, which is really exciting and definitely makes me wonder how she wasn't able to get out in the sweet life on deck if she could just do that. We finally see the cast outside the hotel, which is really nice. I love it when they do adventures like this, and as long as it's not iCarly, I go to Japan, I think we're gonna be in for a good episode. The montages go on for a long time, and it's really hard for me to take out the fact that they probably record this whole show in LA anyway. And they go to the LA Tipton. Oh my gosh, that's so funny that the Tipton is that popular. They could have so many locations.
I can't wait to see our luxury suite. You're kidding.
Well, I guess if you've been to one Tipton, you've been to them all.
Mr. Mosby is kind of fixated on the fact that it's not as good or well run as the one in Boston. As an adult, I'm really liking that everything in LA is fake because it's so kind of true, and it definitely is the perfect breeding ground for comedy. They go to the writer's office, and it's this dingy little shared common area. And I don't know if I got this when I was younger, but a lot of these are at the Hollywood writer's expense. One by one, the writers talk to the characters about their experiences at the hotel, and Zack and Cody are the most interesting. Surprise. But I really like seeing the characters talk about their own experiences. Like, you never see Mr. Mosby have an excuse to talk about what he likes and doesn't like about the hotel. He's just kind of there responding to things.
What's the funniest thing that ever happened at the hotel?
One time, we ran out of pillow mints.
The cast go to the set, and it looks exactly like the Tipton. Why? Because they probably use the same set. You can see the lighting grid on the top, and I have no doubt that's the same set. London tries to use the elevator immediately, and it doesn't work, which is, I find that hilarious. All the characters have a double, with Zack and Cody's mom being, like, ridiculously young for her age, and London being played by a guy, who surprisingly captures her essence really well. Like, I think this guy's really funny.
But I would never date Maddie. She's not my type. She's poor.
Yeah, and who did her hair? An egg beater?
You are me! Yes!
He definitely reminds me of Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not sure if you guys get that, wink wink. And the boys playing Zack and Cody are these snotty kids that are just spoiled and into the acting game. I imagine kids actually being there and wanting to enjoy the fun and adults viewing them like this. I definitely don't think kids ever act this spoiled, but that might be an exaggeration. Everything quickly turns around when the producers don't like the little kids and want to replace them with Zack and Cody.
Dibs on Zack! Oh, you're always Zack!
And that's where we end our our first part. We jump in right where we left off in the second part, but now excited because Zack and Cody are going to be playing themselves. And now it becomes a question if they're going to need to stay in LA at this new Tipton or going to be able to go back to Boston. And I definitely am sad because I want them to stay. We get a glimpse into the fake show and all the other actors are so disorienting. Mr. Mosby and the girls leave the set to go explore Hollywood, and Ashley Tisdale has never looked more like Sharpay Evans in this moment, not even when she played Sharpay Evans. Her and London go off when they see this actor that's kind of a parody of Johnny Depp, so they crash a set as stunt doubles.
Now, which one of you two specializes in falling off of tall buildings? Great, then you can both do the fall.
And of course they have no idea what they're doing, which I am excited about because I always find those scenarios hilarious. Zack and Cody are on set, and now they're playing themselves, with Cody kind of falling under the pressure. They talk to fake Mosby, and the studio audience really doesn't like them. And I feel bad. These guys are really trying. They want to do this. Meanwhile, Maddie and London get to meet Johnny Depp, and everything's great. Just kidding. They make them fight in the mud, which is really unnecessary, and are replaced when the real actresses have to kiss him. So yeah, that B-plot is not so glamorous. It's interesting that they didn't introduce it to the second part. I guess they just ran out of stuff to do. Then Zack and Cody start to argue on set to a point where they get physical. And that's perfect because that is just what they do.
Hey, where you going?
I'm giving my boys a timeout.
There's no timeouts in show business.
Oh, there is if you want a show.
I vote we give her a timeout.
In a really random beat of dialogue, they bring on another set of twins that are musically talented, sing for the audience, and then they replace Zack and Cody with these singers, which I guess everything in television happens for a reason. Is that what they say? This was a really good episode, super well worth it, and I remember loving it at the time. It does remind me a lot of the iCarly episode. It's called iCarly Saves TV, and pretty much the same thing happens. Like Carly and Sam and Freddie all go to Hollywood, and then they're replaced one by one with different actors, different situations, and it's really funny. So you gotta love plot lines like this. There's something about people being inauthentic as characters that I just find super amusing because it takes a really talented actor to act as somebody acting. You know what I'm saying? And they captured the chaos of the Sweet Life in a really comedic way. There's something about it that feels like they're inviting us in on the Hollywood inside jokes, and I'm definitely here for it. As somebody who grew up on the East Coast and made the transition out west, I definitely feel like it was an accurate portrayal.
Don't worry, Mr. Mosby. We promise to behave.
Thank you.
You don't mean that, do you? Nah, I just don't want to hear Mosby crying all the way back to Boston.
So episode 38 is called I Want My Mummy. In this one, a famous Indiana Jones parody guy who works at a museum is bringing all of his artifacts to the Tipton. Esteban is really freaked out about this because the mummy, something Kwee-Kwee, carries an ancient curse with her.
My village lies in the shadow of Queen Kwee-Kwee's pyramid.
But it looked like no one had been near there for 1,000 years.
Right. Because, as I may have mentioned before, it's cursed!
I remember seeing this episode, and the Tipton employee that follows Mosby around in this, he's like from the country. I feel like they just needed another actor to be a part of this that's not Esteban, because he has to follow Maddie around this whole episode. But he's really funny. I wish he was in it more. Mr. Mosby apparently isn't gonna be here, so it's up to this guy to keep Zack and Cody away from the mummified body. But little did he expect that Maddie and Esteban are trying to figure out what's going on.
What exactly does this curse do to you?
Your skin melts off, your eyes explode, and your hair bursts into flames.
Oh, that would so put a damper on prom.
I don't know why this has to be Maddie's entire personality. She's just the one that's like, I am defying everybody in this situation. And I feel kind of bad for her. Like, I feel like things don't always work out in her favor, and that's why she needs to kind of like only be an advocate for everything else. But you know what? She's a really interesting character as it is, and very funny. So it's not like I'm bashing it. I just want to kind of understand where she's coming from as a character. They find out that it's not a real mummy. It is a doll wrapped up in gauze. So Zack and Cody are fighting as they take the mummy with them. They end up knocking it off a cliff. Oh wait, not a cliff, the Tipton. You know what I mean. It's a metaphor. So Cody has to be mummified and make up for it, which does not sound really thought out. Like eventually he will have to breathe.
The worst plan in the history of plans. Okay, then think of another plan, and while you're thinking, hold this.
It's funny for a moment because it seems like he's actually considering living the life of a mummy, which is like, Cody, you can't just do that. Esteban and Maddie have to lie to the new Tipton employee to get into this room, and they're so bad at it, it's hilarious.
Protesters are tunneling under the ballroom as we speak to steal the exhibit!
What do I do? You need to go to the kitchen and get all the pudding you can carry.
London helps bring Zack into the room. Esteban and Maddie end up leaving with Cody the mummy, which, let's recap, there are 3 mummies so far and none of them are real. Everybody runs to the lobby when Cody actually starts moving as a mummy and people are freaking out. I don't think it looks that threatening. Like, it's not even a curse, it's just a kid in a costume. I don't know why everybody's falling for this. So yeah, in the end, it turns out to just be a ploy to get some merchandise, and this fake Indiana Jones impersonator is caught. A true hero of corporate America.
This necklace is probably plastic. Here, Maddie, you can have it.
Actually, the necklace is real emerald.
Thanks for holding it for me, Maddie.
Mr. Mosby comes back and Skippy is really guilty and admits to him that the museum thing didn't work out, so they have the Tipton's greatest treasure. Turns out people are just showing up to wave to London Tipton and walk out the door, which she's not lying. I do find it crazy that Mosby wouldn't find out until right then. Nobody told him this whole museum thing was an entire hoax. We're just gonna move on. Okay. Overall, a really fun episode. I feel like Zack and Cody kind of took the back seat a little bit in this one, but I really do like an ensemble episode. And the ensemble episodes are really what makes Sweet Life stand out, because everybody's funny. Esteban's funny, London's funny, Mosby's funny, and the fact that they're all looping around in this one mummy scenario is just hilarious. Like, I like this. As we close out season 2 of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, I'm glad we got like a lot of really good episodes, even though it feels like it's been going on literally forever.
It dated circa 3000 BC. It's really old.
That leads us to the season finale. I'm gonna cry. Episode 39 is called Aptitude. And this is one of the episodes I surprisingly remembered the most. The boys are taking an online computer test that tells them what they're gonna be when they grow up. And we've seen this in plenty of 2000 shows. It's that whole idea that technology can give you insight onto something more. I think Zoe 101 did this when they were having dates be paired up. They gave them all like personality quizzes and then they paired them up later. That's kind of what the Sweet Life is doing here.
And the winner of Boston's biggest nerd for an unprecedented 5 years in a row is Cody Martin.
I feel like this is a good way to end the second season, especially since we care a lot about how these boys grow up, and this seems to be a vital part of their personality. If I was old enough to expect a season 3, I would be really curious on how this panned out, considering this is the final one. We get another glimpse of Patrick bugging Mr. Mosby, because his whole B-plot is trying to get a new podium, which I've never been more bored. London apparently just got back from Morocco, which right before she just got back from Peru. It feels like she's just returning home all the time.
It's so wonderful there. During the day, it's so bright.
And at night, it gets dark.
You've been there?
Some of the questions on this test are really ridiculous, but I do find it funny that Zack is trying to cheat off Cody for a moment. Like, of course, this is like the one test that you don't even have to worry about that for. The results say that Cody is going to be a janitor and Zack is going to be a CEO, which I find hilarious. It is such a good premise to have this identity issue with both the boys. Like, Cody is heartbroken, and I would be too, because I was somebody that cared about my future a lot when I was in middle school.
Mine says that I'm gonna become a Keo. What the heck is a Keo? That says CEO. Excellent! What's a CEO?
London decides to bring her Moroccan themes with the Prime Minister at the Tipton, and when they don't get the right dancer, they have Maddie step in. Oh my gosh, this has to be cultural appropriation. This guy ends up choking and Maddie has to save him. This scene's kind of gross, so I'm gonna kind of move on from this. So Zack and Cody pretty much switch identities, with Carrie being super confused.
At that rate, that's an annualized gain of 31.2%.
Jack? Did you just do math?
I guess I did!
She tries to appease both of them by saying the tests are inaccurate to Cody, but then accurate to Zack because she wants them to feel good, and it's just, I mean, it's a typical mom thing to do, but it's not helpful. Poor Cody is depressed, saying, what's the point? And hair is up and at him. We have Zack in this whole fantasy of him being a CEO and what it would actually be like, which I don't think it's accurate. There's no way he's gonna make such an unrealistic amount of money for not doing anything. And then we have Cody having the same kind of nightmare, taking from where Zack left off, and he's the janitor that cleans up everything Zack does. Meanwhile, the whole prime minister situation gets Maddie on television because she saved somebody's life. Like, that's a big deal.
So tell us, who does your hair?
I do.
So in order to fix this whole identity crisis, Carrie takes the boys to the assessment and testing center where they created the test. And I wish I could have done this when I was in middle school taking these kinds of tests. Who remembers standardized testing when they all like put us in separate rooms and then made sure they were like testing our aptitude and it didn't really go toward our grades or anything? That's a 2000s throwback. It turns out the creator of this whole thing is actually kind of a loser. I don't know how to describe him. They tried to make him look like a loser.
They sell fat-free donuts.
Well, I have a complaint.
Fine, there's a little fat in them.
This insight kind of gives Cody the confidence to not listen to the test, and Zack just feels like it's a ripoff because he could end up like this guy. Maddie's plot ends in a really anticlimactic way, where it turns out something more interesting happened on the news, and not only is she not famous anymore, but a dog has taken her spot.
Maddie, remember how you were in all the newspapers yesterday?
Uh-huh.
Well, that makes you yesterday's news.
So yeah, depressing way to end the season for Maddie, for sure. And just like that, we're finished the entire second season, guys. Oh my gosh. That was way too long. 39 episodes should not be the length of any season of any TV show ever, unless they're 5 minutes long and equaling like 20 episodes. It's hard to argue that there's not real gems in there, like really good episodes, but there were a lot of duds too. There's a lot of like impersonal episodes that I feel like didn't necessarily have to do with the Tipton too much, or was more like boring and none of the characters got to shine. But I gotta admit, this third half of episodes really surprised me. Like, they threw stuff at the wall, covering topics and issues that I never thought a Disney Channel show would have to cover. And since they were so popular at the time, they could get away with pretty much anything they wanted.
What I'm trying to say, I dated a guy in a wheelchair once. Maybe you know him.
Carrie, listen, I was just playing around. I have a girlfriend.
Oh, is she in a wheelchair too?
No, she can walk. Maybe you know her.
It's so sad to think this show's only 3 seasons, but it's good to know that the second season literally is worth like 2-3 seasons. Moral of the story is The Sweet Life Season 2 is a wild roller coaster of content. And I don't know how to sum it up because of everything it's been through, everything I've been through watching it. But I'm so excited to dive into the 3rd season. It's gonna make fall really fun. I think I'm gonna take my time on this one and split it into 2 parts, but actually dive super deep into it. I'm not sure if you guys saw yet, but some of my new retrospectives are out. I did a Sunny with a Chance one recently. I've been diving into Danny Phantom as my new cartoon, and some Cartoon Network content has been coming out. If you really want to get insight onto these networks when the networks were at their prime in the 2000s, make sure to check out some of my other videos. Thank you guys so much for your support, and I am just so grateful to be able to do what I'm doing. And for any more shows you want me to cover, don't forget to comment below and tell me your favorite episode from this show.
Yay, you!
Brendan, you've never yayed anyone but yourself.
You're right. Yay me!
Hey, Cody.
Hey, Barbara.
So we've been going over The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody for some time on my channel. I've had a lot of fun. My first video wasn't super great, the first season of Zack and Cody. I feel like I was still new at this whole YouTube thing and I was piecing stuff together. So there's a lot of glitches in that episode. Please forgive me. But I've had genuinely such a good time talking about these episodes, especially when it got to the 2nd season and I had to get to those 39 episodes. I feel like I worked really, really hard on that. So please check it out, the complete 2nd season video. It's 3 hours long and yeah, it's quite a ride. But now that we're at the final season of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, I don't even know what to do with myself. I was thinking maybe I should get a job. Huh. No, I'm just kidding. I would never get a job. But yeah, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody has gone on strong for so long. I believe this is 70 episodes in. So these are the final 22 of the whole series. And so much life happens over the course of these 22 episodes that I was not prepared for. Like, the second season had 39 episodes that were all the same, essentially happening. You know, like they're in the hotel. There's not a lot of plot progressing stuff. It's mainly episodic. But the third season has a lot of recurring elements that just keep the show going over and over again. A lot of really important stuff. One of the most important being the absence of Maddie. Like, Maddie and London were always the B-plot. They always had lines and stuff going on, but this time Maddie kind of stepped away. And I didn't remember a lot of this season because of that. Like, I feel like it took out the classic Zack and Cody I know so well. Not only that, but the boys go to high school, which is a huge change. You know, like, they've always been in middle school up until this point. We've gotten a couple episodes like the school newspaper episode, or like just seeing them at school, but now it becomes like a bigger staple of the series. We even get a couple new characters coming in, like Nia, which is Mr. Mosby's niece. She's like really sassy and kind of shares a lot of Zack's traits, where she's a little impulsive, a little bit cunning, more so out for herself, and it's very entertaining. I really like her as a character. If anything, I wish she was in it way earlier. Zack and Cody get jobs. Mr. Mosby stays at his job, which is not surprising at all. And they even have a few out-of-genre episodes, like a holiday episode. They have a superhero episode. Like, they clearly were trying to get a lot in before their show ended. And before they announced The Sweet Life on Deck, this is kind of all we had. At this point, I didn't hear about Sweet Life on Deck, so I thought this third season was the last we were going to get of these two blonde twins. But without further ado, why don't we go through episode by episode and actually figure out what made this final season so worth it? Because I think it's a really, really good one, despite all the stuff I just said. We start with Season 3, Episode 1, Graduation. And this is about the boys actually leaving middle school. It's funny because we get like a little bit more glimpses into their middle school right as we're like transitioning to the high school, so it's kind of random. We got Freddie Benson's mom as a guest star in this episode. I was not expecting that at all. The plot is about everybody getting ready for graduation, and Zack is not going to pass. Like, he has to go to summer school, therefore he can't graduate with the rest of his class. I'm not sure if you guys remember that. I definitely remember being freaked out by a class or two convincing me that I might not graduate. I feel like they always put it in a way that they never let you be held back unless like you really don't do the work or you miss too many days. Like, I don't remember ever any of my friends having the kind of issues Zack is having in this episode. Like, there's always some way to kind of make it up. Of course, Cody just happens to be competing with Barbara for valedictorian, the person that has the final speech at their graduation, which I don't remember them doing that in middle school, but hey, I could be wrong. And it's fun seeing their relationship have a lot of tension because of that. It definitely foreshadows a lot that goes on with him and Bailey. I don't know why Cody's complex just has to be that he's smart. Like, he can't have more character traits than that. I mean, it was the 2000s, what can I say? Seeing them argue, though, is actually a really funny part of this show. Zack really gets away with this for longer than you would expect. Like, he manages to get somebody else's entire robe. He ends up tricking the audience that his name got called by, like, throwing something at the teacher. And the people we're really following this is the parents. Like Zack and Cody's mom and dad just think that there was no way he was ever gonna pass, so they're spending this whole episode hyping him up, being like, no, this is a celebration, and he just feels guiltier and guiltier, making him double down on trying to keep this secret. In the B-plot, we're actually introduced to what Maddie does for most of this season, which is be the leader of this Girl Scout troop. It's a bunch of misfit, behaviorally challenged kids, which is just 2000s talk for they are emotional. Which, normal, I guess. We get the little girl from the Con Man episode comes back, which is super random. I hated that episode, sorry. And we get this, like, new emo girl. We get this liar. Like, everybody here is just doing whatever it takes to aggravate Maddie. And as the season progresses, we actually see more of Maddie and them as opposed to anything else. But at least we get London in this plot line, kind of making it easier for us to get used to the idea of the show changing so much. We get one last Maddie and and London plot. Maddie does not really want to be here and is pretty obvious about it, especially by the way they treat her. It's actually really not fair, but hey, if you're a camp counselor, this is actually kind of normal. Can't help but talk about the fact that she was filming High School Musical 2 at this point. She was already too big for her britches on Sweet Life, which is kind of sad. I feel like looking back, like you didn't want to be a part of some of those episodes. Like, come on, Maddie. Zach's plan gets so far, even to the end of the whole ceremony. It's not until the party they have afterward, which, by the way, why is Mr. Mosby invited? I feel like he's the antagonist here. And Zach admits to everybody what he did and that he could still graduate. He's just going to be having to go to summer school, which that doesn't sound that big of a deal to me. It sounds like you were going to graduate anyway. The parents kind of ridicule him about being honest, and it becomes one of those stereotypical episodes. Cody and Barbara end up making up, and they really like each other, want to go into high school together, whatever. And it's cool to see that Kurt is going to be a little bit more of a recurring character that's introduced in this episode specifically. But yeah, all around, pretty good episode. Strong start to a final season, and it doesn't even feel like a final season, which is really awesome. The second episode is where it gets a little bit more off its rockers. It's called Summer of Our Discontent. And this one is continuing the storyline of the past episode. So we're no longer an episodic series. So the boys are off into their summer that leads into high school, and everything is a lot more important to them, I guess. Cody wants to get a job, so he's like, maybe I could work at the Tipton. Of course, Mosby shuts that down, like, really quickly. We're introduced to Millicent, which is the takeover's position for the Candy Girl, but she's actually kind of funny, so I'll let her stay for now. And Cody wants to be a part of the Paul Revere Mini Mart, which is such a random celebration to have a grocery store named after these like historical people. Like, I don't know why. It's funny to see the manager get so into it though. Like, he lives and breathes this grocery store, which is insane. Look how little employees there are there. Is it just him? Like, there's nobody that goes into this store. But yeah, Cody really wants to work there, and this guy will not let him. I guess Cody's too young. I remember when I was in 8th grade, I was trying to go out to get jobs, and they definitely said I was too young. When I was 15, they were like, you have to be 16. And then when I was 16, they're like, you have to be 18. And I'm like, I don't understand the job market. Luckily, I haven't had that issue since. But yeah, so Cody ends up promising this man that he could get him a date with London Tipton. And London already knows this, like, right off the bat. It's so funny that she chooses now to be, like, a genius. Maybe she's dealt with this a lot longer. Because when Cody goes to her with this, she essentially is like, no, I couldn't do that. Until Cody convinces her that this is, like, a publicist and is just going to be interviewing her. Okay, good. Good sell. Feels like a Hannah Montana episode, the way Cody has to jump through hoops to lie to both people. But that's never an issue. I love when sitcoms have, like, the deceptiveness coming from 3 different angles. It makes the misunderstanding so much funnier. Meanwhile, Zach in the B plot is getting used to summer school, something, thank God, I've never had to go to, even though I definitely should have. He basically gets beaten up by everybody in the class because he becomes the smartest kid, essentially. He's like the Cody of the classroom, a really interesting look for Zach. It gives him like that perspective that like, oh, this is what it's like to be even a little bit responsible. Because like, he doesn't want to just blow all his time in summer school doing nothing. Like, he actually does the work and he gets through the days a lot easier, and then people just treat him worse and worse. Like this guy named Brick. How is his name Brick? I don't know why, it's funny though. They all keep intimidating him, and it's just like, why is there so many new cast members? Like, we have all the kids in Maddie's camp, now we have all the kids in this episode. Luckily, it doesn't go on for too much longer. Like, these kids are not in more than this episode, but it is pretty interesting. The teacher is so wacky. I don't know if she would ever actually treat students like this. I mean, obviously it's Freddie Benson's mom, so maybe she would, but it's crazy. So Zach has to choose between being well-liked and actually being a responsible person and getting his stuff done, which is a really admirable plot. I like that he ends up coming out on top for it. He even invites everybody in the class over to help study for the test because he doesn't want anybody to go back to summer school again next year, which is a really brave thing to do. I don't know why they had to go to his apartment. I feel like this classroom was used in a lot of Disney Channel shows too. Like, That's So Raven definitely took place in this. I don't remember Hannah Montana taking place here, but like, something about this room is a little too familiar. It definitely is the episode Smart and Smarterer, but they were also in middle school at the time, so obviously that makes sense. It gets really funny when London and the Paul Revere guy are actually on the date, and Cody has such a hard time at keeping the secret. Like, I wish he could have kept it a little bit longer, but it is way too obvious to just not overlook. London and this guy end up hitting it off, actually, which is crazy because neither of them know what's going on. It kind of reminds me of the Sweet Life on Deck crossover with Wizards, where Justin and London are on a date. Like, that was a funny moment, and another time that London didn't know what was going on, but it was a date. What? London ends up getting disgusted and feeling betrayed by Cody, but it all works out for both of them because the Paul Revere guy gets to say he was with London Tipton even if it was for a day, and London gets out safe and sound. Actually, I don't think London wins. Sorry. Cody ends up finally getting this job at the mini mart, which I've never seen somebody so determined to get that one specific job, but if it's conveniently next door, I guess that makes sense. And the episode pretty much ends with all positivity, with even Zack passing his test and getting to go into high school, something that the show is just going to keep diving into. So let's jump to the next episode, 3, called Sink or Swim, and they hit a territory that they haven't done before on The Sweet Life. London Tipton has a crush, which is obviously funny. London is one of my favorite characters in all sitcoms. I don't know why, like, she's just so good at owning it. And in this episode, she ends up falling for Lance the pool boy, somebody we've seen time and time again. But here, like, they actually develop a connection, and I kind of like the way they went about it, especially since it's not just, like, a one-episode crush. Like, they end up having, like, this really sweet moment in the pool. Zack is officially out of summer school and trying to find something to do to be responsible, so he's kind of going back to his old ways, because now he's, like, not the smartest kid in the room. Funny that, like, psychology kind of works like that. He ends up wanting to get a job just like Cody did in the last episode. Funny that, like, there's this delay, but they both had the same goal over 2 episodes. Actually, it's kind of annoying, because it makes me think that they just used the same plot twice. I think they did. So yeah, Zack ends up working for Arwen. Hilarious. I love Arwen. And they end up, like, doing all the stuff that a janitor would do, and Zack is clearly, like, upset by it the whole time, but it just gets grosser and grosser, and Arwen has such a passion for this. Like, I can't believe he's here working at the Tipton. Like, you should go to a better hotel. Or, I guess it's 5 stars, so it's a good hotel. Yeah, Zack's not super excited. Literally, they have sludge fall on them in the middle of the basement, which, by the way, is an interesting scene change. They have this, like, sewer dungeon-esque area that's, like, kind of equivalent to Arwen's janitor closet, which surprisingly we don't go to a lot anymore. And they go there in, like, the Muppets crossover special. They go there in this episode. It's just funny to have, like, new locations when we really haven't visited the old ones in a while either. In the meantime, in the B plot, Maddie's plot actually coincides with London, which is pretty creative. I don't know how they managed to get so many Maddie plot lines when this actress was just not there. Basically, London gives her updates about everything going on with Lance, and Maddie at first is like, oh, that's so sweet, that's so cute. And then all the girls at the cabin start alerting the tabloids about London Tipton being with this guy. And then suddenly, like, London doesn't trust anybody, and Maddie feels horrible. But then London mistreats Maddie, and Maddie's like, oh, actually, I morally am okay with this. So she actually joins the girls, gets as much info as she can, and then keeps spilling it all on London, which... that's not a good friend, Maddie. I'm sorry to tell you. Zack is super sick and tired of working with Arwen, so he's like, I want a job at the mini mart like you, Cody, and Cody kind of just lies to him and is like, oh, we're not hiring, yeah. Until Zack learns that they are hiring, and he just lied to him. Zack hates working with Arwen, and I hate that it gets worse for him like that. Because poor Arwen, he just cares about what he does. So Zack, being, like, pretty negligent, ends up ruining the pool with London and Lance in it, and it's filled with sludge. And basically, like, Arwen is in huge trouble because of Zack's negligence. And it's funny, because Carrie warned him. Like, Carrie actually went to Arwen, which I respect as a mother. I like that she went to Arwen and was like, hey, he's taking advantage of you. Like, he's not being a good person. It's almost like she's his mother, but also a good person at the same time. Hey, cutie. This huge mishap is really embarrassing for Arwen, who really cares and loves his job, and that's when Zack starts to notice maybe he hasn't been treating Arwen super fairly. Arwen even gives him the cold shoulder and is like, don't talk to me, which, oof, that hurts. I've never seen Arwen go out of his way to actually have to be cold like that. And seeing him cold breaks my heart. Like, we do not see Arwen in that light ever. If anything, it's kind of a missed opportunity. I wish we had more episodes where Arwen had a more big conflict with the boys. Which, we do have a couple good Arwen episodes coming up, though, so stay tuned. They end the episode with Zack actually getting the job at the mini-mart, like, because he knows so much about it, and Cody just has to suck it up and deal with it. And that is episode 3, Sink or Swim. The third season is off to a really interesting start with all these plot lines essentially taking off after one another and nothing starting and ending within these 20 minutes. So stay tuned because it's going to get even more crazy. This one actually does flip everything on its head because Super Twins Season 3 Episode 4 was a part of a 3-part series with Hannah Montana and Corey in the house. It's called Wish Gonna Miss, and basically they had the same plot line span over all 3 shows. Cartoon Network did something just as cool called like The Invaded Takeover, where they actually used 5 shows. There has to be a record for something like that. Please check out my video about Cartoon Network Invaded because that was such a cool way to cross a plot line between 5 different shows, and it was super creative at the time. And yeah, this is kind of what's happening here, because this episode's called Super Twins, and you'll be surprised, it's a genre-switched episode. So Mosby is at his peak anger with Zack and Cody, which is crazy, because it's like been at least 60 episodes at this point, and he's like tired of them leaving their bikes at the Tipton. So Zack and Cody are just annoyed that they have to act like kids all the time when really they're starting to get really mature, which is always a funny plot line for kids shows. They see a shooting star and wish that they were actually like an adult, like they had superpowers. So Cody ends up getting the ability to read people's minds, and Zack gets the ability to run super fast. An interesting combo. I wonder how long it took the writers to come up with these superpowers, because if you only get 2 of them, like, you really have to make it work with the twins. They did a really cool thing, though. They made a lot of the Tipton employees be a part of, like, the villain brigade. Like, Mosby is the head evil manager, the meanager. Arwen, Esteban, like, they're all his henchmen, and it becomes really a part of the superhero genre, which wasn't even at its peak when this episode came out. I feel like when we started getting Marvels like Iron Man and started expanding into episodes like that, that's when, like, superhero got really interesting. But here, it's just them at the Tipton in a Disney sitcom, and it is super hyper realistic. Like, I can't believe they got away with something that was so ridiculous for such a grounded kid show. It feels like a stereotypical origin story with the boys waking up and they suddenly have their powers, don't know what to do with them, have a little bit of fun and games around the hotel with these things until they realize that they actually have a threat to deal with, the manager. They even managed to put Maddie in this in a really impressive way. Like, they have Esteban go all the way to the cabin to tie her up, and same thing with the girls, which I kind of like. It feels like she is a part of the show pretty naturally. I didn't notice Ashley Tisdale being missing in the show at all so far, so they did a really good job. The banter between Arwen, Esteban, and Mosby is the funniest by far in this episode, and I'm so glad we get all these like old characters recurring and coming into their own plot lines this season. It feels like we're getting one last spotlight on all of them. I think the costumes are where you lose me a little bit. That's when it feels more of like a cosplay or Comic-Con setup. Like, they definitely went a little too overboard on wardrobe with these episodes, but it's hard to complain when you like the episode. I mean, I like the episode. I put it in my worst episodes of Zack and Cody because I just don't like how genre shifting it is. Like, the thing that's best about Zack and Cody is the groundedness of it. So this episode feels a little out of character. Oh my gosh, when Arwen ties up Carrie and tries to sing to her, I don't know why, that's just one of the funniest moments in the series for me.
Time passed a little quicker, you know, a little music. I wrote you a song. You want to hear it?
No, what I want is to be let go!
I love Carrie, she's pretty as a fairy. I love Carrie, forgive me if I stary.
I thought it was painful being tied up.
Because it's like, of course, that still has to go on despite the fact that they're superheroes. Like, they're so true to their characters, even in this episode, and you gotta respect that, because if this was iCarly or Victorious, they probably would have just made some meta jokes, and this would have just gone super haywire, but Disney knew how to do this right. The manager's overall plans is to turn all the kids into adults, which, it's funny at first, because he uses this ray, it's like an adultifier or something, and it hits Bob, and he just gets a suit, and they just assume that the suit is the superpower, which is so funny. And in the end, they actually turn the adultifier on Mosby, turning him into a baby, therefore defeating him, therefore comic book ending. Kind of. It feels like it's not doing well in the comic book genre, and it's reaching a little bit for the sitcom genre, so all around this episode feels a little awkward, but it has some good moments, like Maddie being included, London being included, and having Esteban, Mosby, and Arwen be the evil team. I don't know why that part is just what really sells it for me. Oh, they end the episode by running the Earth backwards to go to before they got their superpowers, which, if you ask me, that's unnecessary. Like, you could have just woke up from a dream, they could have just found out that the superpowers weren't real. You really had to go the extra mile, rewind time, only to get everything back. I don't know, that was a little overcomplicated for me. But things get back to normal on episode 5. Who's the boss? And this one is a Zack and Cody classic episode because it's the boys fighting at a different location than the Tipton. Yeah, so at the mini mart, it becomes this huge superiority complex because Cody's been working there for a while, but Zack is better at the job. And Zack ends up getting promoted to manager, which really upsets Cody. And then just everything is off the walls in the best way possible. As you remember, Zack got the job a couple episodes ago before this whole Super Twins episode, and we're taking off from where that left off. These summer jobs are not long, guys. It's only going to last 2 or 3 episodes. I could have sworn it lasted like the whole season. In this episode, Arwen actually invents something that allows to sort mail, and it just shoots the mail at you, like paper cut-wise. And I don't know why, Arwen is just hilarious at every turn. He does such a good job in the 3rd season. It is peak Arwen era. We get a B-plot of London and Lance actually together, which is cool. I like that we had one episode of just having them have feelings for each other to see that it was genuine, and now we have an episode kind of testing how far they'll go to stay together if that's what they really want. Like, London's old book club friends, including Alexa Nicholas, come back for this episode to kind of show London's aristocrat side, her super rich side, which it's so funny because it's so few and far between that we see London actually getting along with people that are also rich and famous. Like, I feel like she spends most of her time with Maddie or like people around the Tipton, so when these guys come in, it's kind of more of an event. They definitely make the stakes a lot higher, and I feel bad for Lance because he clearly wants their approval, and London is like ashamed to be with him. Do you remember that in the 2000s when like people were more ashamed, like if you acted a certain way, to be seen with you or dating you? Oh, I hated those times. It's a very shallow experience. But, you know, it's happening in this episode, and it feels more like yesterday than I remembered. London clearly has feelings for him, which makes it even harder as a viewer to go through this because it's like you want London to make the right choice, but she seems so focused on her friends that like she's missing out on a good connection. Oh my gosh, so Lance in this episode tries to appear more sophisticated, so he gets help from Carrie and Mr. Mosby, which it ends up in one of the funniest scenes ever of just them trying to get him to act proper, and he only sees the world as like a fish boy. Like, I don't get that bit. That's a little unrealistic for a human character to be so into the water like that. But I guess he's like a surfer dude. What can you do? London gets advice from Maddie, which is actually really sweet considering that like they're still staying in touch and they're still friends, despite the fact Maddie's gone for this summer. But I like that. Like, it's really hard to keep in touch with your friends. So, like, the fact that they are doing it in a really meaningful way is kind of sweet. So with Zack getting the promotion, Cody feels, like, pretty inadequate, especially since, like, he's the smart one at school and suddenly his genius isn't applying to real life. I feel kind of bad for him in that department. Like, that's really hard for him to accept. So he invents this, like, 5-arm machine, which is kind of something Arwen would do. Like, considering in this episode, like, Arwen invented something, then Cody invented something. Point is, Cody invents this thing, goes haywire, makes him look worse at his job. What? That's a surprise. Wayne at the mini-mart essentially pulls the plug on the whole endeavor just to tell Cody, like, you are fired. Like, this is going way too far. And it kind of reminds me of the election episode when he invents that jetpack that he flies in. Oh, I miss the days of Cody inventing stuff. This is cool that they have it in this episode, though, and I wish they had it more in Sweet Life on Deck. That would have been, like, top tier. Sweet Arwen, though, trying to help Cody throughout this whole episode. I feel like he becomes more of a main character than he ever had before, and you have to appreciate that about him. So the episode ends with London trying to make it up to Lance by dressing up like a mermaid and looking ridiculous in front of all of her friends to show, hey, I'm not ashamed to be with you. Meanwhile, Lance does the same thing. He changes to wear a suit and actually be better for her. And it's kind of sweet to think both of them contributing. Like, it's all about compromise in relationships. They do a really good job at setting an example of that. And that plot line kind of ends really sweet. We learn a lot more about London. We know a little more than we need to about Lance. And then, of course, Maddie got mixed into all of this, so she's still relevant. And Zack becomes the bigger person by telling Wayne to rehire Cody and give him another chance, which is very sweet. I feel like Wayne should have done that to begin with. Like, it's still very noble to watch Cody make such sacrifices for this job. Like, he does not need to do that. I just clock in and clock out when I'm at work. Episode 6 is called Baggage, and this is where Nia gets introduced. Mr. Mosby's niece, and I wish she was in earlier. I thought she was in earlier, honestly. Like, this is jarring to me. And their relationship is really cute because it's kind of like the same way he is with Zack and Cody, where it's just fun to watch his buttons get pressed. And Nia is so good at doing that. She actually takes over for Maddie as the candy counter girl, in addition to Millicent. So now it's Millicent and Nia at the candy counter. Okay, that's a lot of math for me. But yeah, that's kind of random. You immediately can see her influence on this. Like, she clearly wants to just take the easy way out on everything. Like, she's not interested in learning too much. And that is where London Tipton comes in perfectly. She's like a more cunning version of Maddie, and bringing that to London adds a lot to their dynamic and probably fills in the space that Maddie would have given. She's great for the Sweet Life world too. Like, I definitely remember Nia from way back when, so I was excited to see her again. Unlike the other cast members like Skipper, or like, there's just some random people in this show, honestly. The episode's called Baggage because it's about the mini mart once again. They're trying to get all these Zack and Cody plot lines out of the way and have them in the workforce. I don't know why that becomes such a thing. It kind of reminds me of On Deck when Zack ends up losing all their money, so they have to get a job working at the Sky Deck. I like that they managed to make that a staple of that show. Like, that's definitely a positive thing, but if you know me, I don't love Sweet Life on Deck, so it's not like it's a complete win. But yeah, Wayne is against the Betsy Ross mini mart next door, which is even funnier. Like, I don't know why all these historical names have to keep coming up. Zack and Cody has a weird history with history. Like, they had that episode with Grandma Mosby where they learned about the first black sailor. Then we had the episode where they were doing the Boston Tea Party. And now it's just everything's named after all these significant people in the American history. It's random to me. It's too random. Basically, they do a bagging competition, which they actually did on one of my favorite shows, Raising Hope. And basically the goal is whoever bags the fastest. And Zack and Cody are competing in this little endeavor. It feels like not a super relevant plot line to be a Sweet Life of Zack and Cody episode, but it's comical enough that I want to see the boys in this situation. Nia realizes who London Tipton is pretty fast and tries to kiss up to her so that way she can get as much as she can out of that friendship, which is, at least right off the bat, you could tell that that's why she's being friends with her. I feel like Maddie would just occasionally want to reap the benefits from London, but this girl is full-on manipulation tactic, and I'm here for it. Mosby tells London that her and Nia can't be going to this concert, which is kind of a real blow for Nia because she gets to do all this with London Tipton. Like, it's a big deal for her, and so they get really upset, and then they come back a little bit later. Turns out they went to the party. Oops. We get Skipper back, and he is the interesting placeholder for Esteban. He's just this southern confusing guy that I don't know why he's in this show, and I don't remember him super well. I know he was in that Mummy episode, and suddenly he's back. Okay. They end up having this huge party in London's suite, and it actually collides both of the plots. Like, Zack and Cody end up going to the party, which is insane because they're getting ready for this bagging competition, and Nia and London get caught by Mr. Mosby for doing all this, and next thing you know, Nia's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to move out because she's been thrown around to so many different families for acting this way. But Mosby's like, no, you know what, I made a promise to your mom and you're gonna stay here. I kind of wish that Mr. Mosby was like, no, like, I believe in you. Not like, oh, I have to do this, so I have to. It's like, okay, thanks. But yeah, it's good to see that Nia's going to be here for the long run. I really wish that she was introduced even earlier than today, but that's okay. I like that the whole party thing, they get in trouble for it. Like, that never happens on this show. And for a show about being in a hotel, you'd think parties would come up a lot more, but they don't. Oh my god, it's so funny when Carrie busts the party because Cody wants to take this girl he's been seeing with him who looks so much older than him and thinks that his mom says she could take him back with them. And I'm like, what? That's crazy. That's something Disney would never do anymore. Crazy. They end up doing the bagging competition, but Zack falls asleep, so essentially they lose the whole thing. Aw, I really feel bad because these guys were actually pretty good at it. Cody's really angry, understandably, but hey, you did it too, Cody. So the episode ends actually pretty negatively. They have to end up dressing up like the Betsy Ross mini mart from across the street, and it's kind of funny. It's interesting how, like, these episodes don't always have a moral, and then in this one in particular, there is a moral, it just doesn't end right. I don't know. It's a good episode, though. Baggage. Surprisingly enough, that leads us to another episode called Sleepover Suite. And this one's cute because it does take the original premise of the show, and it feels like it would be in season 2, but just the fact that it's like bringing back that original energy of Sweet Life, so funny. Cody has a crush on this girl that wants to have her birthday party at the Tipton. I've never heard of anybody wanting to have their birthday parties at specifically a hotel. Like, it's one thing to be like, oh, something in the area, like, I'm here for something else, but why in this hotel? Like, why is that so meaningful to you? Zack and Cody are stuck watching London's suite for a little bit, and they have this bust of her head, and I remember this episode so vividly. It's about Zack and Cody breaking that bust, and I could have sworn this was in season 1 because it feels like such an old plot line for this show, but I like it because it takes you back to that original energy. So yeah, Zack and Cody's misfit adventures ends up in this huge issue for the boys. And it's funny, the bit in this episode is that they have a bunch of barbershop quartets coming into the Tipton, and so they're all these, like, singers in pairs of 5 coming around, and it's like, why is that the bit? It's funny. I like the singers. I love singing. But yeah, it's just such a random thing. And especially since Carrie's a singer, like, of course this has to bite her in the butt. Like, all these barbershop quartets start hitting on her, which is not fair. Oh, come on, poor Carrie. Nia gets involved when she sees Cody trying to make this deal with this new girl, like he's just trying to impress her. Don't forget about Barbara, boy. And yeah, Nia is like, oh yeah, we're definitely here, we're gonna do it for money, and you could definitely take this suite. And then a bunch of girls show up and expect to have this huge sleepover party in London Tipton's room. But of course, Nia has to keep everything in order. Once she collects the money, she realizes, oh, I have to actually make this fun for the girls. Hey. That's a good point. Miss B says she likes Maddie. Oh, careful, girl. She likes to go on the computer setup. That's not how it works. Anyway. So Zack and Cody are trying to get away with hijacking London's suite. And Nia is collecting all the money. Hey, the girl from Austin and Ally is in here. I was not expecting that. Oh, and then London ends up coming back early, and this is actually kind of the funny part. She's, like, expecting to go back to her suite, but since all these girls are staying the night, they have to convince her to go somewhere else. At first, they're like, oh, you're on the wrong floor. And it's like, how in the world would she be on the wrong floor? She's not that stupid, but I mean, it's London. Maybe she is. So Zack and Cody start taking care of her in their own personal suite just to buy some time. And it's so crazy how they're, like, jumping from one place to another. Definitely classic Zack and Cody memory. Zack gets crazy in this episode because he kisses 2 girls just to distract them. And it's like, whoa, what's going on here? It's so funny, though, when he kisses the second girl, the first one's like, how dare you? And it's like, I don't know, that's a good joke, especially for somebody like Zack. So Mosby and London are, like, on the brink of finding out. Nia's gonna get in trouble, Zack and Cody are gonna get in trouble, and these girls are not having a fun party. London thinks that they're exterminators to get rid of the bugs that Zack and Cody lied about being in there, and it's so funny she does not pick up on that immediately. She has Ivana. Oh my god, remember Ivana? Turns out they have to come clean, say that the only reason that they had this party is to get the money back for busting London's vase. And of course, London doesn't really even care that much because it's just another possession to her. Come on, London. And then Carrie shows up with the barbershop quartet that are hitting on her the whole time, following her everywhere she goes. Funny bit, but goes too far, question mark? And London is like, oh, I wish I was invited to the slumber party. And when she realized she is, they continue to have it, which is an interesting win. I don't know if that was truly earned, but it was a win nonetheless. That's when we get season 3, episode 8, one of my favorites of this whole series. It's called The Arwen That Came to Dinner. We've gotten to see a lot of Arwen throughout these past couple seasons, especially when it gets later. You know, like we had the whole plumbing games when he was going against Irv and wanted to win the affection of Carrie. And this is the episode where we actually take all of his like previous references to like his mother and like kind of what goes on in his personal life to a head and get the boys involved. So it's definitely a really good episode of Sweet Life. Basically, we find out that Arwen's mom is dating somebody, therefore she's not giving Arwen the attention he quote-unquote deserves. Aw, kind of a sad story, but then grown man? I don't know. Zack and Cody start feeling bad for the guy because, of course, he's like a sweetheart. Like he's quirky and he's stupid sometimes, but he's a really well-meaning guy. So they invite him to come have dinner at their apartment. It's like pretty normal until he starts giving us insight on everything his mother does for him, like specifically with the food at dinner and expecting Carrie to do all this stuff, which kind of crazy because he has a crush on her, but I'm not gonna judge, I guess. They end up inadvertently inviting Arwen to dinner, and this becomes the beginning of a really funny comedic bit where he just overstays his welcome, stays the next night and the next night, and let's take a break from this and go to the B-plot. So London goes to Nia because she's getting insecure about her relationship with Lance. It's funny that we're actually still going with this. Like, I like that London does have feelings for Lance, genuinely cares about, like, what he does, because he likes her too, it's clear. And she's getting suspicious in this episode, and you know, Mr. Mosby's already on Nia about being a responsible person. She literally takes a tip jar to the candy counter, which isn't wrong. I think you should tip somebody at the candy counter. That's fair. So London asks Nia to do some snooping for her. Keep an eye on Lance and see what's going on. We learn that he is, in fact, going to break up with her, which is actually kind of sad, thus being the reason she dresses up as a mermaid, which I could have sworn she did in the last episode, but I guess she's doing it again. I mean, I guess that's how you keep Lance interested. I don't know. So yeah, they realize that they're really on different pages, and it's kind of sad to see them break up like that. Like, London clearly does care for him. Meanwhile, Arwen overstays his welcome to a hilarious degree, where essentially Zack and Cody are the mature ones in this relationship, asking, like, when he's gonna leave, like, what he's gonna do with his life, and suddenly, like, they're the moms. It's so funny, because it's like, when you act like a mama's boy so long, of course the people around you start to develop habits that make it complementary to that. And they end up convincing him to go back to his house. It starts to take a shift where it's just like, it's all about Arwen not needing to be alone. So they're like, we should try to get him a girlfriend. And then that kind of shifts the episode's tone. So it becomes more about them trying to hook up Arwen. They end up turning Arwen's original house, the one that he shares with his mother, into a bachelor pad. Like, with like hoops and swirly, circly chairs. It really gives you some insight on what the 2000s were like when they're like, this is what the coolest place looks like. Kind of reminds me of the iCarly episode where she gets a hot new room. It's like, what were we thinking was cool back then? Just purple and red? Is that enough? I don't know. Arwen ends up having a crush on one of the neighbor girls that keeps coming back, and it's kind of sweet. It's like the little boy next door story, but it doesn't matter because he has a crush on Carrie forever. So, like, what? Why? But I guess that was the resolve. Zack and Cody feel pretty proud that they got him to leave their place, but also still, like, genuinely grow as a person. It's starting to make me realize I'm missing Maddie because she would have been in this episode and been funny. So yeah, we're jumping between London trying to keep a relationship with Lance and Zack and Cody trying to keep Arwen confident. It's a very sweet episode. Definitely goes back to the origins of the show. But without Maddie, it's kind of sad. London and Lance pretty much officially break up in this episode, and that's kind of what it's most notable for. Let's get on to the next episode, though. Episode 9, Lip Syncing in the Rain. Now, apparently this one came a lot later than intended, but they put it in earlier to make it seem like Maddie was more present. It's the episode that makes a lot of meta jokes about High School Musical 2, and the fact that Maddie's not around. It's kind of annoying because it feels like a little bit too promotional to be its own episode coming out within the same year as the movie. Like, if it was later or earlier, maybe it'd be like, oh, that's a funny reference to something that didn't happen. But here it feels like they're trying to promote it too much because they did an episode exactly like this before, but we'll get into that. So in this episode, Cody is going out for the school play, which is such a funny term, going out. They kind of mock it in this. And he and Mosby actually bond over the fact that they both like theater. It's so annoying to see these guys so into it. I mean, it makes sense though, because like they've talked about theater before. It's just weird that it always comes off in this one-off episode. And then Ashley Tisdale comes in as Maddie, of course, and is also auditioning for it. Didn't realize they were all going to the same school, but okay. So this whole episode pretty much takes place on stage, and it becomes this hodgepodge of honestly nonsense. It's funny because obviously they all have their own goals. Like Maddie wants to get a part that just doesn't have a beard in it. London comes in, thinks she could just buy the part, which is even more crazy because she's right. Like all the teachers kind of fall for it and give her a part anyway. And this is the first time Zack and Cody are old enough to be in a show with them. It does remind me of the last time they did this episode with Selena Gomez, and it was more the Midsummer Night's Dream parody. Yeah, so it's just them doing a play. Not a musical like this one, but it's like all these miscommunications going on in middle school. And here, it's all the miscommunications going on in high school. And I like that London and Maddie are wrapped into Zack and Cody's plot. It's a really good, like, send-off in the third season to having them all at the same place at the same time one last time. There's this, like, really eccentric theater kid that keeps wanting to get the lead role, and he's so annoying. It's so funny watching people parody theater because it could get so meta so fast, especially since there's so much acting involved and a show within a show. Like, this is the best part of this. Of course, the jokes are funny with them referencing the fact that she could be Sharpay because she is Sharpay, but you know what? In retrospect, I'm getting annoyed at it, okay? Like, this episode seems a lot more funny than just that joke. When they get their parts in the show, everybody has, like, a whole new attitude about it. Like, Maddie is trying to prove that she has a dark side and can play a really intense character like Sharpay. And London, of course, is Sharpay, or Sharpie as she calls it, that's a funny joke that she calls it Sharpie. I don't know why, makes me laugh. Zack is a part of the stage crew, which is very fitting for him. I feel like he would be that kid. And then, of course, Cody gets the main role as, like, the Troy character, which is so funny because Zac Efron's been in this show before. Like, we're not kidding anybody, guys. And the fact that Cody's like, I'm gonna live the life of a jock. It's like, come on, Cody. You really think you're gonna live the life of a jock? Carrie tries to teach London how to sing, and it is horrible. London just like backs her into a corner with all her jokes. I don't know why. This is the funniest scene of London ever, is her trying to get through the singing lessons. Of course, Mr. Mosby has to insert himself into the fray and also give acting advice. See, Maddie, this is why it's good you're not Sharpay, or Sharpie, or whatever. Mosby gives her lessons, and she is horrible. Like, they go right to the next scene and do Bop to the Top, and London does not know how to do it, and everybody is horribly embarrassed. They eventually decide that Maddie is going to sing for London, so London doesn't have to sing, and then she gets all the credit, which is, of course, like, London doesn't realize that that is literally going to ruin Maddie. Like, why would she get so close just to not be involved? But yeah, it is funny the way it plays out, and to think that, like, Maddie does it without getting any credit is also funny. Then when it comes to the actual show, Mr. Tipton shows up, which is cool lore into London's existence. Meanwhile, Maddie's behind the curtain the whole time, starting to get really fed up with everything she's going through. Of course, Zack is there to be supportive, which I find kind of sweet. Like, I like seeing them, like, be at each other's side for most of this episode, considering it's, like, one of the last times we'll have, like, a lot of scenes together. But yeah, the whole show goes haywire, of course, because it can't go well, and all the boys enter the stage. Even Maddie gets on stage lip-syncing for herself and London, and it becomes a better performance because it's musical theater. Obviously, people don't care if they're in the audience. They're like, oh, that's my kid, whatever. And they end up throwing a great show by just throwing it all together at the end, which isn't actually how a high school theater production would work, especially since they don't really have costumes, it seems, or even a set. So, okay, that's how the episode ends. Fun one. Great send-off to Maddie. Let's move on. That's when we get to Season 3, Episode 10, First Day of High School. We finally get to see Zack and Cody in high school. And I remember this episode super well from the promos. I remember them talking a lot about how, like, everything's gonna change now. But really, I look back and think about all the episodes that follow it taking place under this new backdrop. Like, it feels like they just needed a place outside the Tipton, and they did a good job at making it be this. We learn that London is kicked out of Our Lady of Perpetual Sorrow, which is funny because we haven't seen her there in 20 episodes, and yet that's the joke. She's not there because she's not been showing up. So, like, Mosby is like, you have to go to school with Zack and Cody, essentially. And they do. On a boat 2 years later. No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, London does have to go to their school here. I don't know why that Lip Syncing in the Rain episode came before this, because, like, wouldn't they be in the school? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes production dates and air order is always confusing. You could check out the video I made on that, the Sweet Life episode count. Like, I kind of dive into the production versus the air dates and, like, why it kind of messes with the story in shows like this. So you could check that out in that video. But in the meantime, let's just accept this as reality. It's all about Zack and Cody trying to take on these new personas now that they're in high school, which is so funny because clearly they're always trying hard to do something. Bob, their best friend, the redhead, he is insistent he's going to be a jock this season. And I'm like, I thought this was the first episode of the third season just because of how this started. Like, I can't believe that's just how it went. But yeah, I thought this was the season premiere, but really it was just the 10th episode of the third season. Crazy how this show progresses so quickly. Nia and London also attend this school, so it's nice to have like a reason for them all to be in the same social circle. London ends up trying to buy her way through all of her friends, and it works. This girl named Ellen, I guess her name is, they all agree to be her friends if she keeps paying them, and Nia like kind of warns her the whole time, like, that's not how you make friends, and then suddenly Nia is in the responsible person's position. It's like, you can't be friends with London and expect to still be like the irresponsible one. Like, she's so hard to keep up with. Zack has a crush on this girl that already has a boyfriend, so he's getting a lot of drama pretty off the bat. This guy pretty much beats up Zack any chance he gets, and poor Zack this season. I feel like people keep beating him up. So Nia and Zack end up both in the principal's office with Carrie and Mosby showing up. And it's so funny because they're talking about like carpooling. They're like, this is obviously going to be a common thing, so we should get used to it. It's like, what? They run into Cody there too, and it turns out he's just being honored. Then we get this short-haired woman with glasses. She's the principal, and she'll come up a couple times from here on out. And she essentially is there to hype Cody and dismiss everybody else. Poor London. Zack and Cody get a new friend, this curly-haired kid that was in the summer school episode. So it's funny to see him like come back a couple times. I think he was also in that nightclub episode, Club Twin, from the second season. Yeah, this guy's just funny all around, though. I like him. This jock tries to beat up Zack with Cody stopping him, and of course, the teacher yells at both of them, and they're both in trouble. Zack just does not leave this girl alone. Like, she is constantly like, I don't like you, like, stop hitting on me, I have a boyfriend, and he just keeps trying, and I'm like, Zack, this is too much. This is too much for this episode. After defending Zack, Cody gets sent to the principal's office too, which is actually the perfect reason. He's never been sent there, of course. Can you guess? And then the episode ends with everybody getting punished. Cody because he was trying to protect her. The boyfriend because he was in a fight. Like, it just ends with the principal putting them all into detention, and even Mosby and Carrie are like borderline punished for all the events of these episodes. A crazy first start to the first day of school in high school for Zack and Cody, but it's definitely putting this whole season up to a really fun start. Not sure if you recognize the girl that Zack keeps hitting on. It's Danielle Panabaker. She's somebody that was in a lot of Disney episodes. I always got her confused with the girl on Good Luck Charlie, but yeah, they're different people. Sorry, guys. Episode 11 marks the halfway point of the final season of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and this episode is called Of Clocks and Contracts. And I gotta be honest, this episode is one of the more boring ones from the third season, but it does keep the spirit of the original in mind. So, Nia and London have to do a science project, and neither of them really know what to do. They're kind of like leaning on each other to get this done until they realize they could take advantage of Cody. Yeah, so Cody is trying to get paid by London, but then also help Nia. And he's like, oh, I don't want to be in between this. Let me just help you both. So he decides to do a potato clock for both of them and ends up doing all the work himself. Surprise, surprise. But that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is when it goes so well that they learn how to make French fries with it, and London and Nia end up taking it worldwide and becoming super successful for it. Why did that happen? In the meantime, Zack is actually representing Carrie because she's in negotiations with Mr. Mosby about her contract. Kind of reminds me of the writer's strike when people were like, no, we're going to strike until we get the fair deal we want. And that's what Zack is insisting Carrie does. He's like, you need to get everything you can out of this situation. And of course, Carrie loves that idea. She's like, oh, I want a bigger hotel. I want this. And Mosby does offer her a lot of things, but then Zach makes her double down way too much than she's comfortable with, to a point where, like, she's borderline going to lose her job. But he's like, no, like, they need you more than you need them. And it's like, what? So then he asks her to play the long game and is like, let's just stay out of it until they can't hire another person. And, oh, they do. Yeah, there's auditions literally the next day, and Zach befriends a clown and wants to represent him, which is kind of crazy. I'm like, why does all these people want a 14-year-old to help them through their financial and managerial issues? I don't know. So yeah, Carrie gets even more stressed out at the situation, and Zach gets more into it by starting to wear a suit and having a little earpiece. I don't know why. Zach is just so charming in this episode, because you know that he clearly does know what he's doing most of the time. He's just smart enough to not bring out his brains when it really matters. He negotiates with Mr. Mosby and gets her fired. Isn't that insane? Like, imagine your kid got you fired. But she tries to keep a brave face, and that's when they get auditions for new people, and it's just wacky. Later, Mosby does eventually start to cave, and another guy comes in saying like, oh, we want you, Carrie, working at our hotel. And Mosby's like, no, you work with us. And then they start fighting with each other until Carrie takes the other offer. But twist, it's not a real offer. It's the clown. Zach started representing the clown and then used his first gig to help get his mom more money. If you were the clown, would you have showed up for that gig? I don't know. And then Mosby's like, yeah, you gotta go for it. And so now Carrie's out of a job, and she thinks she's getting all these benefits, but nada. By the end of the episode, though, it does come out pretty well. Like, Mosby ends up hiring a comedian who actually is really unfavorable to all the guests at the hotel, so Carrie just comes right back in and takes as much as she can get. And it's kind of like a win-win episode, with Zach seeing his side that is actually like negotiating and like has a lot of potential. Like, this is a fun side of Zach. And seeing Cody taken advantage of constantly, like, it seems like the third season is really beating up Cody and Zach, and in a good way. It's like trying to mature them and trying to force them into the adult world, which is funny because it's like you see them less in the sewer, you see them less in the air vents, you see them not up to as much as they are having conflicts with other things going around them, whether it's like the hotel or the staff. It's all around, like, the show is maturing with them, if that makes sense. And yeah, just Nia and London becoming famous by the end of this, all for Cody's work. Hilarious. I don't know why. That's just like my favorite part. And that's when we get to the Halloween episode, Arwenstein. And this one's pretty interesting. So basically, Arwen is like, hey, Zach and Cody, stay out of this extra special room in the janitor's closet that I live. That line is actually never said, but it gets the point across plot-wise, okay? Trust me. After the Arwen that came to dinner, it's just nice to have him in more than a few episodes. Like, the more one-liners I get from that guy, the more I love watching this show. It tries to be very Halloween-y. Like, in the promos on Disney Channel, I think they really leaned into the fact that it was going to be a horror episode. It's kind of about this giant mechanical version of Arwen that he'd created and goes haywire around the hotel. The B-plot is that London is having a Halloween party, and whoever has the best costume gets to be it. I don't know. That's a cool win. And that's where Arwenstein comes in. It basically, everybody thinks it's Arwen, so it's the perfect scary outfit. The episode does take eerie turns. Like, it has, like, scary music every now and then. They try to keep it in a little of a horror realm, but it doesn't really live up to the Ghosts of Sweet 613 from the first season, which is essentially a really good Halloween episode. But I like this one, too. Of course, Zach and Cody think this is Arwen the entire time, not the robot, so it's definitely coming across really funny. Arwen communicating with robot Arwen is hilarious. I'm liking this doppelganger type situation, like, because Mosby dressed up as Grandma Mosby, and now Arwen is also Arwen. And then in The Sweet Life on Deck, he is his own cousin, too, which is, and it's just all around, like, outlandish. This monster gets loose in the hotel and starts causing hijinks to everybody, like including Mr. Mosby. And it's all the boys' fault, so it's their responsibility to lock him up. Which, I don't get it. It's Arwen. He's a grown man and created this robot. Why is he not responsible for it? It's funny because it's like he put it together from just, like, a cereal box idea, which I can't believe that's the way. They convince everybody this is Arwen until the Halloween party, and then they finally get him to go with them. Cody and Zach are just trying to keep this guy a huge secret because they do not want to get in trouble. And it becomes a lot harder when they get to the party because people are like, wait, why is there two Arwens? Costumes are funny though. Mr. Mosby's dressed up as a werewolf. Esteban is also a werewolf. And Carrie is a ghost. Okay, that's fair enough. Arwen ends up wanting to put this robot away, and Zack and Cody get kind of attached to it, and they're like, no, you can't put him away. I'm like, guys, this is a Halloween episode. Can we just move on and get to the seasonal stuff? They end up accepting the robot for all of its downfalls, and I guess that's a nice resolution. Like, they don't trap him, they don't put him back, he just becomes one with them, and I guess a main character. Imagine he's in the theme song. That would be crazy. But yeah, that was a really good episode. Definitely a good Halloween special. I wish I watched this in the most recent Halloween, but what can you do? All around Arwen Stein, great episode. Season 3, episode 13 is called Team Tipton, and thank God Maddie's in this again to make us convinced that she's not doing a movie and ignoring the set. Can you imagine? So she comes back from quote-unquote Antarctica, which I just saw you 2 episodes ago. I did not think you were in Antarctica, okay? And immediately she's involved in this team-building exercise thing. Zack and Cody had already ruined these bagpipes, because apparently they're having a bagpipe convention at the Tipton. This Tipton has, like, all the events under the sun, like the quartets, the bagpipes, the French twins. I don't even know why they're having so many events at this hotel. Like, you're 5 stars, you're fine. And now Maddie's just getting back, so everybody's kind of having a mini reunion. Kind of kills the moment that Zack and Cody ruin the whole bagpipe situation. And Mosby is like, we have to settle this, like, everybody has to get along, or this is not gonna work out. Because Nia and Maddie get in a big argument over the candy counter. It's a job. I don't know why they take it so seriously and are at each other's throats about it. Especially since Maddie's not even going to be in the rest of the episodes. Like, why even talk about it? So yeah, Mr. Mosby gets them all to do team exercises, leaving Zack and Cody to their own plot and the entire staff of the Tipton on their own plot, which... hilarious idea, by the way. We get to see Esteban, Mosby, Maddie, Carrie, like, everybody is trying to be a better team, and seeing them, like, go in with that good intention but end up in such hilarious issues is hilarious. And it's weird because obviously Zack and Cody don't want to get in trouble for ruining this whole bagpipe convention, so when they come in with a bug convention, yeah, like, there's these people that want to show off insects, Zack and Cody can't resist and end up knocking all the insects all over the hotel, and it is disgusting. I hate bugs, but this is crossing a line. Like, Zack and Cody then have to track down every one of these bugs throughout the Tipton, and if I were anybody checked into this hotel, I would be furious. This is disgusting. But it is, like, it does have its comedic moments, like, they end up eating the bat that Zack tries to catch them with, so it's definitely a funny, like, break from the Team Tipton aspect of the episode. It, like, justifies why they're on their own trying to figure this out when here Skippy is joining the boys. I don't know why Skippy's even still involved. But I like that both of these plots are going on simultaneously. I don't know why London is involved in the whole team effort, because she is just rich and exists in the hotel. Like, she's the one paying for everything. I don't understand. The bugs end up interrupting the Team Tipton exercise and actually gives everybody a reason to come together and stop it, which inevitably builds their team anyway. So I guess it's a success by the end of this episode, yeah. All around, it's great to have, like, one last hurrah with all the Team Tiptons, because, like, Esteban, Maddie, like, they're so sparse throughout this season that it's just nice to see them, like, being a part of it still. I mean, the fact that it's still Zack and Cody at the forefront is good enough of a distraction that you don't really notice it. Some incoming and outgoing characters are really good at texturizing all the missing parts, and I don't think I noticed a single episode without all these characters. Like, this 3rd season, like, I can only know looking back that Maddie wasn't there, but I definitely didn't remember that at the time. Okay, then we got season 3, episode 14, and this one is called Orchestra, and it's another one of those extracurricular activities episode. I know we had Books and Birdhouses, which was about them in woodshop. We had the Dear Nancy column when they were in the newspaper club, and here is one of the first high school experiences, and it's orchestra. Zack thinks it's called band, which is so funny. Of course, he doesn't know what this is, and I'm still surprised we touch on so many extracurricular activities in this show. It's kind of impressive. And this one is more so about Cody's relationship. Basically, like, they're all in this orchestra together, and there's, like, this huge event coming up, and the teacher is putting pressure on everybody to be like, hey, we're going to die if we don't win this. And it's like, okay, that's kind of intense. And Barbara starts commingling with this guy named Sergey, and they just make fun of a guy from another country. They do that thing that the 2000s do where they make his race really vague, or, like, his culture, so they just have him have a thick accent. And of course, Cody's threatened by this. He thinks that he's going to lose all of Barbara to him. And it's so funny to see their relationship progress because they do throw a lot of interesting romantic moments between Cody and Barbara, but I don't know, it still feels like an immature relationship. Zack plays the triangle in the band, and it's so funny because he's like committed to it and can do it. It's just so simple, like he barely has to do anything for this whole thing. So while Cody is having like the craziest experience of his life, Zack is just like, oh, this band stuff is so easy. In the B plot, it's really funny. London is actually determined to learn more about what the people do at the Tipton and goes with a bunch of people like Esteban, Arwen, and like starts to see what they do, but makes things 10 times worse for them, which is so funny. Like, she's just as disruptive as the boys at this point. She follows the maid to Carrie's room and just straightforward makes the whole situation worse, but this is like kind of my favorite part, and then expects them to clean it up. Like, that is not cool, London. Then she overhears everybody trashing her from Mosby's office because she's playing with a stapler. I don't know how dumb is she supposed to be? Mr. Mosby, like, can hear them and ends up confronting London, and she's like, oh, I just fired them. And he's like, what? And that's actually, like, that's the peak of the episode. Then we get to the orchestra concert, and it pretty much finishes off with Zack trying to get there in time because he took a nap in the middle of the performance. Like, he was so bored he couldn't sit through his own performance. And of course, Cody's playing Whisper Down the Lane with everybody in orchestra, trying to figure out what's going on with Barbara. But once they actually confront each other, which is in front of a studio audience, why in the world would they play Whisper Down the Lane in front of all these adults watching? It's so inappropriate. And whatever, Cody and Barbara, they share a kiss and they make up for it. I don't know what orchestra is, if it's even relevant to this show, but the characters are really funny. London's plot is what I'm here for at this point. A Tale of Two Houses, Season 3, Episode 15, is actually one of the ones I remember the most of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Probably because I didn't get Disney Channel until like 2008, 2009, and I believe the show was on its final season, so they were probably just playing these episodes over and over and over again. And this one's really interesting because it dives into Carrie and Kurt's relationship, the boys' parents, and it's kind of about Zack and Cody, but more so about their struggle to kind of keep this divorce civil. And you'll understand what I mean by that when we get to the end of it. But basically, Zack is not allowed to be alone with his new girlfriend. Like, Carrie is like, nope, it's not appropriate. I'm not sure if your guys' mom did that, but my mom definitely did that. They have this nerdy kid friend that keeps following them everywhere and insists he's their dad's son too, which I find really funny. This guy's like in like 2 or 3 episodes at this point, but he's already one of my favorite characters. I just miss Bob. Like, where's Bob been? And in the B plot, Esteban actually finds out that his family struck oil, so he's rich. So London actually takes him under her wing and shows him how to be a bad person, pretty much. And he's just like buying things off of other people. He even ends up taking London's suite from under her, gives Mr. Mosby a bigger offer, and the dad can't refuse it. So London is just out of a hotel room. Oh my gosh. But it's really funny the way like London gives out the advice and he listens. Like, clearly it's like comedy gold here. I don't know why London's episodes have just been really good lately since Maddie's been gone. Kind of feel bad to say that. The boys learn that Kurt's new apartment is going to be actually right near the mom's house, so he's going to have his own place, and the boys can spend their time there, which is actually getting to that divorced parents plot lines that I've always wanted. I love those. They're really good. Because, like, no other Disney Channel show does it, you know? And once Zack and Cody find out that their dad's apartment is empty most weekend nights, they decide to steal the key from his apartment and have their dates there. But crazy situation, they don't know each other's doing it. So Zack goes there to entertain his girlfriend. Next thing you know, Cody told his girlfriend the same thing, that they're going to spend a night at their condo, and they catch each other in the same lie. And then they keep trying to get away with it. They end up like on a double date, which is so crazy, the fact that they like try to make this work. And the next thing you know, their other friend shows up with his girlfriend, and you're just like, I didn't even know this guy could get a girlfriend, let alone a model like that. Like, what? And of course, Kurt finds out, and the boys get in trouble. But then you think it's gonna go downhill worse, because Carrie shows up, and it looks like Kurt did all of this, like their dad. So they actually, like, take the mature route, and they're like, okay, actually, no, this is our fault, like, don't get mad at our dad. And it's very sweet. I like that they take that moment to actually, like, take accountability for what they do. When Zack kisses Barbara, it's kind of insane, and asks her to come back later. Like, what? Zack, you can't do that! All around, like, a very memorable episode for me. It definitely took me back to growing up and watching this show so much. So this is a good one. Then we got episode 16, Tipton Online, and this is funny. I mean, obviously, the Tipton and Online combined, it just shows how ignorant we were about new technology in the 2000s, because most of this episode is about London having a web show. So Cody decides to help London make a web show because she only gets 1 million hits online, and her best friend Portia gets 5 because she has a web show. So then they're like, let's start iCarly. No, I'm just kidding. That's a separate show. But you know what I mean. So yeah, Cody is the tech producer like Freddie, and London starts this whole Yay Me podcast. And this is the staple of the original show. Like, I can't believe it came on this late in the series. Like, it's the last 5 episodes, and this is one of the best ideas. So yeah, you understand how really dumb London is. Like, before, earlier in the series, like, she would just be like kind of selfish, but now she's just straightforward, like, stupid. Like, everything she says on the show, she doesn't understand a single word Cody's saying. She doesn't understand what he's supposed to do, and she ends up taking advantage of Cody, like humiliating him online, and the chat is just like blowing up the whole time. They actually get pretty successful with it, and we get a lot of really ridiculous references to new media that it looks like they don't know what they're talking about. Like, they're referencing online and being like, shut down the internet. It's like, that's not possible, guys. But I do like that there's a Zack and Cody episode that gets into more of the relevant stuff of our age. Like, that was new at the time, and we were all doing stuff like that. So the fact that they're trying to throw a web show is like a really funny idea. When Cody feels underappreciated, London ends up getting her friend to do it and then makes her eat dog treats. It gets like worse for her, and she basically has to make a character development moment and actually apologize to Cody. Like, everybody demands to see Cody. One even writes Cody-licious in the comments, and it's like, what? And she offers a formal apology, actually getting to Cody, and he's like, oh, this is so thoughtful. And the episode kind of concludes like that. They both feel appreciated, and London can continue taking advantage of him, pretty much. Like, he's not helpful. Oh, and then there's this side plot of Zack being obsessed with this video game. It's like an online battle game, and he just speaks gibberish to Carrie. Obviously, Carrie doesn't know the technology. I barely know what he's talking about in this episode. And it's funny because it's like, we did start the online gaming culture back then. I don't know if we had like a physical sword that we attached to the computer as much, but we definitely had some aspects of that. Later, Zack actually finds out that the villain he's been fighting in the game is Mr. Mosby. Yeah, Mr. Mosby is an online addict. It's so funny to think that they're both on the internet all the time, apparently, now that they just have laptops. So they end up finding out they're both a part of this group, and then go to get help for it, like an AA meeting for people that go online too much. And I can't believe that that's a thing. Like, it's not even a thing now, and we're online way more. All around, Tipton Online is a very, socially relevant episode that I feel holds up pretty well, except for the lingo they use in the episode itself. All around, though, funny times. I definitely noticed Maddie missing more in this episode than usual, which is kind of sad, but you know, we're almost at the end of the series. We just need a couple more with her. Season 3, episode 17, foiled again. And yeah, I think that guest appearance of Tony Hawk must be the most interesting. I remember this is when the show must have gotten really popular. It starts getting more saturated. The boys start outgrowing kind of this whole hotel. Like, they're not into their usual hijinks. It feels like the show is actually wrapping up in a pretty unique way. The boys are doing a science project where they actually have to find something like scientific and report on it, I guess. I don't know. So Zack and Cody find black mold in the hotel. Really bad timing, because Mosby is about to have people over the hotel, as he always does. Another one of those weirdly specific conventions. I don't know, who could this be? And Cody and Zack are like freaking out about it. Cody starts having really big realizations on how they can't escape bugs or germs, and like has a full-on existential crisis. And this is where he starts to remind me of his Sweet Life on Deck counterpart. I feel like this is like the environmental Cody that keeps coming back up. This is the episode where he really gets into it. He gets a full white bubble suit, and he keeps getting called a marshmallow because of how ridiculous he looks. This episode should just be the episode with characters in white suits, because the same thing's happening in the B-plot. Maddie and London are taking fencing lessons from a really handsome fencer, and they both have a crush on him, but make a rule that neither of them can date him, okay? Then, surprise, surprise, they both establish dates with him. Then they start getting in a fight, start fencing themselves, and let's put a pause there because there's still more going on with Zack and Cody. So then Zack and Cody try to warn Mr. Mosby, who is like on red alert, and everybody's freaking out. Especially since Cody started wearing this marshmallow suit, it looks like mold is definitely in the hotel. Black mold is apparently really dangerous, so they have to warn everybody. Chef Paolo's in this, which I like, a little callback to some of the old characters, Chef Paolo. And I'm like watching Mosby really closely to see if he actually tries to hide this secret or tell them up front. Because I don't know why, like, I would love to see if they're trying to get something deadly out of the hotel. Like, that's a big moralistic question for him. And of course, Cody can't live his life like normal because he has to wear the suit everywhere. It just gets all haywire when the rumor starts spreading and everybody realizes that there is black mold in the hotel. These episodes are starting to get a little bit gross. Like, we had the bugs episode, now we have this. Like, everything that hasn't been let out in the Tipton before is just happening now. Maddie and London have a full-on fencing fight into the lobby where Cody is also in his white suit, and everything kind of goes haywire there. They learn that the mold is not actually that bad, which is a pretty good solution, and London and Maddie learn that Diego actually has a girlfriend already, so he's kind of a player and wants to date both of them, which, girls, he said yes to both of them on dates, and they're both surprised that he's a jerk. Like, I can't believe, like, that shouldn't have been the first red flag. But yeah, it was fun to get some shout outs, like Chef Paolo coming back, seeing Maddie and London have a plot line to themselves again definitely reminds me of classic Zack and Cody, and seeing Cody just go overboard because of something Zack told him is exactly what the show calls for. So this all around was pretty good episode. Romancing the Phone is actually, like, one of the last Maddie episodes, I would say. Like, the rest of the show, she's, like, barely in. But in this episode, somebody is, like, missing their phone, and Maddie keeps answering it, and it keeps sounding like it's, like, this perfect man for her, like somebody who likes the opera, and likes all these things. And it's kind of like a modern-day Catfish episode, where she doesn't know what he looks like, but she's fallen in love with his personality. Basically, people keep asking her what she's gonna do, and she keeps falling for him more and more. And this is the most, like, socially accurate episode, I would say. Like, it's like, yeah, we were definitely on their phones that much. This is how we talked to people. And if I were Maddie, like, I remember being a teen, like, having a crush on people just because of their interests. Like, this is relevant for that reason, too. Of course, everybody thinks she's crazy, even London. That's why it's fun to have, like, a Maddie is the crazy one episode. This one has to be notable for its guest stars. We have Drew Seeley and Jaden Smith. So in this episode, Cody is, like, embarrassed that he's not as tough as Barbara, which is such an overdone 2000s plot. Like, the classic toxic masculinity traits taking over. Like, of course, that has to be in Zack and Cody, too. This kid that Jaden Smith plays is one of the most cultured people out there. Like, he knows Japanese traditions, he knows how to cook, and he's just a genius all around. It's clear that he only really wants a friend, too. Like, it doesn't matter to him that he knows all this stuff, so he keeps asking the boys, despite, like, them asking him to do favors, like, oh, teach me karate, teach me Japanese culture, show me how to make food. Like, they're using this kid for so many things, and it's, like, not even fair for him, and he just wants to go out bowling, and he's like, can we go bowling after this? And you feel, like, really bad for him. But it's just funny how smart he is. So yeah, the boys use him in different scenarios to try to figure out what's going on with the girlfriend, and meanwhile, Maddie's fantasizing about what it's going to be like to meet this guy that's exactly her dream. And it just builds up expectation throughout the episode. I feel like her bit is a lot funnier than the Zack and Cody bit. It feels like they just wanted to plug in Jaden Smith to something. And yeah, this is a lot of fun we're having in this episode. Cody gets wrapped up in this really complicated thing where he wants to do this, like, tea ceremony for Barbara's grandmother to kind of show her respect, and he doesn't remember how to do it. He needs Jaden Smith to help him, so Jaden Smith walks him through the whole thing and then ends up getting in trouble himself, so it almost, like, embarrasses him in front of Barbara's grandmother, making the whole situation a disaster. And he wears, like, a kimono and everything. This cannot be culturally appropriate, guys. Come on. It's funny, but is it appropriate? And then, yeah, by the end, of course, Barbara's just happy that he put in the effort to begin with, which I wouldn't have got that, Barbara. You're pretty angry most of this episode because of him trying this stuff. It's all around a lot of fun. Maddie ends up finding out that the owner of the phone is actually a really, really old man, and I'm laughing because I'm like, that makes so much sense. Like, who else would be into opera like that? He tells her, though, that he has a son that is her age that might be interested in dating, and she actually has a win at the end of this episode. She just goes off with the guy, and I'm happy for her. She's had a lot of bad situations in the past. Remember the time Eric from Drake and Josh was here and she was on a date with him? That was random, but all around, this is a really crazy episode. Romancing the Phone. So Season 3, Episode 19 is called Bench Warmers, and this one is the second to last episode, but it's so funny because it's a lot about London, Cody, Mr. Mosby, all of them joining the cheerleaders. It starts off being more about a basketball episode. Zack is determined to do a really good job at basketball, and they have this new coach who is huge. I think he's like a guest star. I don't know what he's famous for, though. It's so funny, though, because it feels like it's about to be about basketball, but then the whole plot is more so about the cheerleading. And guess who is the head cheerleader? Daniela Monet from Victorious. Didn't see that coming, did you? Did you?
I like Daniela Monet.
Sorry about that, guys. She gets really intense about this stuff. So yeah, Daniela Monet is the head cheerleader, and she is pretty much gatekeeping the cheerleaders at this point. So now London goes to this school, and I keep forgetting that. We have to remember that. And she also wants to be a everybody wants to be a cheerleader, but Daniela Monet is not letting anybody be. She takes it way too seriously. Barbara tries out for cheerleaders, and Cody's kind of sexist about it, but what can we do about that, really? And yeah, she's too smart to join the cheerleaders, it seems. Nia, London, all these people want to be on the cheerleading team, but since Daniela Monet is not letting anybody, it's not really a positive experience. Oh my gosh, but one of the funny jokes is, like, one of the girls is also from My Lady of Perpetual Sorrow, and Daniela Monet is like, oh, well, that explains why you put this together. No, Rosie! My guest star's gone. When everybody's bummed about not being on the cheer team, they decide to start a cheerleading team of their own with Nia. Nia is the candy girl, the new one that is related to Mosby, and yeah, she's interested too. They end up forming a cheer squad together, and they're all like the misfits, like they're the ones that didn't quite make the team. Cody wants to join too, but he's like too embarrassed about it until Mr. Mosby gives him like a huge speech. Hey, like, there's some good male cheerleaders out there, and you're like, okay, Mosby was a cheerleader. Makes sense now. They even like rehearse in the lobby of the Tipton, which I find really funny. Oh, the French girls are back. That's another notable thing. Like, toward the end of the series, we get one more appearance from the French girls. And they're so funny. I like that they're, like, incorporated throughout the show, especially since we haven't seen Bob in a while. Like, some of the main characters still keep coming back. So London, Cody, and Nia with the new cheerleading squad take on the school's official cheerleading squad, which isn't very cheery of them. And how many shows at this point have them joining cheerleading squads? Like, Hannah Montana does it. I think I just saw an episode of Wizards of Waverly Place, like, and Zack and Cody too? Like, come on. This is supposed to be the only male-centric show on Disney Channel, and of course they're all joining a cheerleading squad as well. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And yeah, Nia ends up getting way too aggressive by the end and getting their team disqualified. Meanwhile, of course, Zack is trying to prove his worth on the basketball team, and none of these distractions are being super helpful. He does finally manage to get the winning basket, but that's kind of how the episode ends. The cheerleaders end up coming together and actually performing together because they actually have a lot more in common, which is crazy. It took them 22 minutes to do this. But yeah, so that's kind of the end of that. Benchwarmers is a really funny episode because I thought it was about to be more about basketball, but it seems like they didn't do the thing they did in the first season by being about a basketball team. They made it more about the cheerleading squad, and I like that a lot, especially since we got Cody in there. Like, we have the main characters involved, so we're fine, okay, guys? Yeah, that's Benchwarmers. Oh, and sadly enough, we're getting to one of our final episodes. This was originally supposed to be the last episode in production order, but since they made the finale a clip show, Mr. Tipton Comes to Visit, they decided to put this episode before that, which for me is kind of annoying, because Let Us Entertain You, the 20th episode, is actually like the unofficial pilot for Sweet Life on Deck. In this episode, Zack and Cody try to get their mom to go on a Tipton cruise with them, because since Carrie works there at the Tipton, they can get a discount on the cruise. So they're like, okay, let's do it, let's go on vacation. But Zack and Cody did not tell their mother that she actually has to be singing and performing in order to take this vacation. And they try to like weasel their way around it. They're like, yeah, but it wouldn't be a big deal if you had to perform. And she's very much like, no, it would ruin my whole time. And they still, like, don't tell her up until they even get on the boat and start going into the festivities. The manager of this boat is a really condescending woman that actually makes it seem like she's about to have this all-inclusive cruise, but Carrie doesn't know that she expects her to sing. When Carrie finds out, which is pretty quickly, they try to lie and say that there's, like, the prettiest passenger on the boat gets chosen, and I think that's a funny joke. But yeah, then she quickly finds out that they're only staying because she has to sing. And she gets furious, basically is like, no, I'm not gonna sing, is there anything else I can do? And they start treating the passengers super poorly, which I feel really bad about. The manager is basically like, okay, well, you're gonna sleep in this ugly suite, this, and this, all because you're not gonna sing. And I feel so bad for Carrie. I feel like Zack and Cody kind of put her in a really tough position in this one. And then we have in the B plot, they're actually doing a fundraiser on London Tipton's Yay Me show, which is actually really funny that, like, she tries to get everybody involved in the Yay Me show. Mr. Mosby ends up being a guest star because none of the guests can show up. There's like a huge blizzard in Boston, which is rare, I guess. and Ashley Tisdale is taking Cody's position as the producer. And with a couple of the staff members from the Tipton, they actually try to raise a bunch of money. But they never really could get it up from 0, which is kind of ridiculous. They even get it to -10 at one point because somebody orders pizza. All around a really, really funny episode, especially in the B-plot. Then we get Carrie still not wanting to perform, but since the boys really can't survive on the boat, they have no choice. So Carrie ends up performing, and they get all their luxuries back, which is really sweet. But then they feel bad for Carrie, so Zack and Cody decide to be the one to be the entertainment, which is a really funny solution, and they're pretty good at singing, actually. Listen to this number.
If you're feeling weary, baby, sail away with me. Let your cares just drift away upon the 7 seas. Once you pack your bags, you've got nothing to lose. We're gonna have a great cruise.
It's weird to see this premature excursion on the Sweet Life on Deck because, you know, like, the main set's a little bit different. They don't even have the hot tub set up. And seeing the boys, like, in their natural states, like, from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody makes it feel like we're going into Sweet Life on Deck a lot more smoothly. So I really do like this episode, and it makes a lot of sense in context of the spinoff. I wonder what it would be like, though, if they didn't have the spin-off. I feel like it's still a good episode nonetheless. Seeing Carrie, like, struggle to, like, talk to her kids about this is also really funny. And it's good that we get our final episode, 21, Mr. Tipton Comes to Visit, at the Tipton, because it's our last moment there. And I don't know if you guys heard me talk about this before, whether it was my blooper video, my clip show video. Basically, the final episode of Sweet Life is all of them in the Tipton, and Mr. Tipton is coming to visit, which obviously is in the title, and it's a clip show. It's basically we get each of the employees at the Tipton expecting to either get a bonus or somebody getting fired because of Mr. Tipton's visit. And all the stakes are raised, and basically everybody's trying to make a defense for themselves as to why they should either get the raise or get fired. And it's really funny because obviously we get all these hilarious moments throughout the, I don't know, 80 episodes that Sweet Life has had. And there's no better time to do a clip show than I feel like the finale of a show. Like, sure, it sucks that, like, we don't get one last original story, but we do get, like, one last celebration, and I'll never fault them for that. Like, Drake and Josh did miss the Dr. Phyllis show at the end of season 3, and I thought that was a little premature. This one, at least, is, like, a little bit of a nice experience. All around, Mr. Tipton Comes to Visit. Not the ideal way to end a show, but I definitely think it was a good way. And it was really funny to see them come together one last time. It's weird, though, because Zack and Cody had, like, the least amount of flashbacks and new scenes because of the fact that they're going to be on the next series, which, I don't know, like, still, did that really... They're the main characters. Why would they not get the majority of this? So yeah, that is Mr. Tipton Comes to Visit, and that is the last episode of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Dang, we went through 80 episodes pretty quickly, and I'm so sad to, like, say goodbye to this, especially since I feel like they really picked up their stride when Zack and Cody got to high school. I think, like, Maddie coming out was actually pretty impressive. All around, like, great series, phenomenal ending. The second season only had some weird moments for me, but all around, like, I loved watching this show, and I hope you guys liked watching it with me. We've come such a long way, and I really don't know if I want to do The Sweet Life on Deck, but feel free to let me know in the comments if that's even worth it. I would love to dive into it, but I really don't want to. I guess I wouldn't love to then. Yeah, the point is, if you guys want me to, I'll do it, whatever. Thank you guys so much for watching Johnny 2000 and sticking with me to the end of another series. It's like so weird going from the first season retrospectives all the way to the last, and I really like to do full series deep dives. It's just like a little bit at a time. So the more you guys like and share, the more I can keep doing what I do, and thank you guys so much for letting me do it. I really appreciate you, and if you guys want more shows or have any ideas for stuff I could do in the future, please don't hesitate to comment on my channel, like join my community. I just started a Reddit page online called Tween TV, so don't forget to check that out. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys next time.
We're going to be attending 7 Seas High.
Huh? They said they're going to be attending 7 Seas High!
What if The Sweet Life on Deck in its entirety is just the 4th season of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody? Huh? The Sweet Life on Deck is noticeably not a great show. I mean, the original things that made the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody so good were not translated into this show. If anything, the negative things were translated. And then it got kicked up to a worse notch. If you've seen my offensive episodes of any of these series, you'll know I'm not exactly the most giving guy when it comes to critiques. I like to kind of judge things a lot harsher than they need to be judged, just for fun, and then kind of praise them later, because I do genuinely have an optimistic and positive outlook on most of these episodes, so I just kind of wanted to make that clear. But I figured out the solution to the Sweet Life on Deck. What if the Sweet Life never happened, and instead of having a first season of Sweet Life on Deck, we had a fourth season of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody? I know you guys all want that. The famous story is that Disney didn't renew their contracts so they could give them a first season salary on a new show, as opposed to just continuing the old show. Not super fun, especially for the Sprouse twins, who probably didn't want to do a pay deduction while also giving more time of their life to production, being minors. Like, it's just not a cool look. And I found a way to kind of look at it in a brighter, more positive point of view, where we look at the Sweet Life on Deck and we take out the best elements of it and see if it still works. There's a lot of episodes in the Sweet Life on Deck that dive into, like, the characters from the original show, or they continue the lore of what the original show set up, whether it's just through Zack and Cody, or bringing back characters, or even bringing back concepts that they did in the first series.
Thanks, but I'm already nauseous from the whole boat rocking thing.
Like, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. And so I streamlined all the episodes I found that bring back recurring elements from the famous Boston Tipton and put them into Sweet Life on Deck and see if it's a tolerable show at that point. Spoiler alert, it's not for me. So we're gonna go through each episode and kind of see how it looks. With a surprise, there's actually an episode I feel like you wouldn't offhandedly count, but I'm going to count it, and we'll get to that when the time comes. I'm not going to tell you right here, it's going to be a surprise. So we start with Season 1, Episode 1. Of course, you have to start out with the pilot. You can't just jump into the new show. I remember as a kid, I watched the first episode of Sweet Life on Deck because I was just so curious how they were going to work on this transition, if it was going to be natural, if they were going to have too many replacement characters, who is coming back. Something that I love to watch in reboots is like how the chemistry is recreated, how they fill in gaps of characters that aren't going to come back, and if the show is going to feel that way anymore. For example, we don't have Maddie, we don't have Esteban, Arwen, we even only have Carrie for a glimpse, and she's not going to be a main character in this, which is insane. The whole point of the original show is that it's a bunch of kids surrounded by adults all the time and trying to find a way to keep up through like their hijinks and all their fun pranks and getting each other into more trouble. But here, the Sweet Life on Deck is more about two socially awkward kids trying to fit into people their age. So Sweet Life on Deck is automatically for younger people, unintentionally. I mean, the original series probably wasn't even thinking about that. Whereas we're getting to the new season of Sweet Life on Deck, you can afford to think about that stuff. Most notably, the big differences would be the additional characters, like we have Miss Tutwiler, the new teacher, something that actually fills in a void, makes it a little bit better than the first series.
I will treat you the same as everyone else. Back of the line! I mean, if that's okay with you.
It isn't.
And that's okay with me.
Because we just had a bunch of interchangeable teachers. Zack and Cody really didn't go to school as much as they were at the Tipton, which is kind of interesting. Like, Wizards and Hannah Montana weren't, like, far away from school as much as Sweet Life was. So yeah, Miss Tutwiler is a nice addition that keeps a consistent teacher on the staff. We have Woody, who is going to be Zack's new roommate. Zack's never had a roommate before, so having Cody and Zack be in separate rooms is a nice new addition.
Holy Toledo!
You have to acknowledge that it departures from the original show. Makes me wonder if the fourth season of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody could have just been them in separate rooms and having a lot more independence. That would have been really funny. But you know what? They decided to go with this whole new ship concept, so we're going with it too. Woody is a wild card character, kind of like what Zack was, but this time I guess he's introduced to kind of give them like buddy energy. Zack ends up being a little bit of a straight man in their relationship because Woody is just so much crazier than him. So Zack kind of feels out of place sometimes, but he fills out a really funny dynamic as Bob was, or Barbara from the first series. Like, Sweet Life always had recurring guest stars that were just as funny as the main cast, so it's cool to see more cast members be brought into this. Of course, we have the most notable one, Bailey Prickett. Yeah, so Bailey is Cody's love interest throughout this entire show, something that is very different from the original Sweet Life. Just the fact that Cody is more in an on-again, off-again relationship makes it a lot more adult feeling, whether it's supposed to be or not. Like, it goes from being a middle school show to a high school show in a way that I never thought there would be that big of a difference, but there is. It's social lives become a little bit more vibrant, you see people outside of school a lot more than usual, and you have complex relationships with both friends like Woody, relationships like Bailey, or even throughout school like Miss Tutwiler. One of the really cool moves that they made in this that I was not expecting at all was the addition of London Tipton. Thank God she's in it. That was like one of the first things that made me look forward to this show. If it was just Zack and Cody and no London Maddie, like, I don't know what I would have thought. But the fact that we get London right off the bat in this pilot too is really cool. They kind of weave her in to Zack and Cody's education in a way that's kind of crazy because, you know, like, originally they're like 3 years apart and they just slowly have London get younger and younger just to match the boys' grade.
Are they all orange? I need to go change.
She becomes a lot more in their social circle as opposed to like a babysitter figure, which is something that's kind of jarring if you've watched the original Sweet Life a couple times. But I think they do a good job at keeping the dynamic of rich and poor and what goes on the boat, with more so shifting to be about buddy comedy with Zack and Cody. Kind of annoying that they bunk them with other people right off the bat. Like, that's kind of defeating the purpose of a buddy comedy. I guess they're just trying to take the worst parts of a buddy comedy and the original series and make that work. I feel like they didn't think about it that hard, and that's kind of the issue here. I do think it's really fun that they had Let Us Entertain You, season 3, episode 21 of the last series. I essentially consider that like the pilot to this series. In that episode, Cody and Zack actually get their mom tickets to a cruise ship, and it's the SS Tipton, the perfect extension of the Tipton, and that is a perfect way to introduce it before the show is even announced. It's just Zack and Cody and their mom on this new boat. We get familiar with the new set pretty comfortably before we're even known to expect to have this as a mainstay for the series. They lie to their mom saying that she's there for just a vacation and this is all gonna be just them relaxing, but it turns out they lie to her about the fact they need her to perform. The only reason that this trip is free is because she has to sing on the sky deck. So now Zack and Cody get to have a vacation, but their mom is just screwed the entire episode.
Mom? You might not want to strain your voice before the show.
And you feel bad for her. I do like the hijinks in this, like seeing them on a boat with the same energy as Sweet Life of Zack and Cody was really cool. I wonder which executive at Disney pushed for this, because this was such a good idea, and I don't think I would have even watched the pilot if I wasn't already familiar with seeing that cruise ship deck. Like, that would have been a really unfamiliar thing I would have had to wrap my head around a little easier. So yeah, Let Us Entertain You is the first episode in this 4th season series. I'm stealing it from season 3 and making it season 4. So we got the first episode being Let Us Entertain You, the second episode being the pilot, The Sweet Life Set Sail, with all these new additions and showing us the new dynamics we have to get used to, along with like Mr. Mosby and having the most fun parts like translated over. Most of the first season has a lot of callbacks to this, so you'll see a lot of these episodes being from that, and then the second season has a few, and then the third season wraps it up in a way that is very original Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, so it's fun to jump into those, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So first episode we have is Let Us Entertain You from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, season 3. Then we have Sweet Life Set Sail from Sweet Life on Deck, season 1. And then now we jump up to season 1, episode 9, Chocolate and Flowers. I was going to do episode 7, It's All Greek to Me, the one with Arwen as a guest star, but they don't have him playing himself, so I kind of didn't want to use it as like this direct canon to the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. So I'm gonna jump to episode 9, and it's about Barbara and Bob. So yeah, Barbara and Bob visit the deck of The Sweet Life, and it already feels like it's the original show. Bob is one of the funniest characters from the original series. He's like this semi-serious kid with like a really joking expression.
My passion is as fiery as my hair.
Especially in the election episode from season 2. I remember him being one of the funniest characters. He turns into a businessman in season 3 when the twins get superpowers. Everything about him is really funny, and he's in the show from the very beginning. Core identity of The Sweet Life. So there's no way I wasn't considering this episode as one of the episodes in this season. Barbara is Cody's love interest from the first show. There wasn't really a big emphasis on love storylines, considering it was more about living around the Tipton. Like I said, Sweet Life on Deck is the show that kind of takes that under its belt and becomes more of its identity with Cody and his love triangle. This episode is the perfect transition between The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody and The Sweet Life on Deck. So Barbara was his former girlfriend. They would go golfing together. They'd study together. They had this competitive nature that was very akin to Drake and Josh with Josh and Mindy. They essentially were Josh and Mindy, Barbara and Cody, like they're all working at the same pub. In this episode, when they visit, basically Cody is planning on telling Barbara that he's not interested in her anymore. And at the same time, Barbara is about to tell Cody that she's dating Bob, something I was not expecting to happen. The expectations of the episode is that like Cody and Zack are gonna get to spend time with their former friends. Zack's whole through line is that he wants to just spend guy time with Bob, but Bob keeps getting like ridiculed or like criticized by Barbara, and they're like, something must be going on here. And the only way to kind of one-up this whole situation is Cody telling Barbara that he actually has his own girlfriend, and it's Bailey, which is kind of funny because it's like he likes Bailey anyway. It's a little desperate to stay like they're already dating without telling her that that's his plan. Very crazy for Cody to do, but makes sense for somebody who's not like relationship experienced. It's a lot of him battling with himself, using Bailey's persona as a cover, which gets really funny at times, I have to admit. Seeing Cody trying to fight for his old girlfriend, somebody he doesn't really like anymore, just to prove that he's over her is kind of wacky, but it definitely gives me vibes of the first series where it feels like the cast reuniting, but also there's a plot going on. Like the characters have differences they have to work through. It feels like Zack and Cody would be a lot less close to Bob and Barbara, which is kind of sad, like having them be like a core identity and being so drifted apart from that core identity makes this episode being the third kind of depressing. I remember as a kid being like, dang, are they not going to bring them back constantly? Like, they just have one episode? Because these characters are so minor and supporting to a point where they're only on it every now and then. Like, at that point, you should bring Allison Stoner from the original show. That would feel like a true connection. But I don't know, bringing back anybody and not keeping them is just always so sad. It feels like a tease to think of the original series. It's like the writers know that we'd rather watch that, so they're just trying to convince us it's still going on. But if you watch Flowers and Chocolate in the progression of Let Us Entertain You, then the pilot to this show, and now this one, like, it starts to feel a little more natural. I feel like streamlines it to be more of the original show in general. If you skip all these episodes of Zack and Cody getting used to the boat, Cody and Bailey's hijinks, you start to see that there is a lot of potential in this, and you could see why the writers enjoyed making this jump to the boat. Like, it's so ripe for new stories, new plot lines. They even change how the plot lines are laid out. Sure, it's not the best, and I don't think it's better than The Sweet Life, but it's nice to try something new just for the sake of trying it. My favorite part in this episode is when Cody and Bailey are at the movies with Barbara and Bob, and like they're watching this like romantic rom-com, and it's essentially like commentating on everything the two are going through. I love when sitcoms do that, where they kind of call out the main characters through the form of like what they're watching on TV. That's really funny to me, and it escalates the situation so much further because Cody has to pretend like him and Bailey are dating without even Bailey knowing. It's one thing to have the couples pretend to be couples, but to not have one of the other couples know, like, that's crazy. So Cody even asks for licorice at this movie theater and then makes it look like he's putting his arm around Bailey. I'm like, Cody, you're being creepy. I don't think she's gonna ever date you if she finds out that's what you're doing here. And it kind of actually adds to the stakes a lot. Like, you want to see Cody and Bailey together. They have a really good chemistry, despite the fact that doesn't look like Bailey actually likes him back. This episode is a prime example. She's offended every time he puts his arm around her. It's like you could have used this as the perfect example of building their relationship and have Bailey be like, huh, this is sweet. Like, maybe she's into it too. But it just looks like Cody is simping over her this entire series. Whatever. We're not going to get into that. I'm not doing a retrospective on The Suite Life on Deck right now. But yeah, Flowers and Chocolate, great addition, great inclusion of old story elements and putting them in the new show's context. Feels very fourth season to me. The fourth episode in this little fourth season installment is going to be called Maddie on Deck. Yeah, I guess you could guess where this is going. This is one of the most memorable episodes of the first season because it's one of the ones they promised that would connect to the original series to get the viewers to watch. I remember being hesitant about Suite Life on Deck, but if you saw Maddie Fitzpatrick in the promos, you probably felt a lot better diving into this show and expecting the original vibe to be there. But you're gonna be disappointed. This is like not one of my favorite episodes, but it definitely works as like the fourth episode of this. It's season 1, episode 13 of Suite Life on Deck, and now Suite Life of Zack and Cody season 4, episode 4. Yep, Maddie Fitzpatrick. She is such a funny character in the original show. Classic candy counter girl trying to make her way through life as a smart aleck and trying to get money while also dealing with the fact that nothing really works in her favor. Usually a lot of things go wrong when she tries to be a good person. Like the Birdman of Boston episode, she was like a big protester against the zoos and she fought against Mr. Mosby for a raise. She's a very cautious, neurotic character that adds a lot of depth to the show that Cody doesn't have to take on in Suite Life on Deck. Because in Suite Life on Deck, Cody has to be the guy that's like, you know, the environment and standing up for things. Like, Maddie was the original poster child for that, and I feel like all those attributes had to get shoved onto Cody, making him a lot more rigid for no reason. And there's not a lot of comic relief because it's more him against everybody. Maddie is also the one that kind of originated that vibe to the Suite Life, that advocate fighting vibe. It's also hard to ignore that Zack had a crush on her. Like, it was kind of a part of Zack's little romantic storyline, and while there wasn't a lot of romance in the original Suite Life, there definitely had this element of the boys still had crushes. Relationships would play a part every now and then, and even though the Suite Life on Deck kind of takes that as its like main persona, like this is a good way of weaving that into it. Like, having Maddie come back and Zack actually care about her this time is really cool.
Well, since Maddie's coming, I went a little wild with the hygiene.
It's so funny that, like, London feels like no connection to Maddie, although it does kind of make her seem a lot more shallow. Like, she's not super inviting, she doesn't seem to have, like, a super strong connection, when really they shared most of their B-plots. Mosby is super excited about seeing Maddie again, which is sweet. Like, I can't believe he saw her as a friend. I can't tell if that's more of a genuine connection or just because the show portrayed it that way and that character assumed that's what he was supposed to do. Feels a little inorganic at times, but then you kind of forgive a lot of it when the cast fights and Maddie comes down to the sky deck and they kind of like shut her down. Of course, Zack is the most excited to see her because she was probably his favorite part of the Tipton to begin with. That was such a funny plot line to have him hitting on her all the time. And I love the new hairdo she has. It definitely gives me fourth season of Zack and Cody vibes. Not super hard to weave her into the plots like this, which is always exciting. She plays a lot of the straight man where like everything is a little ridiculous to her. She has a lot of bubbly moments, but for the most part, it's about her being excited for all the stops they're making on the trip. The ship stops at a castle, and Cody is more so involved in Bailey in this episode, so I don't want to get too into that dynamic. It's more so about Zack. I would call this like a Zack episode. They visit a castle as one of the stops on the ship, and Maddie is super excited to see the prince. She cares a lot about guys, I guess. That is definitely from the original series. I feel like they had a lot of really funny plot lines of trying to impress guys, like with Zac Efron, with so many elements, so it's cool to see that come back here. The prince ends up being somebody that's kind of like Zack in maturity. He's a lot younger and little and sees Zack as a threat. Kind of views Maddie as an object, which is kind of disrespectful. The prince gives me very Moises Arias vibes. Like, it feels like Rico from Hannah Montana is a king and just demanding to see Maddie all the time. And poor Maddie expecting like this nice fairy tale experience at this new castle as somebody who has been poor in the past is really fun. And seeing her react to how little this kid is, how immature he is, it makes Zack look a lot better. which is kind of sad. Before, she would just dismiss Zack as this kid she used to babysit, and now he's a lot older and seems to fit into her life a little more naturally, not in a romantic way, but I don't know, it's complicated. He's now in the same social group as London, as opposed to like being much older. So since they're at the same age, I can't help but feel like that's a possibility. They could end up together, but we never really see Ashley Tisdale or Maddie again, which is definitely a major loss. But for overall just reintroducing us to the 4th season, it's kind of a good addition. It feels like the end of her chapter as opposed to the beginning of it, you know? Maddie kind of serves as like the main character in this episode, which I like. She didn't just come back as a supporting character for Zack and Cody. She is fully taking the helm of the A plot because this prince wants to marry her, almost demands it, and she doesn't feel like she could say no, which is kind of depressing. She doesn't have a lot of time with London, which is kind of a shame. That's the part that like makes me really feel like it's separate from the show. I'm sure that was like a scheduling issue or something. They just had so many ideas, they didn't know which one to choose. I guess Maddie getting married to this kid was definitely a funny one. I'm glad that that's what they went with. Having her be that main plot made it feel like the original show altogether. They could have just had her have a couple lines, they could have had her incite some actual incident with Zack and Cody, but it kind of becomes Maddie and Zack's episode as opposed to Zack and Cody's episode, or even Zack's episode, which is really cool. Feels like original Sweet Life, and it's so sweet to watch Mosby walk Maddie down the aisle. That actually gives me a really nostalgic, sentimental moment just to see those characters walking down, sharing a really important moment. That's something that I feel really deserves another season of Sweet Life. That's why I wanted to make this video. Let's look at this as kind of like another installment of the original franchise, not necessarily a new show trying to downgrade itself. And with that in mind, this is a lot more sentimental of a moment, and I really like this episode being a kind of installment like that. So yeah, overall, Maddie on Deck, Season 1, Episode 13 is officially Season 4, Episode 4 of Sweet Life. So let's go to Season 4, Episode 5, Mom and Dad on Deck. Isn't that crazy? We're still on the first season of original show references, and there's just so many things that are trying to get us to like this show. I like can't even believe it. So Mom and Dad on Deck is about Kurt and Carrie coming to the ship. They were going to each individually visit Zack and Cody, but we're surprised to find out that both of them had gotten there. Zack was kind of hoping to have Rose Night, and Cody was excited to share all this time with their dad. So Carrie showing up was kind of like a unexpected event to happen for them, making it like a little bit more of a conflict. You think that it's about to be about them arguing, or like Zack versus his mom or Zack versus his dad, but it turns out after a little bit of getting to see each other again, I like seeing Kurt on this show because it makes it really consistent with their divorce situation, that seeing them argue like this is a very reminiscent of the original show. It kind of reminds me of the episode where they tried to get into their dad's apartment just to have girls over. That's very Sweet Life. After they're all done fighting for the parents' attention with like gifts they're given from Carrie and Kurt, they learn that there's an opportunity for Carrie and Kurt to actually be working there on the ship so they can actually live there with Zack and Cody, which would kind of make the entire show from then forward a Sweet Life of Zack and Cody vibe. That's the crazy stuff. This is Season 4, Episode 5 in my book, because it does feel like the original show. I remember watching this at the time, thinking that there was a chance the parents would be involved in this. It wouldn't be weird. It would definitely fit in pretty naturally. It just depended on where the writers wanted to go. So Mr. Mosby has talent drop out, and he needs entertainment on the SS Tipton. So of course, Carrie's a singer, Kurt's a rock star, two things I completely forgot about, but kind of blend perfectly together. They're apparently both on this off-Broadway show that is about a can of tomatoes and a shopping cart falling in love. It's kind of a ridiculous concept, but very classic of a sitcom in general. So I thought that was kind of funny. Basically, if they get this job, Zack and Cody are really worried about their social lives. They're finally away from their parents, they're experiencing high school, and they kind of don't want to be around them anymore. And I kind of get that. Like, I feel like that was the age I also was starting to step away from my parents, but you guys are away from them all the time. You wouldn't just be excited if they spent more time there? I don't know. Point is, very classic episode. They sabotage their performance so that way Mosby doesn't want to hire them or like allow them to keep performing on the boat, which is kind of cruel. Zack and Cody make huge embarrassments out of them by Zack giving the lighting operator a sock so he ruins the lighting and everybody messes up, and poor parents having kids like that. They end up getting to a nice resolve at the end of the episode where Carrie kind of gives them like a good message. Sometimes it's best to like be upfront and tell us you don't want us here as opposed to ruining our careers. It's nice that she's their mom and that's a family dynamic worth forgiving, but if this was like a friend or something, I'd be like, you tried to ruin my chances of getting a job? That's kind of insane. But yeah, the hijinks in this episode, clearly Zack and Cody are back in their old twin position where they're young, they're immature. What made the original Sweet Life so good feels alive in this one. It's not a lot of Woody, not a lot of Bailey. It's very focused on Zack and Cody, which I like. And I like that we don't see the last of the parents in this. We do get to see them in the finale, but let's get there when we get there. Next, we have the 4th season's 6th episode, Double Crossed. Double Crossed is also the 1st season episode 21. Being our 6th installment of the 4th season, we're almost halfway there through being a normal sitcom season. So next we have the 6th episode in the 4th season, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody revival, I'm kind of going with. Originally, I wasn't going to include this episode because, spoiler alert, not a lot of the main cast of Sweet Life comes back. So I was very careful when I was like deciding if this was even necessary to mention. It's season 1, episode 21, Double Cross, the 1st season finale of Sweet Life on Deck. And you're probably thinking like, oh wow, like they have to have people come back for this, like it has to be a big episode, and it kind of is. We have Cody and Bailey being at the forefront of this, and sure, that's a primary connection to this episode, but characters do come back, and sure, they don't have to do with the original franchise, but they do have to do with the original Disney Channel. This is the 2nd part in the 3-part crossover of Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana. If you guys saw my retrospective on this, I wasn't too happy with how this special kind of came to be. I hate it when they barely acknowledge other characters that the crossovers were planned to be about, like Hannah and Selena not being in the same episode ever. Like, that's kind of annoying. But we're looking at this from a strictly Sweet Life of Zack and Cody standpoint. Like, why did I keep this episode in the chronology to be remembered as the original show's legacy? Because Hannah Montana is in it. Hannah Montana pulls them back to the 1st season of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, something that is a really big deal. Zack and Cody both recognize Hannah from the first time they met, bringing us all the way back to Boston in complete vibes. The whole premise of this episode is that Cody is trying to get Hannah Montana tickets for Bailey to get them to be on that relationship level. Stop, we're not just friends anymore, we have to go to Hannah Montana concert, and that connects us to commitment for life, which kind of would for me. I don't know about you guys. Don't you think? Even though the episode kind of teeters away from being about even the Sweet Life to being wizards, this episode is necessary. Despite all the wizard stuff, which we kind of have to put aside for the sake of this video, it's more so about Cody and Bailey's turning point. This ends up being a big deal. This is the moment they end up staying together.
Yes! My 6-month plan worked!
And it's cool to think that we could keep all the original story beats of The Sweet Life on Deck in this 4th season of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Like, this could essentially just be one of the episodes in this ongoing storyline. It's nice to see Cody with the gross shirt that he had in the first That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana special. Like, that's a nice callback. And seeing Miley as her 3rd season self greeting Zack and Cody as their 4th season selves, like, that's cool. I like that. So we kind of had to throw this in as the 6th episode. So let's keep going though. So we have the 7th episode of Zack and Cody season 4 is going to be crossing into the 2nd season of Sweet Life on Deck. Yep, we went over all the episodes of the 1st season that incorporated the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and there were so many more than I thought. Like, 6 episodes is a lot, considering they only had 21. So the 2nd season only having 2 is kind of a drastic change. It seems like they really took on the identity of what they wanted this 2nd era to be, and it's going full force into Cody's relationship with Bailey. We are fully jumping away from the whole Tipton, Boston era of experiences. Like, we're fully moved on at this point. Season 2, episode 15. Yeah, the 15th episode of The Sweet Life on Deck. They took this long to invite an old character back. Like, that's crazy to me. It's called Mother of the Groom, but this one is probably the best one in the entire series. I feel like the callback is so good that it's like hard to deny that it was okay waiting this long. Like, we'd almost completely abandoned the original series up until this point after Double Crossed. So it's nice to have Esteban, Julio Ricardo Montoya de Rosa Ramirez on this episode. It's called Mother of the Groom. So even though it's season 2, episode 15, it is season 4, episode 7 in my book. So Esteban comes in to the SS Tipton, really excited to see Mr. Mosby again. Esteban has great news. He's getting married.
I have come on board to marry my sweetheart Francesca.
Congratulations.
Maria Cosela Gonzalez.
That's awesome.
Damaso Garcia Ramon. Lucia Greenberg Gomez.
Not only is he the night shift manager at the Tipton, ugh, I wish I could see that episode. I would kill to see Esteban at the Tipton being the manager. Like, that would be so cool. But he's here because he's getting married. And Mosby is super excited. He even asks Mosby to be his officiant. It's nice that, like, all these huge life events are kind of what bring people together. Having Maddie almost married being a 4th season part, that's kind of a fun idea. And having Esteban also getting married, it's a little boring, but it's still interesting. We actually are introduced to a lot of characters in Esteban's life, more than even the original series would have done. Like, he brings his mother and his fiance on the ship. And I thought for a second his fiance was the woman from the ballroom dancing episode where Esteban has a whole ballroom dancing team and actually dances with this one girl. But I don't think it's the same girl, actually. But his whole conflict is that his mother doesn't want him to get married to this girl, and this girl loves him. Like, it's Esteban essentially choosing between being a mama's boy. Zack and Cody and him have a lot of moments together that make this episode a really fun watch. For example, Esteban asks them to be his best man. Like, why in the world would they do that? These are children, and now they're all of a sudden, like, accompanying this adult on their wedding. Like, a wedding is a lot of work. I don't know if I would trust Zack and Cody, of all people, to make this a seamless process. They talk about the Tipton a lot, which really makes me feel like it dives into the 4th season aesthetic. Zack and Cody are still causing ruckus here. Like, we're, as an audience, looking through this at the lens of the last time we saw Esteban, and it feels like we're back at home. Like, Bailey's, like, a lot less prominent in this episode. All the new aspects kind of take the back seat of the original show coming out to shine once again. Zack keeps having this recurring attitude toward weddings, like, dude, never get married. It's like, dude, you're 17 years old. I don't think kids in high school cared that much about stuff like this. I mean, it feels like adult writers were just trying to use old sitcom tropes to try to fill out the episode a little bit more, because Zack's perspective's a little warped. I mean, I get it. He's a ladies' man, but does he really want to talk Esteban out of getting married, or even pretend like he knows what that's about to be like? I love how London doesn't recognize Esteban straight off the bat. Like, why in the world would you have these two characters meet again and London just doesn't see him as anything beside like a bellhop? Kind of a perfect joke, so I'm not going to critique it too much. Since we got this new character, Doc Shaw, he was introduced in the Roomy episode as this new celebrity entity on the boat, best friends with Zack now. And he has added a cool new element to the show. I mean, it kind of alters the 4th season of Sweet Life because we didn't really get to introduce him through any of the episodes, but whatever, I think it works. Esteban recognizes him right away, and it kind of normalizes him into the plot. I can't imagine what this actor thought. Like, he probably knew Esteban from the original show too, so to get to meet him must have been fun for him. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see them reconnect with the new characters, have the new energies meet the old energies, and all come together in this huge event, a wedding. My favorite part is when they actually have like a bachelor party and they're like all dancing about it. Like, it's some really fun vibes, and definitely like a mature version of what the original show set out to do. Something that I think is actually really awesome. Cody and Esteban actually bond a lot more than they used to, which is very sweet, because Esteban was more of like a parental figure, and now suddenly he's kind of like Cody's friend, and I really like that. I like that Esteban essentially does get the A-plot the same way Maddie did. I feel like Barbara and Bob kind of got like a second plot. The mom and dad also kind of got their like featured parts, but not necessarily the episode was about them. Like, this episode is purely about Esteban, and I like how that kind of connects me back to the original show. The dancing panda is so awkward, and it just made me laugh when I was watching this. Like, I could not get over it. We have Esteban having to make a choice between his mother and his new fiancée, Francesca, and that's kind of a cool concept. I like that Esteban is, like, forced to grow as a character. London and Bailey end up meeting the mother and trying to get her to be less strung up and, like, more, like, easygoing and make Esteban less of, like, a main part of his life, which I kind of find cool. Like, I feel like that's always an issue with, like, mothers after they have to let go of their kids. Like, they have a trouble finding themselves, and you feel bad for them. But it's cool that London and Bailey work themselves into a Sweet Life-esque plot just by being a part of that. Like, there's so many new characters, but somehow revisiting these old experiences make it feel like a Sweet Life Season 4. The culmination of this episode is actually pretty incredible when they're about to have the wedding and the mom interrupts. Like, you're like, oh my gosh, there's no way. She actually just tells them that she blesses the marriage, and they're able to actually get wed, and Esteban grew as a person. They got married. It's a really nice kind of circling ending for Esteban, and I like seeing the boys get to experience that. It's like just an all-around genuine episode, and the jokes in the final scene with the mom are just hilarious. Like, Esteban and his mother together should have been in the first series to begin with, because this is such a good gimmick. I, like, cannot stop smiling when I see them, like, actually at the altar and, like, joking with each other. It's such a genuine, like, vibe. I like that the new characters kind of take a back seat but still progress the plot, like Bailey and Doc Shaw and Woody. Like, they all are funny still. They're not getting in the way, but they're also not completely out of the episode. Like, they found a really good way at balancing this ensemble at this point that makes it work really good. So yeah, Mother of the Groom is definitely a great addition to the 4th season of The Sweet Life. Then we have an unexpected one that I couldn't really find until I actually watched the show. It's season 4, episode 8 of Sweet Life. It's called Model Behavior, calling out to the episode from season 2, episode 23 of Sweet Life on Deck. In this episode, we actually have the French twins come back. I'm not sure if you remember them from the original show. They really didn't play a huge part, but when they did have romantic-based episodes, Zack and Cody had them to work with, and I kind of liked it. It kind of gives me the same energy of that episode from the original series, Twins at the Tipton, where the whole gimmick of the episode is leaning to the boys being twins. And I like when we talk about the boys being twins, because that is something that's consistent over Sweet Life on Deck and Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. You know, like, the plot lines that involve them being brothers make it a really relatable sitcom, sure, like Drake and Josh, but then when we talk about the fact that there's identical twins, it does something in this show that automatically excludes all the other shows and makes it its own unique premise. Like, this episode reminds us that there's a whole twin aspect to their dynamic that we can't forget about, and seeing these two model girls come back from the original series is great. I like that it's a conflict between Bailey and Cody. Like, Cody is kind of comparing his old relationship to his new one, which, poor Barbara, I can't believe, like, she wasn't as much of a threat. But this is cool that, like, we actually get to see these guys again. This episode is really good at connecting Bailey and the twins as being, like, more a part of the same series. Like, at first you'll see the French twins and be like, oh, like, they're definitely from the original show. And Bailey is, like, this whole love interest of the new show, which is kind of cool. My favorite moment of this episode that really ties it back is when the French twin and Bailey actually stage a fake argument over Cody as if, like, she hadn't got over him the whole time, even though, like, they barely dated. It was middle school. So it looks like that Bailey and this girl get into an argument over him, and Cody's confidence goes to the moon. Like, this kid has never had girls fight over him, and he never will again, probably. And it's just funny to think that, like, this ended up being a whole, like, disguise. Like, Bailey and this French girl are actually friends, and they just staged that whole argument to make it look like they were fighting over him, but really it's just to be sweet. And it definitely harkens on the original Sweet Life. I know this episode feels like it's mainly in the Sweet Life on Deck, but these cameos really make it feel like we're back to the original show in a really comforting way. So I just had to add this addition to it. But with that said, that kind of ends our season 2 episodes for the connection between Sweet Life season 4. So yeah, we got 8 episodes of this 4th season, and we're kind of getting toward the end of it. It kind of is giving me like Hannah Montana Forever vibes, where like they have a whole final season of them at a new place as if it's a new show, but really they're trying to fit in as many stories as possible. And I think this show would have done so much better if they tried that Hannah Montana style of doing it instead of going 3 extra years for all these cast members. Like, that's so not fair for them. Like, I feel so bad that they had to, like, treat this like a new show when Hannah Montana got to go off amicably. But we're definitely in the home stretch, and I feel like we got some really good episodes out of this. Considering the fact that The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody just got better over time, and The Sweet Life on Deck just got worse over time, it feels like doing this whole 4th season retrospective is a way kind of resurrecting what could have been. Like, I feel like this could have been such a high note for this entire series if they kept only these aspects of the new show. But that's not the world we're working with here, so let's take a break from the world and get back to my concept. Season 4, Episode 9 of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. This next one is taking us to the 3rd season of On Deck, Trouble in Tokyo. So Trouble in Tokyo is Season 4, Episode 9 for me. Yeah, so this episode is a part of the canon and the chronology because it has Carrie Martin come back again, which I kind of like. I wish we got her in the 2nd season because we got her in the 1st season twice, and then now we get her in the 3rd season. But more so, like, if you look at it in isolation, Carrie's just in, like, 3 episodes of the 4th season I've just created. So it almost kind of works out in a way. So instead of Carrie coming back to the boat this time, Zack and Cody find out that Carrie is actually filming a commercial in Tokyo. So when the ship stops, it becomes more of like a family episode. I like that we're kind of like giving a break to some of the new main characters to focus on the old ones. It's almost like this show lives in intermittent revivals of itself. The one twist about this is that the soda commercial they're doing, Carrie doesn't actually like the soda they're drinking. Apparently it has shrimp in it, which is so gross. And Carrie ends up having like this like whole immature episode where like she becomes kind of like a crybaby of like not wanting to do a lot of these things, which is funny because we've seen her as this mother-like figure not only in the entire 3 seasons of Sweet Life, but in these couple episodes we've seen of the 4th season of Sweet Life. Like, we have her in Let Us Entertain You, and she's like letting her kids essentially lead the way. Here, she like doesn't want to be involved in the soda commercial, so she kind of cries a lot and tries to get out of it, with Zack and Cody essentially stepping in to be like, hey, like, we can help you get out of this situation. The B plot is pretty digressed away from any of the main season 4 stuff I would want to talk about, so just assume Bailey and Woody are just kind of off doing their own thing. And we get the good old-fashioned Cody, Zack, and Carrie vibes. It reminds me of Risk It All when the 3 were involved in that game show. Like, that was solely about them, and that's kind of how this season is taking on this episode. When Carrie doesn't want to do the commercial and cries her way out of it, basically the guy is like, I have no tolerance for you, like, I took a liking to you earlier, but now I'm not taking a liking to you anymore, which is kind of funny. When they threaten Carrie with all the money she's cost them, which, by the way, it's not how it would work. I think if you're the talent, you wouldn't be responsible for making up the money of the production. That's crazy. They are told that they have to work in the taste testing lab. Zack, Cody, and Carrie. So they have to try all these disgusting flavors, and I'm talking like really disgusting. Like, they said shrimp poop at one point, and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way that's a flavor. I think you guys are just misrepresenting a culture again, because that's like, that can't be an actual flavor. They're essentially living in their own personal heck in Tokyo, trying all these disgusting flavors, and you kind of feel bad for them, but you like that you have an episode with Carrie in it. I do like that experience. Then the episode kind of ends in a way that like the Hannah Montana episode ended. Like, I'm not sure if you remember that cheese jerky situation, but Oliver and Jackson dropped cheese in beef jerky and it became this new thing. And that's kind of what happens here. Zack accidentally mixes peanut butter and jellyfish and it becomes like a great new flavor that this guy suddenly wants to use, but he can't use it because copyright issues. Kind of like me and Paramount right now. Kind of annoying to not have your videos be uploaded and appearing because they get appealed all the time. Like, I don't know why. Just sue me at this point. They finally get out of being forcibly trapped and having to try all these disgusting flavors, and great, they get to leave Tokyo. I love that the mother is the most recurring character out of all the old ones. I do think we should get a little bit more of Esteban, a little bit more of Maddie, but they never come back, unfortunately. We do get Arwen and the dad again, so it's actually the most natural recurring characters, but still, like, it would be nice to have the other ones come back again. Episode is kind of depressing. It's Graduation on Deck, the final episode of The Sweet Life on Deck, and that is the perfect end to what would be the 4th season of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. The same way Hannah Montana Forever ended with their finale, and, you know, we only got to see their house for like 13 episodes. Imagine this was kind of the case with The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Imagine they had a 4th season all taking place on one deck, The Sweet Life on Deck. Imagine Hannah Montana turned Hannah Montana Forever into 3 seasons, where her secret was slowly being revealed through 3 more seasons. That would be torture. I wish they did that with The Sweet Life on Deck. But yeah, they end the entire series with a bunch of recurring characters coming back. Not as much as you would hope, though. Like, not Esteban. Like, come on, guys. We deserve to see them one more time. But yeah, Kurt and Carrie come back one more time, and we finally get to see the boys graduate. It's a big deal, and it's a really nice culmination of everything we've seen before. I don't know if you remember season 3 of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, but that's when they went from middle school to high school. And Zack, like, had this whole issue with summer school, but essentially, like, they're all new in high school. Something that is a great prerequisite to this entire series, and something that kind of ends pretty perfectly. You know, like, we see them entering high school, and then 3 seasons later, we see them exiting high school. Like, it works out in a way that Disney Channel probably didn't anticipate, but are lucky they got. Of course, London has to graduate this episode. Doesn't make sense to me, but I feel like if we did view this as a 4th season, her character would kind of be fallen under the bus. Like, Zack and Cody are lucky their plot lines are intact, because London just feels left behind in every way. I feel like I should have added a couple episodes with her plot lines to make it feel like she's still part of the show, but it didn't really work. I mean, there was that one episode of Sweet Life on Deck where London forgot Mosby's birthday. She's trying to get him a good gift, but she doesn't really know what to get him. And that's a good character development episode on both those character parts. But since it didn't directly tie to specifically Zack or Cody, I didn't really feel like it was necessary to mention. Arwen is back, and Carrie and him are in the same room, which is probably the reason I like this episode the most. Sure, we get a lot of experiences with Zack and Cody not knowing what to do with the rest of their lives. They're not accepted into the college. They have trouble with finding their identities, and their parents actually step in. Kurt and Carrie are great parents in this episode, helping them, like, seek out each other, seek out, like, guidance, and fully put, like, an end to their career. Something bigger than the Tipton experience, bigger than the high school experience. Like, this whole franchise is coming to an end. And we got a lot of great moments, like references, callbacks to the original show in a way that they haven't done in quite some time. You know, like, the first season had a bunch of callback episodes, second season only a few, and this last season gave us some really nice small hints of it. Everything seems to be at peace, at least as we conclude The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. So let's review, shall we, now that we're done. We have season 4 of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody coming in hot, and I really think this would have been the ideal way to end the original show, although I guess you can't really change too much about it. That's just how life goes. So yeah, we have season 4, episode 1, Let Us Entertain You, from season 3 of Zack and Cody. And then we have The Sweet Life Set Sail, episode 2. Then we have episode 3, Chocolate and Flowers with Bob and Barbara. Then episode 4, Maddie on Deck. Episode 5, Mom and Dad on Deck. Episode 6, Double Crossed with the Hannah Montana crossover. Episode 7, Mother of the Groom, Model Behavior. Episode 8, episode 9, Trouble in Tokyo, and then episode 10, Graduation on Deck. Wow. So we really got a full 4th season out of these Sweet Life on Deck episodes. I would totally recommend everybody getting together right now and watching these episodes again, and just tell me this doesn't make a good 4th season. Johnny 2000 has been all about these revivals recently, and I've been having fun, like, piecing together how they would work if they did. And I definitely think if The Sweet Life on Deck took the Hannah Montana Forever approach, they could have had a really, really strong final season. But instead, they had a really, really awkward 3 seasons and 71 additional episodes to the original Zack and Cody. As I get to finish my retrospectives on Zack and Cody, I feel like this will be a nice little gift before it's over. Let me know if you really, really need me to do retrospectives on Sweet Life on Deck. I'm really not looking forward to doing it, but I will if you guys think it'll be worth watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me on my Zack and Cody journey. I mean, I've had a lot of fun with this, like talking about the offensive episodes recently, talking about how we could finally make a 4th season work of that show. It's just a good show. Like, it deserves to have one set of cast, not too many hodgepodges of ensemble characters that won't really mean that much to anybody later, but whatever. It saved itself, and I'm just happy that the sweet life of Zack and Cody lives on, even if it's not in the best way. There's still an optimal way to review this show, if you know what I mean. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, everybody, this is Johnny 2000. Have a great day.